Chapter 954. The huge handprint came crashing down with the force of a mountain. Before the palm arrived, the wind from the palm had already arrived. The huge force caused Yin Nuoxing's robes to flap loudly. Her colorful hair danced wildly, and the ground rumbled under the force of the palm. Ding! Yin Nuoxing extended his right hand, and the 12 elements rapidly gathered in his palm, forming a huge 2-meter-long sword. From the looks of it, it was no different from the Netherworld Ruins sword. He grabbed the huge sword, and with a soft cry, he slashed out twice without any fancy moves. 2 huge sword rays that were 10,000 feet long shot into the sky at the speed of light. The 2 terrifying forces collided like meteorites under countless gazes. However, the expected explosion of energy did not happen. In the air, there was only a terrifying shockwave that shattered the surrounding space. Following that, the silver-white handprint was suddenly pierced through by the 2 sword rays. The person who had unleashed the silver-white handprint in the sky hurriedly dodged, but he was blown several thousand feet away by the strong wind. However, he was not seriously injured, and he landed not far away calmly. Spiritual Emperor Kuin Yuan. It's him, the prime of his generation. It's said that he is ranked second among the 5 primes of Kuin Yuan. Someone exclaimed. That person had a handsome face, and his long hair and eyes were reddish-black. He looked extremely demonic, and a blazing aura circulated around his body. That strike must have used up a lot of energy, right? Yin Nuoxing glanced at him, and immediately saw through the situation that he was hiding under his calm face, and sneered. Spiritual Emperor Kuin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, but he snorted coldly. He quietly retracted his hand into his sleeve. No one saw that his hand was dripping with boiling blood. It was impossible for him to remain unscathed after withstanding the power of the fusion of the 12 elements. Yin Nuoxing did not have time to pay attention to him, because there was another powerful force that was aimed at him from the side. It was filled with cold, killing intent, but he did not say anything. He extended his hand, and the devouring power of the spiritual emperor's divine body erupted. He completely devoured the divine king's full-powered strike, as if the destructive force did not exist at all. What's going on? The God King expert was dumbfounded when he saw that Yin Nuoxing's aura had become even denser after a full-powered attack. It is said that all energy attacks are useless against the receiving spirit godly body. They will only become the source of his energy. It seems that it is not bad. Someone revealed the truth. Yin Nuoxing wasn't surprised that the reason was exposed. Ever since the day the spiritual godly physique appeared, this almost lost physique had once again spread throughout the god realm. Most of the information was sealed and would only be opened when the time came. With such a famous physique, it was impossible that there wasn't any information left behind. Clang! Clang! In the void, rays of sword light fell like cold rain. They were suffused with cold luster and surged towards Yin Nuoxing from all directions. Hundreds of long swords revolve around him, and there were many long swords that suddenly shot out and pierced towards Yin Nuoxing from tricky angles. Yin Nuoxing was calm and composed. He held 2 long swords that were condensed from elements and waved them around like the wind. The myriad transformation sword body split into hundreds of shadows and waved them around. It was as if he had waved the giant sword thousands of times in an instant. Those cold, long swords couldn't get close to him, and he could even use his sword aura to tear open gaps in the sword formation. Sword shadow. Yin Nuoxing waved his 2 swords, creating afterimages. The sword formation that surrounded him couldn't cause any damage to him. He took a deep breath, and the giant sword in his left hand disappeared. He held another giant sword with both hands, and the myriad transformation sword body gradually reduced the frequency of his sword swinging. Many afterimages overlapped with his main body. Then, with a loud shout, rays of sword light that exceeded the limit of speed suddenly burst out. Flowing light. Dozens of sword gleams that far exceeded the speed of light streaked across the sky. Like the might of Ling Hong's sword, the space within a radius of 100 miles suddenly shook and collapsed. On a flat surface, a spatial crack that looked like a circle or a ring appeared. The sword formation that covered the sky was also destroyed in an instant. The moment he saw the moonlight again, Yin Nuoxing's eyes shone brightly. Light elements flashed, and he suddenly appeared in the sky. The figure that was hiding in the void was directly pulled out by him. A cold ray of sword light flashed. The speed of light caused many people's expressions to change drastically. This was the light element. It was unstoppable and unrivaled. Clang! However, the expert who used the sword formation was already prepared. He barely managed to block the light-like sword. However, the power of the fusion of 12 elements seeped through the long sword and instantly eroded his weapon and his arm, causing him to be greatly shocked. Yin Nuoxing's eyes narrowed. This person's longsword was obviously not an ordinary item. He could even split the pagoda that was at the 6th level of the divine level with a single slash. This longsword would not be any weaker than the pagoda. Boom! Taking advantage of the moment when he blocked the sword, Yin Nuoxing let go of the huge sword with both hands. The 12 elements revolved around his palms, illuminating them with brilliant colors. His palm struck the man's lower abdomen as fast as lightning. The expert who used the sword seemed to have suffered a fierce blow. His body flew back over 10,000 feet like an arrow. Along the way, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. His aura was weak. Trying to escape, Yin Nuoxing shouted. The elements condensed into a colorful longbow, and he instantly nocked an arrow. Suddenly, a powerful force was born in his senses. Yin Nuoxing's expression froze. He hurriedly dispersed the longbow and arrow in his hands and dodged the attack. On the spot where he stood, a spear light bloomed to the extreme. It was like a fiery bird streaking across the sky, burning a huge hole in the space. He could still eat pure energy directly. For example, he was not afraid of the flames refined by the pagoda and the torrent of energy just now. However, this spear light contained too much destructive power. In a situation where he did not have any divine patterns, he would more or less be injured if he swallowed it. Tisk! Yin Nuoxing smacked his lips and gave up on the severely injured expert. He waved his huge sword and charged forward like a demon god. The energy in his body surged violently. Clang! The spear light vibrated with powerful echoes and smashed onto Yin Nuoxing's wings, causing him to stagger. Then he was hit by another palm strike. His body flew over 10 meters and only stopped after flapping his wings. Bastard! I have tolerated you for a long time. Yin Nuoxing's eyes lit up. He realized that the one holding the spear was actually spiritual Emperor Kuan Yuan. Just now, spiritual Emperor Kuan Yuan attacked him with a palm strike, stopped him from killing the sword-wielding expert, and even took advantage of the chaos to shoot him with a spear. This made him furious. The sound of energy explosions was incessant. Many people shouted and attacked, shouting the names of their mystic arts. There were also people who smashed down with their divine weapons. The energy raindrops connected together. Yin Nuoxing's eyes froze. He hugged his 6 wings in front of him, and a colorful energy barrier was instantly formed. Rumble! The raindrops of energy fell on the colorful barrier, creating thousands of energy ripples. However, they were unable to shake it. Taking advantage of the moment when the attack was blocked, Yin Nuoxing's 6 wings trembled. The light element was unleashed to the extreme. His entire body turned into a ray of divine light and shot towards spiritual Emperor Kuan Yuan. A loud shout resounded through the sky. Light shadow flash. Before his voice could be heard, he had already arrived in front of spiritual Emperor Kuan Yuan with a majestic aura. The colorful sword in his hand ruthlessly pierced through spiritual Emperor Kuan Yuan's body. The sound of the giant's sword tearing flesh caused countless people's hearts to tremble. Then, before everyone could see clearly, they saw an even more powerful energy erupt. Half of spiritual Emperor Kuan Yuan's body was blown to pieces. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Even his fiery red spear was shattered. Die! Yin Nuoxing roared. The giant sword in his hand descended from the sky with an earth-shattering aura. It was like a huge divine sword descending from the heavens, slashing towards spiritual Emperor Kuan Yuan. Spiritual Emperor Kuan Yuan was shocked. Even though half of his body was shattered, he was still alive. When he saw the earth-shattering sword, his face turned pale. He hurriedly took out a jade slip and crushed it. The surrounding space suddenly collapsed, forming a spatial tunnel that was about to take him away. Don't even think about escaping. The giant sword in his hand emitted an incomparably bright light. A sword light that was tens of thousands of zhonglong burst out with an annihilating aura. It was like a sea wave that swept over 100,000 zhonglong in just a blink of an eye. Under the horrified gaze of Spirit Emperor Kuan Yuan, it rumbled and swallowed him whole. Both his body and soul melted into the incomparable energy of the sword light. Many experts hurriedly dodged the energy sword light, afraid that they would be swallowed. Wherever the rainbow-colored sword light passed, only a black abyss was left. It was bottomless, as if it led to the ninth hell. Everyone's face twitched. Kuan Yuan's spiritual emperor had completely disappeared. The sovereign of Kuan Yuan's generation has died in battle. Everyone gasped. A young sovereign had died in battle just like that. However, many people had died here today, and they were all experts of the younger generation. After using the Netherworld Void Slash, more than half of Yin Nuoxing's hair had turned white. The Netherworld Void Sword's mystic technique required a fixed amount of energy, which was just enough to draw out 50 to 60% of his energy. If he used his full strength, it would be 90% of his energy. After using it, there wouldn't be much energy left. At this moment, he didn't need to use such a powerful attack to deal with a dying person. It was just like venting, even if it used up half of his energy. Rumble. In the sky, a huge energy palm descended from the sky. The palm was like white jade as it gently patted down. The land that was already in a mess suddenly rumbled, as if there was an earthquake. Huge cracks spread across the land like a spiderweb. Under this palm, even the space was rapidly collapsing. Terrifying gales left obvious traces in the space. Wherever it passed, the space would shatter. Such a terrifying power caused everyone's expression to tremble. They quickly fled, leaving only Yin Nuoxing in the area covered by the palm. When Yin Nuoxing raised his head and saw the white jade palm descending with destructive power, a divine light blossomed in his eyes. He took the elemental sword with his left hand and clenched his right hand into a fist. Arrays that were thousands of feet in size appeared with his right fist as the center. Then, mysterious runes rapidly condensed on the tip of his fist. The crushing fist caused his strength to increase exponentially. Then, his fist carried the power to tear the space apart and went against the heavens. Several arrays collapsed at the same time, and the power that erupted merged into his fist. It released a power that was close to 10,000 times stronger, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. Boom! Both the fist and palm were tens of thousands of feet in size. When everyone saw the terrifying power that was about to collide, they sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated with all their might. The space was definitely going to collapse. However, things went beyond everyone's expectations. Just as the fist and palm were about to collide, the jade-white palm trembled. Then it abruptly disappeared, leaving behind the fist that soared into the sky. Finally, it quietly disappeared. A cold light blossomed in Yin Nuoxing's eyes. He pointed his swords at the space. After a while, he seemed to have sensed something and sneered. He looked at the empty sky and said, "Do you think that I can't find you just because you're hiding?" Everyone looked at the space, but did not see anything. However, the Demon Clan experts' expressions changed, and their voices were somewhat shocked. "You? Why are you here?" The Demon Clan experts reacted and hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed. There was a trace of respect in their eyes. The Human Clan experts could not help but be stunned. These were all experts of the younger generation of the Demon Clan. At this moment, they actually, under the watchful gazes of the crowd, a space vortex suddenly appeared in the space. After a while, A slender and alluring figure slowly emerged from the space vortex. Then, she appeared on the sky. The moonlight sprinkled down and seemed to cover her with a layer of silver gauze. The slender girl was wearing a moon-white long robe. Her snow-white hair sparkled in the moonlight and slid down her shoulders to her buttocks. In this silent world, she gently lifted her head and revealed an elegant and delicate face. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her slender eyebrows were curved like crescent moons. There was a crescent mark between her eyebrows, which gave her a very special charm. She was like a moon girl, descending from the moonlight accompanied by specks of starlight. She walked forward with graceful steps, and on her jade neck hung a crescent moon pendant strung with silver beads. Under the reflection of the moonlight, it shone brightly, making her jade-like beautiful face seem even more lustrous and fair. The moon god race's goddess. The demon clan people could not help but murmur. The moon god race was one of the demon clans. The race once had a god spirit class elite. This race had a god spirit blood pulse, but not all of them had a god spirit blood pulse. Back in the day, the direct descendants of the god spirit had a complete god spirit blood pulse. It was passed down from generation to generation. Perhaps there was only one god spirit blood pulse back in the day. Now, there were dozens of god spirit blood pulses. Generation after generation, the god spirit blood pulse mortal blood was modified into a god spirit blood pulse. Conversely, the mortal blood kept diluting the original god spirit blood pulse power. It kept diluting. In the end, no one knew how many generations later the god spirit blood pulse power would not be left. It would only become a blood pulse that was a little higher than an ordinary blood pulse. However, occasionally, there would be a phenomenon similar to atavism. Among the descendants, there would be people with the first generation of god spirit blood pulse. Now, the complete god spirit blood pulse had appeared in the goddess. The suppression from the blood pulse made the Yao people's bodies tense. The moon god race. Yin Nuashing squinted his eyes. He was silent for a while. He then opened his mouth and said, The moon god race goddess was clearly shocked. Her silver eyes looked confused. She did not understand what he had said. She tilted her head. After a while, she bowed elegantly to Yin Nuashing and smiled. I am Yu Ying of the moon god race. This is the first time we have met. I am the human race's Na Ling godly body. Yin Nuashing glanced at her. He was deep in thought. Not all god spirit blood pulses can speak the language of the mythological era. What he had just said was the language of the mythological era. This was a question he wanted to verify in this life. He wanted to verify the relationship between the mythological era and the god spirit blood pulses. As for when he was still quarter moon, he did not have the time to research this. In the very ancient era, no one knew the language of the mythological era. The things of that era had disappeared too thoroughly. Almost nothing was left, let alone a language. Then, I should be able to confirm it. But if I want to be more certain, I will have to find a blood pulse of that level. That is a bit difficult. In the soul world, Little White yawned and said, The god spirit bloodline doesn't necessarily know the language of the mythological era. Perhaps it is the memory fragments of the sky god bloodline, the ancient sky god bloodline. This girl who just came out doesn't seem to understand. She doesn't seem to be awakening this language. Yin Nuashing nodded subtly. Then he glanced at the snow-white figure and said, Naling godly body. Yin Nuashing, I am not a human. What do you want to say? Yin Nuashing was very suspicious of this god king elite who suddenly jumped out and played him. He did not know what she wanted to do by suddenly appearing. Nothing. I just wanted to talk to you. I do not plan to fight with you. I still want to live for a few more years. Ewing smiled and stroked her snow-white hair. Mei Mao glanced at the abyss below and said meaningfully. The hearts of the shifters jumped. They knew what this meant. It meant that this goddess of the moon god clan also admitted that she was not as strong as Na Ling godly body. However, they did not say anything. Instead, they respectfully stepped back and made a large space. In the shifters, it was clear that Ying was also a divine beast. As for the strength of her bloodline, Yin Nuashing sensed it slightly. It was probably weaker than Bing Air. After all, the latter was smashed with a lot of fairy items before she was born. The bloodline that was created was not something that ordinary divine beasts could compare with. If she was not as strong as Bing Air, she would not be as strong as Foam, and Little White. The two of them were one of the orthodox four spirits of heaven and earth. Talk. Yin Nuashing looked confused. He looked at the group of people around him who looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Then he sighed and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. As you can see, this is not a good place to talk." "All right." Ying curled her lips. Mei Mao glanced at the barrier behind him. She blinked and said, "I want to invite the divine dragon behind you to be a guest in the shifter's realm." Yin Nuashing's eyes immediately narrowed. He took a deep breath, and the aura around his body suddenly increased. It was so strong that it was enough to make the space between heaven and earth tremble. Faintly, there was a murderous aura. This aura seemed to have changed completely. It shocked everyone and made them vigilant, as if they were facing a great enemy. "Don't show such a scary expression. I don't want to be your enemy," Ying said pitifully. Then she laughed softly. "I don't mean to steal you. I just want to invite you to be a guest in the Moon God clan. If you come with us, our clan will be very happy. We will treat you as guests of honor. Not all shifters are hostile to the human clan. In the ancient times, or rather, in this era, there are also some shifters who are on good terms with the human clan." Hearing this, Yin Nuashing gradually withdrew his darkening aura. He looked at her indifferently and said, "The world is about to fall into chaos. Are you trying to rope in helpers in advance?" Ying smiled sweetly and did not comment. Yin Nuashing also did not change his expression. She was right. After all, the Nine Gods Hall had a long history of friendship with the blazing fire dragon, the Shining Dragon clan. It was also because of him. In the ancient times, he felt that the Shifter's realm might be easier to get along with than the human clan. The matter of the 12-star palaces had lowered his opinion of the various aspects of the human clan. However, this was only a minority. It was also because it was only a minority that he did not completely distort his view of the human clan. Unfortunately, the force I belong to can support itself even without other people, Yin Nuashing said indifferently. Then he raised his hand and took out something from his pendant. He threw it to Ying and said, "On the contrary, if you want to come and play, we welcome you." Ying raised her eyebrows and looked at the colorful object with some confusion. After hesitating for a moment, she waved her hand and caught the object. When she opened it, her expression changed. What appeared in her hand was a square token. It was clearly not a luxurious and special token like Yin Nuashing's, but a token that symbolized status and representation. Naturally, it represented the Nine Gods Hall. "You are the divine son of the Nine Gods Hall?" This time, it was Yu Ying's turn to be surprised. This kind of colorful token could only be owned by people of extremely high status in the Nine Gods Hall. It was no wonder that she would think that Yin Nuashing was the divine son of the Nine Gods Hall. In fact, the latter was the young lord of the Nine Gods Hall. There was a slight difference. As for the realm of the gods, it was at least the strongest force of the human race on the surface. The monster realm and demon realm knew it very well. They either listed it as their number one enemy or as a force to avoid. Ying was very surprised because the receptive spirit godly body did not belong to any force on the surface. No one would have thought that he would silently join the Nine Gods Hall and become the divine son of the Nine Gods Hall. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes as a silent acknowledgement. He did not explain the situation in detail. The two of them communicated through voice transmission. Therefore, no one knew what they were talking about. Ying rolled her eyes a few times. After a moment, she covered her mouth and giggled. Her smile could topple a city. Countless people were stunned by her smile. She did not look like a demon at all. There were no characteristics of the demon race on her body. She was completely in the form of a human. "Okay, I will definitely pay a visit another day," Ying said with a smile. Then, the space around her collapsed slightly. She bowed slightly and said, "Then I will take my leave today. I won't disturb you anymore." Everyone, Yin Nuashing, he suddenly felt that this girl should be very compatible with Chu Yingjian. Chapter 955. The goddess of the moon god clan disappeared after appearing for a short while. No one knew what she and Yin Nuoxing talked about in secret. They only felt that it was a good conversation. However, this was only a small interlude. After the interlude, everything returned to normal. In a normal battle, rumble, the violent battle continued. Yin Nuoxing was surrounded by a large group of people and was exhausted from dealing with them. These people were all divine kings and even divine emperors. If there was only one of them, it would be fine. However, when there was a group of such experts and all of them were holding a mid-grade divine artifact, he had to raise his spirit and concentrate. Moreover, he only had less than half of his strength left. He did not dare to use a large-scale destructive profound art. It seemed like there was someone here who had a high-grade divine artifact that focused on defense. If his full strength attack was blocked, he would fall into an abnormally difficult and bitter battle. He couldn't retreat. Behind him was the barrier. His family was also in a deep state of cultivation. He had to at least hold on until they were in good condition. Damn it, didn't you all run away when you heard my name before? Why are you all bothering me now? Yin Nuoxing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and felt bitter in his heart as he slapped away a divine emperor who had rushed forward to fight him. Spiritual divine body, where's your divine artifact? Why don't you take it out? Are you looking down on us? A human expert with a grade 6 divine bow took advantage of the chaos to shoot an arrow. He had no choice but to use his mind to defend himself. This wasn't a simple energy attack. He couldn't absorb it. Bah, I don't even need a divine artifact to deal with scum like you. Yin Nuoxing licked his lips and said coldly as he slashed the 1,000 feet long arrow into two with his sword. Yin Nuoxing felt bitter in his heart. What he didn't tell Xian and the others was that although he could use a divine artifact with the divine pattern tree temporarily removed from his body, without the divine pattern tree, he couldn't exert more power than the divine artifact as before. If an ordinary person used a divine artifact, they could only exert 60% of the power. If it was a natal divine artifact, they could only exert 80% of the power. As for the spiritual divine body, he could exert 2 or even 3 times the power of a divine artifact. This was a further enhancement after reaching the small success level. His understanding of the divine artifact had reached a higher level. He could also activate the hidden external energy circuit and exert more power than a divine artifact. Before reaching the small success level, he could only exert 100% of the power of a divine artifact. Now, without the divine pattern tree, he could only exert 90% of the power. However, the consumption of energy had increased tremendously. If he could kill all of them at once, it would be fine. Some of them were even sneakily hiding in the back and shooting arrows. Buzz! A huge talisman flew towards him. Yin Nuoxing glanced at it. The power of his eyes allowed him to analyze that it was a sealing talisman. However, he wasn't afraid and still broke it with a single slash. The power of the fusion of the 12 elements isn't something that you can withstand. Yin Nuoxing muttered in his heart. He raised his spirits and hurriedly retreated, dodging several arrows that were flying towards him. Between heaven and earth, huge spell matrices suddenly appeared and enveloped this part of heaven and earth. Several spell matrices that were thousands of feet in size enveloped Yun Nuo planet. There was no one else in this area. He was just wondering why no one rushed forward. It turned out that there was a backup plan. Take this. You can go to hell and regret your arrogance. The people who used the combined attack array roared. The seals in their hands changed violently. The arrays started to rotate uniformly. Waves of terrifying energy crazily condensed within them. This is a divine grade 6th level array formed by a divine artifact. Your divine body's devouring power is useless. It's your honor to die here. That person roared angrily. The other 4 divine kings clapped their hands together, and a shout spread through the sky. Myriad tribulation burning sky array. It was as if thousands of tribulations had fallen from the sky and erupted from several arrays. The powerful energy even triggered the violent power of heaven and earth in the yin-yang world. Then, huge fist and palm prints with the power of various elements burst out from it. The sea of fire burned the sky, and the thunderbolts were powerful. The energy light dyed the place white and almost blinded everyone's eyes. In the array in the sky, there was a huge thunderbolt spear that cut through the sky and stabbed down. Rumble! Thousands of kinds of energy exploded in an instant. The bright and dazzling energy light was like a scorching sun in the sky. The extremely powerful light made the moon in the sky lose its luster. The entire Enyong world dimmed. The space collapsed. A huge energy storm that was thousands of feet in size swept out from it, tilting the violent power in all directions. How is it? Is he dead? A group of people retreated far away. They watched the raging energy storm destroy the arrays. Feeling the powerful energy, their pupils narrowed slightly. Some people could not help but ask. The divine kings who worked together to form the combined attack array were panting. In front of them, there was a thing that was the size of a head. It was shaped like a disc, emitting powerful energy. However, at this time, it also quieted down quietly. Those people were also dispirited. Launching such a powerful attack had consumed all their strength. Our sex formation disc can be used to launch and strengthen a combined attack formation. A few of us have used it to defeat a heavenly god. The formation disc doesn't release a pure energy attack. No matter how strong the receiving spirit godly body is, it will definitely fall. The person who seemed to be the leader wiped his sweat and sneered. "Oh, you are so sure that I will die." In the storm, a faint laughter suddenly rang out, causing the person's expression to turn sluggish. A look of horror flashed across his eyes. Everyone turned their gazes in disbelief and looked at the raging energy storm. Even if they were to be sucked into the energy storm, they would die instantly. Could it be that the divine body of Na Ling, click, a snap of a finger resounded through the space? The sound was very abrupt. It should have been obliterated by the raging noise of the energy storm. However, the snap of a finger was clearly heard by everyone. Then, everyone saw the energy storm suddenly tremble and dissipate in an extremely strange manner. It was as if a tornado was torn into two by two huge hands. After the energy storm disappeared, the scene that followed appeared before everyone's eyes. Yin Nuoxing still had half a head of white hair. His 6 colorful wings shone brightly. His aura had not recovered to its peak. Obviously, he did not recover his strength with the help of the energy storm. Instead, he took it head-on. God, this guy is not human at all. Everyone was so shocked that their faces were distorted. They gritted their teeth and their faces were pained. Why couldn't this guy be killed? The Divine King experts who worked together to cast the array were shocked. They had never experienced a situation where the array disc failed. They immediately turned around and left. The divine body of Na Ling was too abnormal. That pair of eyes that were filled with divine light stared straight at them, treating them as prey. Bang! A violent sound of air exploding suddenly erupted in the crowd. All they saw was a mass of energy crazily converging and then exploding in an instant. Moreover, that mass of energy had exploded at the same time as the absorption. The terrifying energy shock wave shook everyone, causing them to stagger and fly backwards. As for the few array masters who were at the center of the energy shock wave, they were directly shaken to death. The light of the energy explosion disappeared. Yin Nuoxing raised his head and retracted his palm. His eyes that were filled with the will of reincarnation stared at everyone. Black energy was surging around his body. He smiled evilly and said, "Who's next?" Everyone was horrified and broke out in cold sweat. However, no one retreated immediately. A group of people approached Yin Nuoxing carefully. The people here were all young experts of the human race and the demon race. Some of them were even elites among the experts. How could they be allowed to retreat without a fight? Kill! It was unknown who roared. Then, everyone attacked at the same time as if they had a tacit understanding. All kinds of divine weapons and divine arts rushed towards Yin Nuoxing with overwhelming momentum. Some of them retreated immediately. Their hands formed seals with lightning speed. The energy in their bodies was surging. Obviously, they were preparing for a big killer move. Moreover, it was a killer move with all their strength. Kill! Yin Nuoxing also roared. His evil smile suddenly turned into a twisted and ferocious face. A trace of black energy flashed across his colorful eyes and surged out with extremely chaotic and violent energy. He activated the dark shadow world directly. The black energy covered an area of 10,000 feet around him. This was a chaotic zone without any rules. He could release energy at the level of the rules of destruction. When others fell into this zone, they would be as weak as paper. A terrifying battle broke out again. Thousands of experts were holding divine weapons. Every move they made released the strongest energy. This was a battle of life and death. When these people attacked with all their strength, even the gods would feel their scalps tingling. Many people here had the strength to fight against those of a higher level or even a higher level. However, they had never seen such an abnormal person. Kill! 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 Yin Nuoxing's eyes turned red. The dark shadow world continued to expand. The energy tide surged towards this place. Anyone who fell into the dark shadow world would be crushed by the huge energy that came from countless directions. Those powerful divine weapons and energy were also constantly attacking his domain, causing the dark shadow world to shake. Raging Flames Immortal, Demon Emperor Fist, powerful profound arts and divine arts surged with terrifying power. Everyone fought until their eyes turned red. One of them directly passed through the dark shadow realm and fiercely slapped Yin Nuoxing's six-winged Yin Nuoxing, causing him to stagger and his domain to become unstable. However, that person was also smashed into pieces by his backhand. Stars fall of thousands of stars. Yin Nuoxing roared. In the dark shadow world, thousands of starlight suddenly surged out. It was like a star field. Then, starlight crazily condensed in the sky and descended. The power of these stars was only 10 feet in size. However, the attacks were very concentrated. It was as if thousands of stars were gathering their light at the same time. The starlight pillars fell like raindrops. Kill! Bang! A violent explosion ignited terrifying energy sparks. The violent energy blasted Yin Nuoxing's dark shadow world into pieces. He also spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone knew that his domain was invincible. They did not hesitate to detonate their mid-tier divine artifacts to break through his domain. After being blasted out of the dark shadow world, Yin Nuoxing's body shot out like an arrow. However, as he flew out, he made up his mind and snapped his fingers. You blew up your divine artifacts. I'll destroy this place. The energy from the starlight gathered crazily on the ground and condensed into a huge array. The red-gold array exploded with extremely violent energy, causing everyone's pupils to shrink. Dark shadow, with a roar, dark flames that were tens of thousands of feet long shot up into the sky from the reddish-gold array like a pillar of fire. The chaotic and violent dark energy distorted the entire world, shattering the laws in space. Under the illumination of the chaotic light, even the moon was dimmed. Destroy! As the hoarse roar fell, a reddish-black light burst out from the array, replacing the black pillar of fire. Moreover, the reddish-black light continued to expand from a radius of 10,000 feet, expanding outwards. The chaotic and violent energy seemed to be able to overturn the heavens and earth. I'm going to smash the entire starry sky on your heads. Yin Nuoxing's eyes erupted with an incomparably violent light. His hair was disheveled, and he looked like a madman. His hands formed seals that seemed like they were about to shatter space. A moment later, he ruthlessly smashed an obscure seal into space. He didn't care about whether there was anyone in that space or not, and suddenly launched a full-force attack. Star of Destruction. In the starry sky, endless star power surged in from hundreds of millions of light-years away. In an instant, it all condensed in the sky, condensing into a huge blue and white ball of blazing energy that was thousands of kilometers wide. However, two-thirds of this energy ball was illusory and ethereal. Clearly, the person who had unleashed this destructive energy ball was already nearing the end of his life. However, even though more than half of its size was illusory, the gigantic ball of energy still began to collapse in an instant. Then, In an instant, the gigantic ball of energy transformed into a 10,000-mile-long, bluish-white energy beam that descended upon the realm of the gods like a heavenly punishment. The gigantic beam of light descended with the power of the entire starry sky, causing the entire realm of the gods to tremble slightly. The blue-white pillar of starlight connected heaven and earth like a huge astral beacon. Terrifying energy halos that were more than 10,000 miles long expanded from top to bottom and scattered on the ground. They turned into violent shock waves that pushed the ground into the distance like waves. The entire Yin-Yang world was almost submerged in the huge and violent pillar of starlight. It was like an eternal light, causing countless people to tremble in fear. The pillar of starlight only lasted for a short 5 seconds. Yin Nuoxing didn't have the power to maintain its existence at all. In just a short while, his power was almost exhausted. The pillar of starlight suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a flattened ground. The space and ground of the Yin-Yang world were too hard. This huge and destructive energy only caused it to sink a few hundred meters, but it didn't shatter. It still retained its approximate size. Huff! Huff! In the sky, Yin Nuoxing was exhausted. His long, colorful hair had turned pale, and his 6 wings drooped weakly. His chest rose and fell rapidly. His eyes were listless as he looked at the ground below. Sweat dripped down like a stream. His weak soul power spread out with some trembling. When he sensed that there was no more life below, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Annihilated? Clap, clap! The crisp sound of applause rang out in the sky. It was extremely sudden and was especially ear-piercing in the silent sky. It caused Yin Nuoxing to fiercely inhale half a breath of air, as if he was twitching. He turned his gaze with difficulty and saw that not far away there were a few people standing in the air, looking at him with various gazes. As expected of the spiritual, godly body, he fought against the young experts of 2 clans alone and annihilated nearly 10,000 experts, including many young supremes. He's extremely powerful. The man kept clapping with a warm smile on his face. What he said was true. The opening of the Yin-Yang world had attracted countless young experts. Many of the people gathered here today were super experts of the younger generation, even young supremes. For example, Spirit Emperor Kuan Yuan. After besieging him for such a long time and holding many divine weapons, he still couldn't kill the spiritual godly body. He even killed countless of them. This was really a shocking and brilliant battle record. Yin Nuoxing swallowed his saliva with difficulty. His eyes were slightly blurred. He took a deep breath and raised his spirits. There were still people here. Could it be that these people had been here from the beginning to the end? It's a pity that you were so focused on the battle that you didn't notice that someone was watching from the beginning to the end. The man said with a smile. He glanced faintly at the energy barrier that had sunk a few hundred meters along with the ground. As Yin Nuoxing exhausted his strength, the Imperial God diagram and those barriers also dimmed a little. Sure enough, the person who had been lurking at the back from the beginning to the end and reaped the benefits. Yin Nuoxing gasped for breath. He trembled as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His whole body was full of exhaustion. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind sounded in the surroundings, causing Yin Nuoxing to gasp for breath and feel a little annoyed. He knew it. How could there only be so few people gathered in the Yin-Yang world? However, there were too many people hiding in the distance to watch the show. At this time, the people who had gathered were a little scared. They had watched the whole battle. In the past, they didn't know much about the divine body, but now they knew that this guy was a freak among freaks. A person at the demigod level killed so many divine kings and divine emperors without using any divine artifacts. Yin Nuoxing was aggrieved. Being watched by a group of people so unscrupulously, he really wanted to take out his divine sword and slash these people. If it was a Netherworld king expert, he would be beaten to death, right? Everyone was scared. Many of the divine artifacts that had just appeared were at the 6th level of the divine level. Although they weren't very lethal to the Netherworld king experts, they could still wear down and cause damage. Moreover, there were thousands of them. They could wear down a netherworld king expert to death. A white shadow suddenly rushed up from below, startling everyone. They quickly became vigilant, worried that it was Yun Nuoshing's last move. They were afraid that he would struggle to kill another group of people. However, the white shadow was a white ball. It was extremely fast. It rushed into the sky in an instant and then appeared in front of Yun Nuoshing. With its back to him, it faced the crowd. It was the small beast, the mysterious small beast that had been chased around the Inyang world for a long time. Woo woo, woo woo woo. The small beast seemed to be very angry. It patted the void with its little paws in a human-like manner, just like a person patting a table. There was an angry expression on its cute little face, as if it was scolding these people for taking advantage of its precarious situation. Unfortunately, no one could understand its beast language. It ran here. The crowd was shocked. They had been looking for it in the Inyang world for a long time. They didn't expect it to jump out by itself at this moment. Seeing that everyone was looking at it with evil intentions, the white, round, small beast trembled violently. Its fur stood on end, and cold sweat immediately ran down its face. It whined sadly and hurriedly ran to Yun Nuoshing's side. It grabbed his clothes and ran to the top of his head, curling up into a ball. Its two cat ears were folded. Everyone was stunned and puzzled. Yun Nuoshing was also dumbfounded. What was this little guy doing here? Was it here to act cute? Was it planning to kill everyone here with its cuteness? At this moment, Xiao Xian, who had been nestled on his neck, suddenly stood up. Then, while Yun Nuoshing wasn't paying attention, she rushed to the top of his head. She swung her 6 big tails and slapped the round, small beast down. Her big, agile tails stared at it unkindly, and then her tails stood up. Woo woo woo. It was as if she was saying that this was her territory. Woo woo. The round, white, small beast looked at Xiao Xian aggrievedly. Its 2 small eyes were teary, listless, and its long tail drooped down. It was very cute. Everyone was speechless. What were these 2 little guys doing here? Didn't they know how to read the atmosphere? He hugged Xiao Xian in his arms and rubbed her little head. The white small beast seized the opportunity and jumped onto Yun Nuoshing's head, burying its head. Yun Nuoshing ignored it. Although he didn't know what this round small beast was, it seemed that many people were here for it. However, he couldn't even protect himself at this time. He didn't know why this small beast came to him. If he was hunted all the time, wouldn't it be better to slip away in the chaos just now? Now that it ran out, it was like walking into a trap. Spiritual, godly physique, put down the demonic beast on your head, and we can still let you die a quick death. Someone shouted at Yun Nuoshing fearlessly, taking advantage of the fact that there were many people here. Yun Nuoshing looked up. A sharp divine light shone from his eyes, piercing that person's eyes. His heart twitched, and he quickly shrank back. You want to kill me? Yun Nuoshing's smile was extremely bright. Even though he was exhausted and seriously injured by the explosion of the divine weapon, he still stood upright in the sky. Come, I'm standing right here. You want to try and kill me? That dazzling smile was full of bewitchment, and people didn't dare to act rashly. You're not coming? Yun Nuoshing sneered. He hugged Xiao Xian with his left hand, and the netherworld ruin sword slowly appeared in his right hand. If you're not coming, then let me. Chapter 956. Chi. A cold light flashed, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The power of the sword caused the space to collapse, time to collapse, and the laws to cease to exist. PFFF. One figure after another exploded into clouds of bloody mist in midair. Even their divine artifacts were blasted into smithereens. A violent storm of energy swept out, engulfing and devouring everyone in the surroundings. Bang! Yun Nuoshing stomped on the space, causing it to crack. She held the netherworld ruin sword in her right hand and swung it out. Everything within 100,000 feet, whether it was energy or life, was annihilated. Come on, come and kill me. Boom! The sword illuminated the sky for 10,000 miles. Wherever the purple-black sword light passed, everything was destroyed and everything ceased to exist. A figure rushed forward crazily, and the saber in his hand emitted a shocking light. However, it was useless. Just when he was 100 feet away, Yin Nuashing held the Netherworld Ruin sword in a reverse grip and swung it like a dagger. Bang, 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 bang. Large pieces of space were shattered, and that expert was destroyed along with his divine weapon. Countless divine weapons wailed, and there seemed to be thousands of ghosts wailing in this place. The second half of the battle was extremely cruel. Cold light flashed, and hundreds of flowers of blood bloomed. It was extremely horrifying and tragic. This was a one-sided battle, but no one retreated. Some people even forgot why they participated in this battle. They watched as Yin Nuashing swung her sword and turned a large number of experts into ashes, and a chill ran down their spines. There was no weakling on the battlefield. Some of them would at least become underworld emperors or demon emperors in the future. However, at this moment, no one could get within 100 feet of Yin Nuashing. Regardless of whether they were holding a divine weapon or not, the sword would cause countless flowers of blood to bloom. This was a merciless slaughter. Come and kill me. I'm right here. Don't you want to kill me? Step by step, Yin Nuashing took heavy steps towards the barrier. Her breath was getting weaker and weaker. She was already very tired. Even if she reversed the power of the divine weapon and poured it into her body and activated the external energy circuit of the Netherworld Ruin sword, her body would tremble every time she swung the sword. This was overdraft. She was struggling at death's door, although the degree of her dying breath was astonishing. No one could stop her. The strongest immortal emperors here, even with powerful divine weapons, were severely injured by her sword. The others couldn't even resist and were turned into ashes. One breath was equal to 10 lives. Clang! A cold light that carried the aura of death shot from the sky and pierced down from the top like a divine sword. It was so fast that it was difficult to catch sight of it. In a flash, it appeared on the top of his head. Clang! Bang! He turned around and slashed the world with his sword. His movements were smooth, and he did not look like a severely injured person at all. A huge arc of sword light swept across the world, blooming a 10,000-foot-long spatial crack. It was like a huge mouth that could devour people. It was incomparably terrifying. The divine sword collapsed in an instant, and even the person who controlled the sword exploded into a cloud of blood. Clang! Countless fists, palms, swords, and axes covered the sky and covered the earth. They were all aimed at Yin Nuashing from all directions. Void reversal. With a soft cry, all of the attacks that had covered the sky and covered the earth like raindrops suddenly trembled. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the attacks abruptly changed direction and rushed back in the direction they had come from, striking back into the crowd. Flames of energy lit up the sky. Suddenly, shrill screams resounded through the sky. Blood rained down from the sky. It looked like hell. The sky was dark. Puffed. Yin Nuashing spat out a mouthful of blood. The intense pain from the backlash made him suck in a cold breath. He gritted his teeth and let out a low roar. The bright golden blood from his mouth stained the Netherworld Ruin sword. He slashed with the sword. The golden sword light pierced through the sky. Hundreds of people were grazed by the terrifying sword light and died on the spot. Bang! Many strong cultivators roared. They took advantage of this moment to attack Yin Nuashing. They threw out a few punches and palms, sending him flying. Dozens of wounds appeared on his body. If he was an ordinary person, he would have been crushed into powder, just like the bloody mist that exploded. However, he managed to survive. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backward. It's about time for you to die. A figure that was as huge as a demon emperor spoke. His body was stained with golden blood. He was one of the few people who had attacked him. Yin Nuashing grinned. The golden blood dyed his teeth golden. He suddenly stopped flying. He roared and spun in the air like a top. The Netherworld Ruin sword slashed through the air with an extremely violent force. He then turned and slashed with the sword again. Two sword lights formed a cross and swept through the air. Those who touched it were instantly destroyed by the chaotic energy. Even emperor gods did not dare to touch that chaotic energy. Final struggle. The demon emperor flashed and appeared in front of Yin Nuashing. He threw out a punch with an angry face and landed heavily on the latter's chest. Puffed. Yin Nuashing spat out mouthfuls of blood. His face was ferocious. Divine light bloomed in his eyes. A reincarnation will instantly penetrated the demon emperor's eyes. Sink into reincarnation. The rainbow-colored divine light instantly pierced through the demon emperor's soul. His expression suddenly trembled, and his gaze instantly became unfocused. The aura of his soul was annihilated, and his body, which still had life in it, fell straight down without a soul. Everyone was astonished. What kind of Shin skill was that? It could kill someone with one glance. That beast was one of the strongest cultivators here. He could exchange a punch for a life, but it only made Na Ling spit out a mouthful of blood. That kind of result made people shiver. It's about time for him to fall. Why aren't you dead yet? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This fierce battle was too tragic. Heaven and earth were stained with blood. Countless people died. Every one of them was extremely powerful among the younger generation. However, they were all killed by Yun Nuashing alone. Tens of thousands of divine weapons were destroyed, but he had held on for so long and had not fallen. He was already covered in wounds. He was at the demigod level, but he was repeatedly killed by divine kings and divine emperors with divine level 5 and level 6 divine weapons. Tens of thousands of people. With such a lineup, it would not be a problem to kill divine gods or even netherworld kings. However, from the beginning to the end, Yun Nuashing was in his peak state and fought until he was exhausted. In the second battle, he should have been exhausted and died. In the end, he killed until the heavens and earth cried. The number of people who died was even more than the number of people in the first battle. Although his injuries were getting more serious, he was getting crazier and braver. This guy is not human. Countless people were trembling in fear. How could he be so unreasonable to this extent? Even if the divine sword's sword light slashed across 100 feet from him, he would die. Even his divine weapons would explode. Yin Nuashing staggered and almost knelt in the sky a few times. However, he could not fall. If he fell, he probably would not be able to stand up again. Xiao Xian and that round small beast were very flustered. They did not know what to do. They did not have the strength to fight at all. They could only pull Yin Nuashing and quickly retreat. Yin Nuashing was covered in blood. He took a deep breath and took out a bunch of things from his pendant. Without even looking, he threw them all behind him and swung the netherworld ruins sword fiercely. Everyone was stunned. After a moment, they saw clearly. In an instant, even their hair stood on end. They hurriedly retreated. Those were the divine level 5 and 6 divine weapons that Yun Nuashing had seized. There were hundreds of them. At this moment, he took them all out to explode. Boom! The cold light of the sword shocked heaven and earth. Hundreds of divine weapons exploded in an instant. A huge energy storm that was 100,000 feet tall stood between heaven and earth. It spread out majestically. Terrifying energy poured down from the sky and swept countless people into it. That terrifying energy caused all the divine weapons of those who were swept into it to explode. It was like a chain reaction. The energy storm became even more violent, as if it was going to swallow heaven and earth. Squeak, squeak. While heaven and earth were in chaos, Xiao Xian's 6 tails wrapped around Yun Nuashing's arm. She hurriedly rushed toward the barrier below. That white small beast was also desperately pushing her from behind. Everything that happened today was like a legend. These divine kings and divine emperors were all existences that could kill divine underworld experts. They also had the strength to fight against celestial deities. However, they fell here like cannon fodder. Yun Nuashing killed one person with one sword, causing everyone to tremble in fear. The storm of energy only lasted for a short while. Even if the energy from the explosion of several hundred mid-grade divine artifacts was doubled, it still couldn't compare to the violent energy from the Netheruan sword. It could only stop the group of experts for a short while before it was forcefully torn apart. However, there were still a few dozen people who were caught off guard and were swept into the storm. We've already come this far. Are we going to stop now? Everyone hesitated when they saw Yin Nuashing rushing toward the barrier. He had killed too many people today. It was too terrifying. who knew what would happen if they continued chasing him. However, if they stopped now, he looked like a lamp that was about to run out of oil. Although they thought he was about to run out of oil a few minutes ago, the result was that he had killed nearly 10,000 of them. What kind of place would a dying person be able to do this? Kill. In the end, the greed and killing intent in their hearts prevailed. Countless people chased after him. They were so fast that they almost reached him in an instant and bombarded him with energy. The white small bee saw this and suddenly let out a low cry. It looked at the golden barrier that was close at hand and suddenly pushed Yin Nuoxing with its little claws. It was about to withdraw and block all the energy. Whoa! However, before it could run out, Yin Nuoxing's wings wrapped around it, causing it to let out a cry. During this process, there was an overwhelming amount of violent energy flying toward it from behind. It pierced through the space and poured down like a torrential rain. Some of it was already close to him and was about to hit him. Boom! An extremely hot and dazzling pillar of light, like the light of destruction from 1,000 suns, suddenly bloomed with a temperature that could burn the void. The huge golden energy pillar fell from the sky like the light of judgment and landed on the ground. Dazzling golden sparks and ashes floated in the air with the light pillar. It was like the divine light of the beginning of heaven and earth, extremely dazzling. The blazing pillar of light carried the power to incinerate all things, engulfing everyone. The golden flames were like a prairie, adhering to their bodies. Miserable roars immediately rang out. The terrifying golden flames were even able to incinerate divine artifacts into ashes. Bang! A violent storm suddenly swept up, bringing with it the blazing golden pillar of fire. Its power was increased by dozens of times, and it slammed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently. The wind swept up the golden flames and quickly spread across the ground, churning into the air. It was as if the entire world was burning. Yin Nuoxing gasped for breath. His left eye was drenched in blood, and his vision in his right eye was blurry as well. He barely managed to turn around, and he saw another icy storm suddenly descend. Icy clouds covered the sky, and deadly ice crystals rapidly spun down. Every single ice crystal could easily pierce through the defenses of a god king, and in this space, there were thousands of ice crystals. Together with the golden flames, they were even more powerful. Ding ding dang dang. Inside the huge golden pillar of light, there was an energy barrier that blocked the berserk golden flame tornado. The ice crystals that were the size of an arm collided with the barrier, producing a crisp sound. In a short period of time after the sudden attack, the crowd quickly reacted. They used their divine artifacts to support a powerful defense, blocking these powerful attacks. They didn't lose too many people. Although these powerful attacks couldn't break through the defense of their divine artifacts, they were successfully delayed by these attacks. If it was a divine underworld expert who didn't have a divine artifact outside, they would have been burned alive or smashed to death. Finally awake, Yin Nuoxing gasped for breath and coughed up a mouthful of blood. She clenched her teeth and controlled her broken body to retreat. Finally, she entered the barrier. "Little star," several panicked shouts came from behind her. Yin Nuoxing did not even have the strength to respond. The oval barrier had already returned to normal. The 9 energy pillars inside had also dissipated. The situation inside had also become blurry. After Xian and the others finished cultivating, the barrier was about to return to its original state. A fragrant wind blew past him. He felt himself falling into a soft embrace. However, he could no longer tell who it was from his various senses. Just as he was about to faint, he struggled to take out the formation book. He did not even have the strength to throw it into the sky. He could only silently chant in his mind and let go of the book to let it fall. The real world and the illusory are separated. Buzz. The formation book fell to the ground. With a plop, an even more powerful formation array replaced the 6 energy barriers. Tiny rays of light shot out from the formation book and landed in the surroundings. They exploded into energy ripples and completely enveloped the area. After this step was completed, Yin Nuoxing's arm hung limply by her side. If it were not for the fact that there was still a trace of life left in his body, Chu Yingxian would have thought that this guy had breathed his last. Yin hugged him and landed in a fluster. Ming Ming and the other girls also hurriedly surrounded him. They took out silk handkerchiefs, and their jade-like hands trembled as they wiped his beautiful face that was covered in blood. Seeing him, who was usually incomparably confident, fall into such a sorry state, their beautiful eyes turned a little red. "He's seriously injured," Qin Yin said in a low voice as she grabbed Yin Nuoxing's wrist with her jade-like hand. She hurriedly examined him, and when she saw that he was covered in cuts and bruises, she gasped and her chest tightened. There wasn't a single spot on his body that wasn't injured. "What do we do? Brother Yin won't die, right?" Yu was so anxious that she wanted to cry. She pinched her skirt helplessly. Little Moon hugged her tightly and murmured, "He'll be fine. Big brother will be fine." She seemed to be comforting Yu, but it was more like she was comforting herself. Xian sniffled and shook her head. The power of the 5 elements flowed from her body into Yin Nuoxing's body and healed the wounds all over his body. She had just hugged Yin Nuoxing, so there was a lot of golden blood on her body. Her hand that was holding Yin Nuoxing's hand could not stop trembling. However, she still forced a smile and said, "Your brother Yin is very strong. He won't die so easily. A scourge lives for 1,000 years. Look, this guy has already lived for more than 70 years. He can still live on. There won't be a problem." Chu Yingxian spoke very casually. If it weren't for the fact that everyone could see her anxious and uneasy gaze and her jade-like legs trembling uncontrollably, they would have been fooled by her calm appearance. Ming was also mobilizing his divine power to heal Yin Nuoxing. However, there were too many auras entangling Yin Nuoxing's body. Everyone could sense that there were at least 10,000 auras entangling his body. What kind of injuries did he suffer? His body was pierced and torn, and even his 6 wings were cracked. The Divine Pattern Tree. Send Big Brother to the Divine Pattern Tree. He will recover the fastest. Ming quickly said when he recalled how Yin Nuoxing had used the Divine Pattern Tree. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but they also quickly recalled what had happened. As the saying went, being overly concerned would cause one to panic. Yin Nuoxing would recover the fastest if he was in the Divine Pattern Tree. Immediately, a group of people lifted him up in a flurry and brought him to the side of the flower on the Divine Pattern Tree. Before they could think of how to put him in, the Divine Pattern Tree split open by itself. Divine patterns stretched out and wrapped Yin Nuoxing up, pulling him into the tree. The results were immediate. Almost at the same time that the Divine Pattern Tree's opening closed, everyone could feel the energy of heaven and earth gathering rapidly. A faint life aura could be felt coming from the tree. They could clearly sense that it was gradually becoming stronger. Feeling that the life aura was gradually recovering, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Unknowingly, their clothes were drenched in sweat. "I told you that a scourge lives for 1,000 years. This guy's like a cockroach that can't be killed." Chu Yingxian said in a very relaxed manner, but her tone was clearly relaxed. Even her tense body had loosened up. At the side, Xiao Xian and the chubby small beast also heaved a sigh of relief. After a moment, Xiao Xian suddenly felt that something was wrong. She fiercely glared at the chubby small beast, scaring it so much that its ears stood up. It cried out in shock and turned to run away. Xiao Xian also howled and chased after it like the wind. After heaving a sigh of relief, Nightmare's expression became terrifyingly gloomy again. He looked at Yin Nuoxing, who had already stabilized, and muttered to himself for a while. Then, he said, "I'll go out and take a look. You guys stay with the boss. I'll go too. I have a way to share some of the energy tides in the yin-yang world." Yuanxi hurriedly said. Nightmare nodded. The two of them rushed out of this place together. They needed to know what had happened during this period of cultivation. How could Yin Nuoxing be injured like this? What was with the tens of thousands of energy auras left in her body? They were very suspicious when they thought of the scene they saw the moment they woke up. Could it be that they had fought? This place could no longer be seen from the outside. The energy had calmed down. The power that cut illusion and reality had turned this place into an illusion. It was untouchable. It was a bit like the place where the pillar of creation was located. It was extremely hidden. Unless it was someone who was allowed to come in, if others wanted to force their way in, they had to at least master the power of the rules. The energy storm outside gradually stopped. Yuan Shi and Nightmare took advantage of the chaos to go out from the side. Not long after, experts such as Shunming and divine gods appeared in this place. They surrounded this place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. However, no one could find the space that had been cut apart. That space was not something that even an Emperor God expert could find easily. The number of people gathered here suddenly increased. The energy tides in the yin-yang world had been severely depleted. The energy concentration had dropped by several levels. It was not as dangerous as before. The air was filled with the smell of blood, reminding everyone of the fierce battle that had just happened. So many young experts had fallen here, causing a faint black gas to fill this place. It was as if vengeful spirits were lingering here. Spiritual, godly body. In the end, he escaped. Kuan Yuan and the demon clan suffered heavy losses. One of the young supreme masters of Kuan Yuan also died in battle. If the high-level gods don't come out, no one should be able to stop him. I don't know what those big shots in the divine world think. None of the spiritual, godly bodies recorded in the ancient books are as exaggerated as his. He's only a demigod now. When he steps into the primary god level, his physique will be further improved. I'm afraid there will be very few people who can stop him. Speaking of which, it's almost time. When the receptive spirit, godly body, reaches the initial godly level, it's the time to hunt. In the past, the receptive spirit, godly bodies all died at this time. Only one or two of the first generation managed to reach great success. After the first generation, there were no more receptive spirit, godly bodies. The news that happened in the yin-yang world was not and could not be concealed. The encirclement of tens of thousands of people and the fall of tens of thousands of experts of the younger generation of the human clan and the demon clan had caused a great uproar. It cannot be concealed at all. Soon it spread out. First, it spread to the water cloud city, then to the spiritual martial city in the center of the Kuan Yuan region in an instant, and then to the other four major regions. In less than half a day, it would spread throughout the divine world. This speed of spreading was many times faster than the speed of the news of the birth of the demon world. Such shocking news naturally gave rise to different reactions in the other regions. Their reactions were also different. Those who were hostile all frowned. Anyway, when the news was sent back to the 9 divine temples, the Golden Empress was already cursing. She was about to take the golden vase and other eternal divine weapons to overturn the Kuan Yuan region. However, she was stopped by Palace Master Jean and the others, who were covered in cold sweat. Ha! Ning Qinxue smiled very kindly. Her pretty face was so dark that half of the East Sea would be dyed black if she washed it. Because the darkness was too frightening, the chuckle caused the hall masters to shiver. Come, let's go together. Ning Qinxue pulled the Golden Empress and prepared to kill her way to the Kuan Yuan region, which made everyone smile bitterly. However, this matter was still reprimanded by the others. They knew that these two wanted to avenge Yin Nuashing. Moreover, they were angry. He was surrounded by tens of thousands of young experts with a lot of divine weapons. In the end, he was almost crippled. This made them frown. Logically speaking, little stars should not be afraid of them, even if they have tens of thousands of divine weapons. How could? Palace Master Jean was distressed and puzzled. However, soon, they contacted Xian and the others through Jade Slips. The latter and the others also explained the matter in detail. When they were talking, Yuan Shi and Nightmare's expressions were still strange. This news also shocked them. Spirit absorbing divine body. Oh, at least Little Star consumes energy. After removing the divine patterns, it will affect the various aspects of energy. He wasn't lying when he said that he can still use divine weapons. It's just that without the divine patterns, regardless of whether he uses divine weapons or other combat methods, his strength will decrease and his energy consumption will increase. His starfall was blocked by a level 8 divine weapon. To put it bluntly, he removed the divine pattern tree for you guys to cultivate. In the end, it was Zai who had watched the whole process who jumped out and spoke. One sentence made Zian and the others fall silent. Well, that idiot will definitely not say it. I will tell you while he is unconscious. Zai spread out his hands and returned to Yin Nuoxing's soul after saying this, leaving the group of people in the Divine Prefecture and the Yin-Yang world in a mess. Chapter 9:57. In the Yin-Yang sky, in the secret boundary, endless energy rose and filled the place with energy mist. This place was like a hidden paradise. The huge energy condensed into a huge whirlpool in the sky. The whirlpool was huge, but it wouldn't go out of the sealed space. The divine pattern tree in the center rustled. Zian and the others, who were guarding beside the divine pattern tree, didn't dare to enter a deep cultivation state at this time. They would wake up every once in a while. Z had told them about the movement of 9 divine patterns at full power at the same time. They didn't expect there to be such a strong movement. They sighed in admiration, but when they saw Yin Nuoxing was still sleeping in the divine pattern tree, they sighed again. Those people are walking around here all day like flies. Can we swat them to death? Seeing a group of people surrounding this place, Chu Yingzhan was a little impatient. She raised her jade-like hand and made a swatting motion. The barrier that separated illusion and reality made this place exist between illusion and reality. People outside couldn't touch this place. Even if they passed through it, they wouldn't feel anything. There are divine underworld experts, divine gods, and divine level 7 or 8 divine weapons outside. Can you go and swat them? Ming said helplessly. They were also annoyed by the people outside. They couldn't see or find anything. There were no traces at all, but they still didn't leave. People always use persistence and patience in strange places. Yuan Shi, who was sitting cross-legged, also sighed helplessly. It's been 3 days. Soon, they will disperse when they can't hold on anymore. Nightmare chuckled. Also, when Boss wakes up, he can leave using the teleportation formation. He can leave quietly. Everyone nodded. Zian blinked at Mei Mao and stared at the divine pattern tree for a long time. She turned to look outside and frowned slightly. Many experts of the older generation are here. Well, the news of Little Star's fierce battle here has spread to several other large regions, including the Yin-Yang world. Before this, the Yin-Yang world was only famous in the Kuan-Yuan region. Many people came here to take a look and cultivate. There's still some time before the energy tide in the Yin-Yang world. Yuan Shi said, in the past few days, he had been sneaking out from time to collect information. He was not worried that someone would see them. In fact, no one would see them. Ming had been staring at the divine pattern tree the whole time. At this moment, Zian reached out and patted her on the head. She came back to her senses and turned her head. Zian smiled at her. It's all right, don't be too nervous. You'll wake up soon. Ming also smiled as she nodded. She ran her fingers through her silver-white hair, and her golden eyes were still fixated on the divine pattern tree. A trace of self-reproach could be seen in her eyes. Originally, she wouldn't have sunk into such a deep state of cultivation. She still had to watch over everyone else. Who would have thought that because of a moment of carelessness, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart? If she had fought alongside her brother back then, she would have been able to lessen the pressure on him. Speaking of which, what is this thing that's as fat as a ball? Yuan Shi pointed at the round, white, small beast lying not far in front of Zian. He asked curiously, this little guy has been here for 3 days. Did Little Star bring it back? G. As soon as he said this, Xiao Xian, who was curled up in Bing Er's arms, jumped up. Its 6 tails stood up, and it shouted to refute. However, everyone was confused and did not know what it was saying. Bing Er understood. She rolled her eyes and said, Xiao Xian said that this ball suddenly appeared when father was exhausted. It's round and quite cute. Zian picked it up and looked at it with a smile that was as beautiful as a flower. Her jade-like hands stroked its fur, and the little white ball immediately let out a comfortable cry. Its ears and tail trembled unceasingly. After playing with it for a while, the thing that Yuan she called the white ball jumped down from Xian's arms. It stretched on the ground like a cat and walked 2 steps. Then Nightmare grabbed it and tossed it around. The white ball also found it fun and cried out happily. So what is this thing? Nightmare looked at it strangely for a while. He did not have any impression of it. He threw it to Qin Yin, who was as quiet as a jade sculpture, and said, "Is there any record of it in the Qin family?" Qin Yin froze for a moment, then reflexively reached out and caught the white ball. She looked at it strangely for a while, then hesitated for a moment. She poked its belly with her jade-like fingers, then pinched its 4 little paws. The soft feeling made her beautiful eyes light up. This little thing's soft and cute appearance had a mesmerizing effect on men and women, old and young. Even Qin Yin, who had calmly ascended to immortality, couldn't resist it. She reached out and played with it with her 10 fingers. After a while, Qin Yin felt the subtle change in everyone's expression. She blushed and shook her head. "I've never seen it." Then, she turned her gaze to Yuan Shi. "What about the Yuan family?" Yuan Shi helplessly spread out his hands. "Unfortunately, I've never seen it either." Xian and Ming were also very curious. They can only look at Bing Air. Does Bing Air know? What made them feel helpless was that Bing Air also shook her head. "However," she said, "although I don't know what it is, its bloodline fluctuations are not inferior to mine." This sentence shocked everyone. Bing Air was a mythical beast. Its bloodline was extremely powerful. It had also been strengthened by Yun Nuashing with various fairy items. Its bloodline was even more powerful. Except for Feng, and Little White, it was stronger than other mythical beasts. Now, there was a little creature whose bloodline fluctuations were not inferior to hers. This was a bit mysterious. I heard some news. It has something to do with this ball. Yuan she suddenly remembered. A few days ago, a few days before the Little Star battle, the Kuan Yuan spiritual emperor and many others were looking for this demonic beast. Maybe the Kuan Yuan spiritual emperor knows something. Nightmare said, the spiritual emperor was killed by the angry boss. Yuan she smiled bitterly. Everyone looked at the white ball rolling around on the ground. They were all puzzled. This fellow was like a cat, but not a cat. It was like a ball. Listening to its comfortable whimpers, everyone was satisfied. This little fellow was so cute. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? Suddenly, the infatuated expression on his face disappeared. Yuan Shi raised his head in astonishment. He looked at the divine pattern tree and then at everyone. He scratched his head. Well, I'm being paranoid. The sky was a chaotic reddish-black color. The 2 suns were dim without any light and looked sickly. Without their dazzling outer shells, only 2 dim spheres were left hanging in the sky. On the ground, black smoke drifted and spread out for tens of thousands of miles. Boom! A terrifying explosion of energy occurred on the horizon. A city collapsed in their line of sight. The massive defensive barrier was as fragile as a piece of paper and would shatter at the slightest touch. The hundreds of billions of mortals in the city cried and screamed as they fled. Even the weak cultivators fell to the ground, their bodies cold and their legs trembling. They could only watch as the shockwaves expanded and swept towards them. That was a bustling city with pavilions, palaces, and hundreds of billions of lives. At this moment, a shockwave swept past, and everything was turned into smoke. Nothing was left. Time seemed to be frozen at this moment. The last moment of hundreds of billions of lives was frozen. It was cast into thousands of scenes that played over and over again. Heaven and earth collapsed, and the void collapsed. The barrier of time was also riddled with holes. The sands of time and the river of time flowed backward through the holes and fell into the present world. The chaotic time storm almost engulfed this world into eternal darkness. Energy gales spanned tens of thousands of light years and gathered in one place. A sunken vortex appeared in the collapsing sky. It was like a black hole that swallowed this world. Hey, wake up. Can you still stand up? Hold on. We have to escape from this hell. The youth with empty eyes was awakened by several people in a daze. He looked at the bones at his feet. Those were his parents. They fell into a pool of blood and no longer had any signs of life. Several people carried the youth on their shoulders and hurried. They moved thousands of meters with each step and flew toward the horizon. The youth's gray eyes reflected the mountains of corpses and the sea of blood. Blood flowed, and endless flames spread for hundreds of millions of miles. Mountains collapsed, covering the sea of blood. The earth wailed and opened up abyss after abyss, swallowing the blood and bones, burying them all in the ground. Forget those things. First, you have to live. From today onwards, you have to live on strong. The gods have given up on this world. This realm of the gods is finished. Those beautiful things no longer exist. All that's left is blood and pain. The person said to the youth, "Look at this sinful world. Gods, gods. Ha, a battle between gods. The gods are destroying this world. They are high and mighty existences, the rulers of all things. They are worshipped by thousands of people. Now they want to destroy this world." It was as if there had once been a magnificent night. The river of stars traversed the night sky. A silver plate hung high. The gentle moonlight dyed the starry sky and scattered the aurora. Heaven and earth collapsed. The stars fell and the sky was torn apart. The fragments of a silver moon turned into a meteor shower and fell to the ground. The falling stars covered all life. In the sky, dragons roared. Their roars shook the mountains and rivers. Millions of races and countless lives soared into the sky. The starry sky was smashed into pieces. The gods' blood and gods' bones were blasted into pieces and scattered to every corner of the void. Millions of holes were smashed into the world. The long river in the void devoured the elements of the world and returned everything to zero. The dazzling flames incinerated all things, turning them into deathly black ashes that fell onto this deathly ground. Even the stars were annihilated into dust. It was like an ancient myth telling a story that no one knew. The fantasy story of the destruction of heaven and earth and the annihilation of stars did not exist in memory. It was also not left in history. The darkest period would be covered by darkness forever. The eternal war will never stop until heaven and earth are overturned and the world collapses. A nightmarish world. The beautiful scene was vivid in everyone's eyes. It was like an illusion that mocked everyone. A terrifying war broke out at the end of the horizon. Every strand of leaked energy, even if it was 100 billion times weaker, was enough to tear the starry sky into pieces. The exploding stars became the only source of light in this dark night. Endless sparks ignited the starry sky. Yin Nuashing stood in the starry sky in a daze. He did not know why he was fighting or why these people were attacking him. He was like a passerby, looking at all the ferocious people who were spilling their blood here. Their auras were incomparably powerful, enough to shake the void and the universe. They were like the masters of the world. No one could resist them, yet such powerful people were falling in droves in front of him. It was as cheap and meaningless as harvesting wheat. The strange phenomenon of their deaths filled the dark starry sky. It was gorgeous, magnificent, and sorrowful. The enormous resentment distorted the stability of this world. Yin Nuashing's hands were stained with blood. The golden blood was not his, but someone else's. He waved the weapon in his hand blankly. The fluctuations of the war in the distance were getting more and more intense. It was as if there was a monstrous, giant demon there, devouring the blood and bones of the gods. Why? He did not understand the meaning of this war. He did not know what the origin was. He was just blindly killing those who exposed their hostility to him. He was also injured by others. This was a dream, an eternal nightmare. It told him about the ancient war that had happened. It destroyed heaven and earth, and the stars were annihilated. He also became one of the people involved. It was as if he was there. The gods were like ants, and the gods were also very insignificant. Is this something that happened during the Age of Darkness? Or the twilight of the gods during the Age of Mythology? Yin Nuashing lamented. This war had involved countless worlds. Thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of worlds were destroyed. The center of the battlefield was the realm of the gods. How ironic. The first major world of the Eight Elements realm The place that countless people yearned for had now become the source of chaos. The endless war affected tens of millions of worlds in the Eight Elements realm. It even disturbed the other elemental realms. It was the ultimate land of chaos, emitting destruction and death. How many people had died? The unit probably had to be calculated in terms of capital, but that was meaningless. Even the existence of the world had become a unit of measurement in this destructive vortex. How many worlds had this war destroyed? Millions, billions. Half of the void was filled with 6 elemental realms. The barriers of the elemental realms could not be healed. It was as if there was only the great elemental realm before the creation of heaven and earth. Here, explosions were happening in all directions. The world was burning, and there was not a single place in the void that was safe. Countless people had fallen. They might have been mortals, great men, saints, geniuses, or children of destiny when they were alive, but it was meaningless. They were just a speck of dust, so insignificant that they could not cause a ripple in this world. They were just objects attached to a cold unit of measurement. No matter how vigorous they were, there was only death in this place. What do you want to tell me? Yin Nuashin gasped. His sweat and blood mixed together, drenching his clothes. His face was stained with the blood of other lives, which had already formed into hard lumps. His long hair tangled with other people's divine bones. Why do you want me to know? The divine sword pierced through his chest, but he did not even frown. His heart was dug out by a giant claw, but made his aura even more violent. Why would a heavenly god be afraid of such injuries? Even if his head was pierced through, he could still continue to fight until his life and blood ran out. Fight! With a loud bang, a star condensed from energy exploded. The violent energy covered thousands of light years, turning that area into a vacuum. Even the void no longer existed. Fight! It was as if he had become a member of the dusty history. He was not repeating the events of history. This was just a dream that lasted for eternity. It was a very realistic dream. He could feel the pain, but he could not die. He was only fighting. The Yun Nuashing of the past could not bear these injuries and pain, could not bear this resentment that spanned across galaxies. Then, let Quartermoon bear it. This was a battle that could not be ended. The memory of fear that remained in his bloodline could not be found, nor could he see the end. The only thing he could do was to keep on fighting. Truly, human lives were like grass. Even heavenly gods could not protect themselves. They were struggling at death's door on the battlefield. There were as many deities as the sand and the sea, but it was only a single explosion of energy. There was no space for the mortals in the myriad realms to exist here. Any energy shockwave was enough to destroy the entire world. Boom! Brilliant sword radiance streaked across the sky, sweeping past from 1,000 li away. Tens of thousands of gods and devils fell, exploding into a bloody mist. A heavenly deity was heavily injured. That streak of energy shattered the space, rampaging through the void, engulfing hundreds of spheres of light. Those spheres of light were directly extinguished, swallowed by the void. Those were all tangible worlds. No one could dominate the battlefield here. Spirit God Supremes were just ants. No matter what deities, no matter if they were heavenly gods whose names shook the void, they were all nameless. In an instant, their existence was released to the extreme. Names, titles, and deity positions were all meaningless. Their bodies died and their Tao perished. The deities perished and their souls were destroyed. This was not the battlefield of deities. Even the heavenly gods could not make the decision. The heavenly gods who looked down on the myriad realms and controlled the void were just a speck of dust in this destroyed primordial realm. Even if they fell and released a vision, it was just a small spark. Look, life is so meaningless. Deities, heavenly gods, they're just measurement units. What have you gained? What's the point of sacrificing your entire life? In the end, it is just death. Ha 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 ha. Kill. Ha. Everywhere was a battlefield. Mortals were driven mad. Deities were driven mad. Deities were driven mad. Deities had lost their minds, and everyone had gone mad. The powerful beings that the Eight Elements realm had nurtured for countless years were destroying this world in a frenzy. No one could protect this world anymore. Life planets were shattered, galaxies were torn apart, and the starry sky was split in half. The concept of space was eliminated. The sea of time flowed backward, and the barrier of the primordial realm could not be restored. This world was already riddled with holes and was struggling at death's door. Perhaps there was a place that could be called the center of the battlefield. The light there was brighter than the sparks of tens of thousands of worlds. However, no matter who went there, they would die and turn into ashes. No one knew what was inside. That place was cunning enough to take everyone's life. Bang, bang, bang. In the formless and colorless starfield, in this chaotic land of laws, the sound of shattering resounded throughout the entire starry sky. Cracks of unknown length, perhaps extending for hundreds of billions of light years, suddenly exploded. The debris of the collapsed world fell into the present world, smashing non-deities into a bloody mess. This world is going to be destroyed. Yin-Washing side. The first great world of the Eight Elements realm couldn't hold on any longer. Even if countless deities and deities had ascended since ancient times, making this world impregnable, it wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer under such extreme destruction. It was about to be nibbled and swallowed by the void, just like those annihilated worlds. The explosion of the huge, starry sky didn't stop the battlefield for even a fraction of a second. Everyone had gone crazy. The world was burning. As far as the eye could see, there was only burning, exploding, and the blood of deities and the death of deities. I'll do my best. I'll burn the entire void, the entire world, even if I have to drag the primordial realm down with me. I won't hesitate. In the chaotic and dark starfield, an extremely brilliant light shadow suddenly appeared. An incomparably huge world crack opened behind it, and huge light spheres of thousands of feet in size squeezed in through the crack. Those were worlds, as many as 10,000 of them. They were all contaminated with the aura of that light shadow and were being refined to the extreme. It wanted to use the power of these 10,000 worlds to destroy everything. These worlds have all given birth to deities and deities. The world barrier is incomparably powerful. It's its own world. Those 10,000 worlds are all worlds derived from its creation. Yin-Washing side. Was it going to sacrifice its own 10,000 worlds to unleash its strongest attack, destroying everything in its path? He looked at that extremely brilliant light sphere, but he couldn't see clearly what was inside. What was inside? Could it be the source of this endless war? Boom! A world-shaking explosion shook the chaotic starry sky. Everyone was still for a moment. They saw that the extreme light shadow suddenly ignite itself, and a huge figure that stood between heaven and earth appeared behind it. After that figure appeared, it also burned crazily. The light sphere formed by the world shattered, and endless energy poured into the flames. The 5 divine rings that stood in the starry sky suddenly collapsed. A divine staff stood beside it, and at this moment, it let out a mournful sigh. That was the weapon of the deity's divine authority. It was half of the deity's body, and it was also falling apart. That extreme light shadow was risking its life, burning itself to the end. The deity's life-risking attack, gambling everything, burning its life and divine soul. I am reincarnation. Reincarnation. I alone am reincarnation itself. Another person soared into the sky. His 5 divine rings collapsed, and the power of reincarnation swept out like a monstrous storm, killing everyone who came close. He burned his divine body, burned his divine blood and divine soul, and a distorted voice roared out from his body, spreading throughout the starry sky. I am the one who cut off the path of reincarnation, never to be reincarnated. Even if I have to sink into nothingness and chaos forever, I will drag you down. Chapter 958. Burn my bones. Fight to the end. Defy my soul. Press forward with indomitable will. I'm just a moth flying into the fire. Even if I'm smashed to pieces and my reincarnation is cut off, I'm not afraid of death. If you can withstand the wrath of billions of moths, show me what you're made of, bastard. The roar of the heavenly god who had burned thousands of worlds and heavenly god reincarnation was a slogan, but it was more like the beginning of a series of events. Countless heavenly gods did not hesitate to burn their bodies and souls, break their weapons of divine authority, and do everything they could to transform into a pure and violent energy that merged together. They burned everything: divine origin energy, elements, divine soul, divine bones, divine blood, and time. If it was still not enough, then they would bet their lives and the entire world. We are the heavenly gods who suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths, but we never thought that we would be as insignificant as dust on this battlefield. Even so, I'll do my part as dust. The shock waves of the godly meteors in the distance were unable to affect the atmosphere here. Countless heavenly deities exchanged glances and seemed to have thought of something. Gritting their teeth, the energy in their bodies began to surge rapidly. They actually ignored their enemies. The self-destruction of a heavenly deity couldn't be reversed. This was the most sacred scene, the most terrifying scene. It was unstoppable, unstoppable. Even their opponents could only watch on helplessly or be swept away by the shock waves of the explosion and die together with them. Tens of thousands of heavenly gods and countless other heavenly gods roared angrily. They also wanted to use everything they had to let out the loudest roar at this darkest moment. Even if they died, they wanted to splash their enemies with their blood. So many heroes, so many heavenly gods. They are all high and mighty existences who suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and whose prestige spreads throughout the void, in the realm of the gods. Those who could still see this scene all raised their heads. Countless heavenly gods and heavenly gods had self-destructed, lighting up the dark, starry sky. There was no discussion. They just happened to have the same idea in an instant. It was just that one of them took the lead, and the entire sky lit up because of it. The light was even more dazzling and dazzling than the light of the entire 8 primordial realms. It's useless. The gap between us is too big. Yin blankly looked at the burning dark starry sky. She watched a group of heavenly gods bravely rushing to their deaths. Blood and tears flowed down her face. Countless divine halos rose and shattered. The violent energy almost pierced through the starry sky. What did you say? What's useless? The person beside him flew into a rage and grabbed him by the collar. His face was distorted as he roared at him. We are all heavenly gods. Even the weakest standing here is a god, a heavenly god. We should be overlooking the world and protecting this fragile world. Look at this hopeless place. Look at this hell. Our home has been destroyed. Everyone is sacrificing their lives and burning their blood and bones, just to give that bastard the most vicious blow. We're finished. This world is finished. The glory of the past has all come to an end. On this battlefield, all the gods are servants, and the heavenly gods are soldiers. However, we don't have generals, we're just dead soldiers. The more powerful heavenly gods are just strong ants. That's right, we're ants, but even a group of ants can devour a giant dragon. This is what we should do. This is the meaning of our existence. It's the last bit of meaning we have in our twisted lives. There's no source of hope. We're the last hope of this world. Who else can the powerful heavenly gods beg? We have no choice. We can't retreat. It's not a fight to the death, but a bitter struggle in the soup. If even we turn around and leave, who will control this world, this primordial realm? Him. This heavenly god powerhouse pointed at the white ball of light fiercely and roared at Yin Nuashing. The divine halo behind him also began to collapse. He was also about to launch a desperate attack. You're also a heavenly god. One heavenly god is nothing to be afraid of, but if we combine forces, we can at least make that bastard suffer. He flung Yin Nuashing away. His anger and hot blood gathered in his divine soul and divine blood. His body began to collapse, and he even pulled in 2 or 3 enemies and annihilated them together. Yin Nuashing closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened them and let out a long sigh. This was just a dream. It was incomparably real, and it happened in the past. However, things might not be as bad as he thought. Perhaps their combined forces couldn't even break through the other party's defense. That's a powerhouse above the heavenly gods. Just like how the heavenly gods look down on the other gods, it can also look down on all the other gods in the universe. From the very beginning, this battle had no other direction. That heavenly god looked at him coldly. His body rapidly aged and emitted divine light. He was overdrawing the power of time, compressing all the heavenly gods' endless lifespan into this moment. He accumulated all the power in his body, enough to launch a world-shaking attack. It doesn't matter anymore. I can't do anything. I can't influence anything. Yin Nuashing let out a heavy sigh. He was a person in a dream. No matter how realistic this dream became, he couldn't influence what had happened before. Now, it was just a story of a broken dream. He sat down cross-legged in the starry sky and looked at the blurry vision that was gradually forming. He looked at the heavenly god who was about to become eternal and said indifferently, "But at least I can fulfill your wishes. Go take this in charge. Before your soul burns out, burn this flame to the 9 heavens and 10 earths." With a wave of his hand, a black guqin suddenly appeared on his lap. The dark and deep colors of the 7 strings seemed to be flowing, revealing a strange color. Behind Yin Nuashing, a terrifying aura of primal chaos erupted. The energy that could overturn the rules of the world and destroy everything made the starry sky fall silent. Clang! Strands of guqin music drifted out. The elements of primal chaos violently surged like boiling water. The violent aura died, Yin Nuashing's long hair a deep black. Black runes appeared on his body and clung to various parts of his body. Behind him, 5 divine halos appeared, also dyed in a dark color. The faint guqin music didn't have a climax or a prelude. It was only a low sound that seemed a little messy. There was no rhythm at all. It didn't seem like music. It sounded like a guqin player who was casually plucking the strings when he was upset, making noisy guqin music. It was low and dispirited, but it also seemed like an ending. It was a final note for the music that was about to be extinguished. It was like a lingering sound that was gradually dissipating, reverberating alone in the void and in the primal chaos. The guqin music surged with the great Tao. It communicated with the rules of the world and transformed the power of the world. The rules no longer existed. Suddenly, everything that happened in the starry sky became strange and motley. There were no rules in this world to speak of. The battle of heavenly gods had broken all the concepts and elements in this world, reversing the rules. The heavenly gods themselves had become the representatives of the rules, binding the fragile rules of this world. When the low and gentle music drifted out, the rules of this world underwent a strange change. "You?" That heavenly god was startled. After a moment, he suddenly laughed. "What? Can I also do my part?" It was as if he didn't know what was about to happen. He could still laugh at the last moment, laughing as he welcomed death. This was a cry that he had given up on reincarnation. He would rather fall into eternal oblivion. This was the only time in all of eternity. "Even if I die, I have to fight. This is the only chance. How can I die without seeing the enemy? There's no time to see the next life. Forget it. Let's part ways here. Even if my divine soul is burned and I become a mortal soul, escaping from eternal reincarnation, it doesn't mean that we can't meet again. We'll meet again in the mortal world. Tens of thousands of forces are gathered here. I am also a heavenly god. I fight for this world. How can I let you die alone?" Extremely powerful energy auras came from all directions. They were burning and emitting the loudest roars in this world. Have they given up on all the battlefields and gathered here? Yin Nuashing could sense that in the void, many extremely powerful beings were charging toward this place with the momentum of self-destruction. Even if some of their auras were already very weak, they were still burning with the brightest sparks. This void was about to be burned to ashes. The beings that had nurtured an entire era were about to release the most brilliant flames at this moment. These heavenly gods, even if they knew that they were going to die, even if they knew that there was no way for their divine souls to return, they were still like moths to a flame. They resolutely chose to self-immolate. Tens of thousands of moths burned themselves, willing to burn up their eternal lives and contribute a tiny bit of power that was as insignificant as a speck of dust. Who are you? Tens of millions of God's Park weapons and divine authority weapons collapsed. A sea of light gathered from every corner of the endless void. This place was about to be drowned in the most sacred light. Even the great demons, demon gods, and heavenly demon gods erupted with the most sacred light at this moment. The most divine and holy light was enough to make any heavenly god feel ashamed of their inferiority. Why did you transmit this dream to me? The enemy heavenly deities were doing their best to stop this grand heavenly deity sacrifice. However, when the heavenly deities reached their limits, they abandoned everything, igniting their own bodies. None of this could be stopped. They would only be engulfed in it, becoming another spark in the cannon fire. Yin Nuashing sat cross-legged in the void and played the zither without any distracting thoughts. Her slender fingers danced on the surface of the zither. The lingering sounds of primal chaos didn't have any high-pitched or rhythmic notes. It was just a lingering sound after the end of the song. It was like a mournful song played for the souls of the dead on the battlefield at dusk. It only brought about the lingering sounds of destruction. What it played was the meaningless noise left behind by the destruction of all things. It was the lingering sounds of destruction when the primal chaos was annihilated. Are they really overestimating themselves? Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh. With a flick of her finger, another world was annihilated. It turned into endless energy and collapsed towards this world. The void had already changed. This place had become the destination of the whirlpool. Everything in the eight elements realm was being swept towards this place. He sent down a strand of divine sense, and the whirlpool's zither appeared beside him. This surprised him a little, but he didn't think too much about it. The whirlpool's zither played softly. It contained a power that could turn something rotten into something magical. It floated in the void along with the melody. It carried a strong taste of reincarnation, as if the entire world had fallen into a reincarnation cycle. Prelude to Reincarnation. Yin Nuashing was very familiar with these two tunes. However, she was ultimately not a person who cultivated in music. It was already not bad that she could display 80% of the power of the two tunes. The two tunes didn't become strange when they mixed together. Instead, they fused together in a very peculiar way. The two tunes converged into a single tune. It floated and spread in the void with invisible waves. Boom! An enemy with an aura of death rushed in front of her and tried to pierce through her body with a palm. However, the moment the palm came into contact with the invisible waves, it shattered into ashes. Then the entire body exploded with a puff. It dissipated into clouds and smoke and integrated into the incomparably huge energy. Yin Nuashing was silent as he watched him die. He sucked in a deep breath and looked at the flames that lit up the starry sky in all directions. Suddenly, there was movement in the most brilliant light, causing him to turn his gaze. He knew that the final moment had arrived. Then, he would be able to witness everything. Take this. This is the last roar we can let out. Go to hell, you bastard. It contained the violent energy of tens of millions of gods and heavenly gods. It carried the thought of charging forward regardless of anything. It was like the sun colliding with the moon. The energy of the two almost reached the same level in an instant. The white light ball trembled violently. Nothing could be seen. Yin Nuashing vaguely saw that there seemed to be someone inside. He gently pointed his finger. Boom! A brilliant ray of light, like the light of eternity, pierced through everything, pierced through the void of the entire primordial realm. The fiery light from the sacrifices of tens of millions of gods was as small as a firefly in front of it. How could a firefly compete with the bright moon? The shattered eternity, the shattering of concepts, the disappearance of karma, and the disappearance of rules. In the torn, starry sky, only a brilliant light that shattered the entire era was left. Under that kind of power, everything in the heavens was destroyed. It was like a mockery. Everything was meaningless. The light of eternity pierced through the void in an instant and penetrated the entire primordial realm. It penetrated from the 8th primordial realm to the 1st primordial realm, creating a huge hole. When the brilliant eternal light descended, Yin Nuashing slowly closed her eyes. The two zither beside her shattered. Her body also melted in the energy. She could not hold on for more than a moment. Is it a sorrowful wish, or is it the remaining unwillingness? In the yin-yang sky, under the divine pattern tree, Xian suddenly opened her eyes. Her heart palpitated for no reason. She looked up. Mei Mao shrank back slightly. She said to Yuan Shi, "I think I know what you forgot. To be exact, I forgot." Ziyan's bitter voice caused Yuan Shi and the others to be stunned. They all turned their gazes and looked in the direction she was looking at. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air, causing their teeth to chatter. They almost fainted. Buzz! In the center of the divine pattern tree, where Yun Nuashing was resting, a huge black energy ball suddenly appeared. The black energy formed a vortex in the space, dyeing the surrounding energy black. It revealed a violent aura that made people uneasy. In the black vortex, there seemed to be a rhythm coming out. It was low and gentle, like a gently flowing river of magma. It seemed calm, but there were turbulent currents hidden. Nightmare! Yuan Shi's teeth were chattering. They had all seen it before. Yin Nuashing, who was entangled in a nightmare, turned into a berserk state in his dream. It was as if he had brought the dream to reality, but he was unconscious. It was fine if he was dreaming, but his body was not obedient. Although I don't know what you're talking about. Chu Yingzhan pointed at the black energy that was growing stronger and stronger. It dyed the divine pattern tree black. The power of the chaotic elements made her face pale. Let's hide for a while. Ming's eyes flashed. She had heard about the eternal nightmare from Xian and the others, but this was the first time she saw it with her own eyes. The violent energy was not the key to causing the nightmare. The nightmare was born from the heart, and Yin Nuashing was just a reaction from sleepwalking. I'll go and pull my brother back. Ming's golden Mei Mao froze slightly, and she said calmly. Everyone was shocked because in the next moment, they saw Ming rush out. This girl's actions were much faster than they thought. She had only said that to notify them. However, the shock was not over. Before anyone could speak, a dark purple figure rushed out, causing everyone's shock to turn into horror. Buzz! However, just as Ming rushed in front of the black energy and was about to open the divine barrier and charge in with the chaotic elements, the chaotic energy whirlpool suddenly trembled. Then, it gradually shrank until it disappeared. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Even she was stunned. Xian hurriedly pulled her back. The aftershocks of the chaotic elements were still reverberating in the air. Even though this aura had the smell of Yin Nuashing, it still made her feel very uncomfortable. As the energy vortex disappeared, the divine imprints that had spread out in the air also began to shrink. One after another, the mysterious divine imprints seemed to be folding and shrinking unceasingly. Yin Nuashing, who was in the middle of the divine imprint tree, appeared in everyone's line of sight. His body was bent over, his hands hugging his knees. His rainbow-colored long hair swayed gently behind his back. That beautiful face of his was extremely calm and peaceful. There were no signs of him going berserk at all. The divine imprints that had retracted were like birds returning to their nests as they flew back to his body, once again covering his body. His eyes trembled slightly. A colorful light flashed across his eyes. Yin Nuashing opened his eyes in a daze. He looked as if he had just woken up and was still in a daze. He had just woken up from a dream. "Little star, you're awake?" Xian pulled Ming forward. Mei Mao looked at Yin Nuashing, who was gradually relaxing. She reached out her hand and casually pinched him a few times. A complicated light flashed across Yin Nuashing's eyes. There seemed to be a lot of information flowing through his eyes, but they could not understand it. It seemed that he had encountered something again. and he should be somewhat sad. There was some sadness in his eyes. There was some vicissitudes of life, but there was also some majesty. He was like a god. His gaze was as deep as the stars. No one could see through him or understand him. The vicissitudes of life and the deep gaze only lasted for a while. When Yun Nuoxing closed his eyes and opened them again, his colorful eyes had regained their liveliness. His diamond-shaped pupils flashed like gems. The familiar spiritual light made Xian and Ming heave a sigh of relief. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and slowly relaxed. He would bury that dream in the depths of his soul. It was a very scary dream. He felt that it was revealing something to him, but now was not the time to reveal it. When he looked up, he saw Xian and Ming standing in front of him. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. He reached out his hands to hold the two girls' faces and pinched them for a while. He said, "Don't worry. It's fine now." Then he lowered his head to look at everyone. "Oh, you've all finished cultivating?" Yuanxi staggered. A cross-shaped vein appeared on his forehead. "Oh my God, don't you think you should explain something?" "Oh," Yun Nuoxing pondered. He looked up at the sky. After a while, he lowered his head and grinned. "We'll talk about it next time. Hey, let's go. It's time to continue our journey. Next stop, Fuhai City." Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and laughed loudly. Chapter 959. Thousands of miles up in the sky, a crimson phoenix had a wingspan of 1,000 meters. The feathers on its tail were as dazzling as a blooming flower. The crimson aura and feathers danced in the air, and the spiritual fire descended from the sky like a sun. A blazing sun streaked across the sky, and when it passed by a human settlement, it would cause a commotion. The blazing sun flew across the sky at an extremely fast speed, like a meteor flashing by. However, the sparks falling from the sky let everyone know that it wasn't an illusion. A sun really did fly across the sky. A miracle. This is a miracle. The Li family just gave birth to a chubby boy, and he already caused a vision of heaven and earth. He's definitely a divine fetus. In fact, through the sun, a group of people could be seen sitting cross-legged or sitting on the phoenix's back. The sparks and feathers falling from the sky brought back the excited voices that sounded like they were drunk. The people on the phoenix's back were embarrassed and helpless when they heard the voices. "Who told you to change to such a flashy way of traveling? Now, it's like a great fortune descending from the heavens when you go out. Foolish mortals would think that some god is flying over their heads." Those voices didn't stop for a while, and they were already sick of hearing them. Chu Yingxian even thought that she heard no less than 1,000 kinds of prayers. It was as if the gods had sent down all kinds of visions when they were traveling. People mistook it for a great omen when, in fact, it was just a group of people hurrying in the sky. Yun Nuoxing spread his hands innocently. Why did he suddenly stop using the Netherworld Ruin Sword and ride the phoenix instead? In fact, this wasn't Feng Er's transformation. Yun Nuoxing used the power that Feng Er had accumulated in his soul to transform into this form. It originated from the power of the phoenix, and that was why it had such an appearance and charm. That unlucky girl had been nestled in his soul as an egg for a long time. There was energy pouring out, and he had to release it before it burned his soul. In this regard, everyone could only sigh. Yun Nuoxing's body was like a world of its own, and anything could be released. Not far away from the crowd, a white six-tailed fox was chasing after a round ball that was about a foot in size. Unbeknownst to the crowd, these two little fellows had actually become familiar with each other. In the beginning, they didn't even get along. It was mainly because Xiao Xian had a strong sense of territory. When she saw that round thing jumping onto Yun Nuoxing's body, she was instantly enraged. She did not expect it to be so playful now. Most of the time, Xiao Xian was the one bullying it. For example, she used her 6 tails to slap it around like a ball. Sometimes, she would treat it like a piece of meat and bite it. This joyous scene made everyone lose the mood to cultivate. Now, other than Yu and Little Moon, who were still cultivating, hoping to reach the elementary god realm as soon as possible, the others didn't dare to cultivate at the same time. Profound arts and god techniques of divine grade and above, Yinhua Planet even joked that the next time he would use his law domain to send them to the starry sky to cultivate. Did Xiao Xian find a partner? Shu Yingjian chuckled as she grabbed Xiao Xian's tail and pulled it into her arms. Mei Mao shone brightly as she stroked its silky fur. Both of them are female. Are they lesbians? Yinhua rolled her eyes. Everyone was shocked. May I ask how you could tell that the ball is female? No matter what, I have a soul contract with 3 godly beasts. How can I not tell the difference from the aura of the ball's gender? Yinhua rolled her eyes at them. Bing Er nodded in agreement. It's female. Yinhua scooped up the shivering little beast that was curled up on his lap and rubbed it in his arms. Then he lifted it up by its tail with one hand and looked at it with a gaze as if he was looking at roasted meat. The latter was so shocked that it trembled even more violently. What exactly is this ball? Yuanshi couldn't help but ask. Yinhua put the little thing, which had been scared half to death by them, on his head. Seeing its tail drooping down and sweeping across his face, he thought for a moment and changed the direction of its head and tail. Only then did Yinhua say, "What is it? Even you don't know?" Everyone was shocked. This was a divine realm expert. "Oh, I think I know." Yinhua tilted her head and stared at the little guy lying on her head. She lowered her head slightly and pondered for a long time. Just when everyone was about to fall asleep, Yinhua finally came back to her senses and said, "It should be an illusion beast." Everyone was shocked again. Then, Yuan Shi and Nightmare both waved their hands with a "you're joking" expression. Little Star is being silly. An illusion beast can't even be considered a divine beast. It's just an ordinary demonic beast. Ordinary illusion beasts don't have the bloodline of a divine beast, but this little guy's bloodline is at the divine beast level. Nightmare also nodded and added, "If an illusion beast has a fortuitous encounter, it can evolve into a divine beast called an illusion beast. Divine beasts are called divine beasts. However, the latter two have almost never appeared." "So, this is a divine beast?" Shu Yingjian crawled over and poked the little guy on Yinhua's head. The little immortal in her arms was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, but she held it tightly and couldn't break free. "Oh, then tell us, what's the most special about an illusion beast?" Yinhua looked up. Yuanshi shrugged and said, "An illusion beast doesn't have an exact body. They can change into the appearance of a demonic beast or demonic beast, and then cultivate according to their race. However, they are very weak. They only have less than 60% of that race's original composition. In other words, no matter what demonic beast the illusion beast changes into, it will only obtain 60% of that demonic beast strength, including its cultivation speed, lifespan, talent, and potential. Then it will settle down and wait for its bloodline to evolve to the next stage. As for spirit beasts, they can choose to change into another demonic beast appearance. The previous appearance will be nullified, and they will obtain 70% of their strength. Then, it will become a divine beast, and transcendent divine beast. Only when it becomes a transcendent divine beast can it activate the first 4 forms and obtain 100% of its strength. Is that right? Yuanshi looked at Yinhua and said, That's right. Yinhua smiled happily. She took the small ball down from her head and held it in her hands. She said, "But I'm not talking about the illusion beast that you know." Hearing this, Chu Yingjian immediately became excited. She quickly sat up straight and said, It's coming. It's time for the secret of the ancient era to be revealed." Everyone also sat up straight and looked like they were all ears. "Come, get ready." Yinhua only laughed lightly at everyone's antics. He put the little beast back on his head and said, "Its race is called the illusion beast. It's not a divine beast, but it's a race of divine beasts. The characteristics of this race are similar to what Yuan said. It's just that they can transform into any kind of demonic beast, and they can transform at any time. The transformed demonic beast also has the appearance of a divine beast. Their bloodline retains their own bloodline. It's not only 60% of the original bloodline, it's 120% of the original bloodline. It's even stronger than the original race's illusion beast. So exaggerated. Yuanshi gritted his teeth. Compared to the current illusion beast, it's like heaven and earth. It's exaggerated, but for other demonic beasts, once they become divine beasts, 80% of them will have a divine innate position. It's a divine innate position bestowed by the heavens. We'll talk about this later. It's equivalent to letting the divine beasts pass a huge hurdle when they successfully advance. Yin Nuashing thought for a while and said, "It's the difference between being barehanded and being fully armored." Everyone, then, illusion beasts don't have a divine innate position? Xian asked. Yin Nuashing nodded. What they inherit from other demonic beasts doesn't include a divine innate position. If they want to obtain a divine innate position, they have to fight for it with their lives, inherit it, or cultivate their divine right to the extreme and ascend to their own divine innate position. Well, the last one is very unstable, but that's already very powerful. They can transform into the appearance of other races at any time and obtain power that surpasses their original form. Nightmare smacked her lips. Their cultivation speed is faster than normal people. Yin Nuashing said again. The lifespan of demonic beasts and magical beasts was much longer than that of humans. Therefore, their cultivation speed was slower. Moreover, they also needed to cultivate their bloodline. In the long run, the difference was unknown. Unless they transformed into human form, they could obtain the same cultivation speed. However, the difficulty of this was not small. Some demonic beasts and magical beasts had unique talents and could jump out of the shackles. Even if they did not transform into human form, they could obtain a cultivation speed that was not inferior to that of humans. Shu Yingzhan listened and suddenly said, "That's not right. Why haven't I heard of such a heaven-defying race?" Everyone finally reacted. If the illusion beasts were really as exaggerated as Yin Nuashing said, then the entire realm of the gods should know about them. Why were there no records of them? Moreover, the name that was left behind was a race that sounded very weak. Although the two were somewhat similar, that was it. They didn't survive the great reincarnation of the era. Ming immediately guessed. This was also the fatal reason why many races and great forces couldn't be passed down. Yin Nuashing shook her head, startling everyone. While they were stunned, she said something that made them sigh. In the middle of the High Ancient Era, they were exterminated by humans. There were no more than 149 of them. All of them were pure-blooded. None of them managed to escape. The forces that were on good terms with them and went to save them were either exterminated because they sensed that something was wrong. Yin Nuashing stroked the small beast's soft fur and said indifferently, "The beast's soul and crystal core of the illusion beasts are very special. Even the gods would be tempted." Well, when we heard about this, a month had already passed. It was difficult to save them. The initial appearance of the race was like what you see now. It looked like a cat, but it wasn't a cat. It had a bunch of flowers on its tail. Yin Nuashing's calm voice reverberated in this place. Even the Xiao Xian was stunned when it heard it. Its puffed-up hair unconsciously became much gentler. Its intelligence was very high. It could understand the former's words. At this moment, when it looked at the white little beast again, it could not help but become a little gentler. Even though the latter was still foolishly moving around in Yin Nuashing's arms, it was completely unaware of what was happening. It's probably the last one. The illusion beasts are demonic beasts that live in groups. They won't move alone. They usually travel in groups and cultivate together unless their partner dies. Since only one appeared, it didn't have any intention of returning to its clan. Or rather, it might have never had the concept of race. Yin Nuashing's eyes were filled with sorrow. She took out the Book of Epics and waved it above Xiao Budian's head. A message was transmitted to his mind, allowing him to understand. Indeed, it was left behind from the High Ancient Era. It was the last one, and the last one that the race risked their lives to save. It was left behind in this era. However, how it was left behind is unclear. It has been awake for 2 years. It wandered from the Extreme Plain region to the Kuan Yuan region. Everyone was silent. Xian stretched out her hand and gently stroked Xiao Budian's head. Mei Mao was slightly gloomy. The others also had different thoughts. I always feel that a lot of the news I've heard is about the human race doing something bad. Yuanshi scratched his head. He had heard a lot about the high ancient era from Yin Nuashing. The more he heard, the more he felt maggots, Yin Nuashing said very calmly. Everyone was speechless. Little star, you're mocking everyone. Xian smiled bitterly. Everyone here was basically a human. I was born a human. How could it be my fault? Yuanshi scratched his head and muttered. While I'm talking, seeing these things, and thinking about these things, I can only describe them as maggots. At other times, I don't care if the human race is human or not. I really want to say that the weak are prey to the strong. This is how life is, but Yin Nuashing laughed inexplicably. Then, she raised her eyes and looked at Xian and the others. She lowered her eyelids and said softly, You're different. Everyone's body trembled, and their gazes became even more strange. Chu Yingzhan pushed him lightly in annoyance and said, Aren't you a human yourself? No, my life form has already begun to deviate slightly. When I retrieved the elements of chaos, the collapse of my life form had already begun. Although it will not change my life form, I can no longer be called a human. This is the only thing I can resist. Yin Nuashing sighed faintly. Top. I've been a human for so many lifetimes. Although I've become a non-human being in the end, I've seen how dark and beautiful the world is. I've been a human for so many lifetimes. Now, I'm not a human anymore. Everyone face-palmed. Great, this guy had already separated himself from the rest and formed his own clan. What was this called? Star Race? Xian took the little white thing from Yin Nuashing's hands and stroked it twice in his arms. He said softly, Little star, get a name. Yin Nuashing's expression changed slightly. This is a very serious problem. Naming a pet wasn't his forte. Naming a pet was even more of a mystery. Woo-woo. When the little guy heard this, he stood up excitedly. His body was really like a ball, and his head and torso were one piece. It made people wonder if he had a neck or not. At this moment, he raised his head, and his small eyes flashed. He looked at Yin Nua planet with hope, and then looked at everyone, and excitedly called out, Ahem, change your body. It's just a little bigger. Change into a form that you like. Yin Nuashing coughed softly. This little guy was too cute. Chirp. The little thing tilted its head in a very human-like manner, as if it understood what Yin Nuashing was saying. It struggled and jumped out of Xian's arms. Then, with a bang, a light flashed, and its body became blurry. Everyone could clearly see that its body was rapidly changing in the light. It became a more slender form, with 2 horns on its head for claws under its body, a long tail, and a skeleton with a pair of wings on its back, a big winged lizard. Everyone knew what it had become without waiting for the light to dissipate. Buzz! When the light dissipated, what appeared in front of everyone was a little black dragon about a foot long. Its 2 golden eyes were very dazzling, and the 2 big horns on the side of its head were emitting a black aura. They were as deep as black holes, and even the light was sucked in. Looking at it seemed like even one's mind would be sucked in. Some black runes flickered on its back and membrane wings, faintly discernible. Black dragon. Is this a black abyss dragon? Yin Nuashing said in surprise as she reached out and poked the 2 black holes on the little thing's horns. It still looks as cute as before, Xian and Ming muttered. Why don't we call it Little Thing? Yuanshi clapped his hands and said excitedly. Yin Nuashing looked at him with a strange expression and exclaimed, Although its body is so small, this thing's wingspan is at least 3 million feet long when it's enlarged. Are you sure you want to call it Little Thing? When they thought of the scene of the huge dragon spreading its wings and calling it Little Thing again, everyone's faces were covered in sweat. Forget it. After a while, Little Thing returned to its original appearance. Yin Nuashing placed a meaty ball on her head and said, Why don't we call it Little Magic? Everyone was speechless and conflicted. Their expressions were sinister, and they felt that this name was the same as Little Thing's. It was full of all kinds of complaints, but they were too tired to complain. They could only sigh and forget it. Anyway, he was such a scam when he came up with names, so let him be. It was already good enough that he didn't call it little ball. Yin Nuashing also felt very helpless when she saw that the expression in Little Thing's eyes changed at least 7 times. She sighed and said, "Coming up with a name is really troublesome. Why don't you guys come up with one?" Everyone looked at each other for a long time. After thinking for a long time, they realized that they didn't have any good ideas. Just as they were thinking hard, Yin Nuashing had already called it Little Magic, Little Magic. Little Thing also happily rolled around in front of them, as if it had tacitly agreed to this name. Speaking of which, how did Little Magic find its way here? Yuanshi scratched his head. Xian and the others also shook their heads in confusion. Before this, they didn't know about such a little thing at all, nor had they heard of it. It came back with Yin Nuashing, but the latter didn't look for it either. The first generation Kuan Yuan's spiritual emperor tracked it down. Although he didn't know what it was, he knew a secret method and knew that Little Magic had a strong background. He chased it all the way into the yin-yang world. At that time, you guys broke through the barrier while cultivating, and the commotion attracted Little Magic. You know what happened next? Yin Nuashing said. It wasn't difficult to know this. They just needed to use the Book of the Era to look at the cause and effect. Everyone sighed speechlessly. Yes, later on, they directly fought with the younger generation of the Kuan Yuan region and the Demon Clan. The fight was earth-shattering, and more than 10 young Supreme Masters were killed. If it weren't for the divine patterns being removed, the special terrain of the yin-yang world wouldn't have been able to save the Kuan Yuan region. Chapter 960. Buzz. The huge golden pillar of light was like a lighthouse, illuminating the sky and sprinkling a golden glow under the blue sky. When it landed on the white clouds, it was as if the sky was engraved with golden runes. It was incomparably gorgeous. The brilliant brilliance was reflected in everyone's eyes, causing them to exclaim in amazement. The runes on the huge pillar in the sea also came to life, constantly flowing on the huge black metal pillar. It was as if the golden light from the sky was shining on the huge pillar. Such a brilliant scene intoxicated everyone. When the golden light sprinkled on their bodies, they felt an inexplicable energy drilling into their bodies, relieving their fatigue. Even their life source seemed to have been nourished. Taking a breath can prolong my life. Shu Yingzhan's pretty face was full of intoxication. She hurriedly took a few more breaths. She could feel that her life source was growing at a slow speed. In other words, under the nourishment of the golden light, her lifespan was extended a little. According to the ratio, taking a breath can increase your lifespan by 10 years. Yuanshi took a deep breath, his whole body trembling slightly. Yuer was shocked when she heard this. She breathed heavily as if she was convulsing. Everyone was speechless. Speaking of which, this girl was from the demon world. According to what Yin Nuashing said in the Ninth Heaven Galaxy, people from the demon world had short lives. Yuer's lifespan might not be very long. However, with Yin Nuashing around, they didn't care too much. Anyway, that ultimate Siscon wouldn't let that happen. Bang, bang, bang. It was unknown where the sound came from, but it seemed to come from this secret place from the entire space. After 3 muffled sounds, the pillar of creation suddenly erupted with an even larger golden beam of light, drilling a huge hole in the sky. The range of the beam of light expanded to the edge of the ocean. The golden light that descended from the sky became even more dazzling, to the point where it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. It was as if they were in the sun, surrounded by golden light from all directions, causing Ziyin and the others to quickly close their eyes. The dazzling golden light lasted for a long time, a full half an hour. During this time, it was as if they were sunbathing. Yuan Shi and the others even flipped around and basked in the sun on their backs. It seemed that even if they were blind, they couldn't stop Mo Yin and Mo Yin from doing what they wanted. After half an hour, the golden light gradually extinguished. When the light weakened to a certain extent, everyone opened their eyes. The rich golden light in the sky dimmed visibly in their line of sight. In the end, it became a clear blue sky. The white clouds were still lying lazily on the blue curtain. In the distance, The flowing golden runes on the pillar of creation became still again. They were engraved on it like a brand. There was no more movement. Yun Nuoxing flashed from afar and appeared in front of everyone. This one took a bit of time, Yuan, she said casually. The previous few bayous were done after a while. Yun Nuoxing nodded and yawned. He looked a little tired. Only then did everyone realize that 1/3 of his long hair had turned white. In other words, he had used a lot of energy just now. There's a little problem. Yun Nuoxing had just said something when he yawned again. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyes, saying, I looked at the map earlier and combined it with the places where the pillars of creation are arranged. I thought of something a little. Source Peak territory and the other 4 origin territories should have 12 pillars of creation forming a protective formation together. In other words, there are 3 other places besides the ones we know. Do you know where those 3 places are? Ming murmured and asked. Yun Nuoxing nodded and said, I remember most of them. At least, I remember the ones in the Kuan origin territory. It shouldn't be a problem. These 12 pillars are the origin pillars. They are like energy hubs that connect all the remaining pillars of creation. They connect their energy and communicate with each other. The 12 origin pillars of the 4 origin territories and the 9 origin pillars of the divine land are also connected. Finally, they interweave into an energy curtain that covers the entire realm of the gods. However, in normal times, the origin pillars between the major territories don't exchange large amounts of energy. They only have that channel. By maintaining the stability of the origin pillars, the other pillars of creation will also be stable. But now, Yun Nuoxing turned to look at the pillar of creation in the distance. His voice sounded a little strange. There's a slight problem. It's old. Has it been in disrepair for a long time? Yuan Shi asked. Yes. After all, I, the Guardian, have died. Apart from the 9 origin pillars in the divine land, the others haven't been repaired for 70 years. It's normal for there to be some small problems. In the future, the pillars of creation don't seem to have chosen a new maintainer. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. He didn't understand why the pillars of creation chose him or why they didn't look for a new maintainer. Seeing that the pillar was about to break, why didn't they look for a doctor to treat it? The origin pillar won't break, right? Yuan Shi asked again. Well, it won't break, but it will cause the realm of the gods to start collapsing. Rubbing his ears, Yun Nuoxing sighed. It's like a big fish tank with hundreds of plugs blocking the same number of drains. 12 of them are the largest. Of course, the origin pillars won't break, and the pillars of creation won't be damaged either. They're just plugs. If the plugs are pulled out, the water will leak out, but the plugs won't have any problems. It's just a leak. Now, that fish tank is the space of the realm of the gods, and the water is the realm of the gods and everything that exists in the realm of the gods. Do you understand? Everyone nodded. This description was very vivid. In other words, when the pillars of creation collapsed, both the realm of the gods and everything that existed in it would collapse. This one is still fine. It's just a flaw. It'll be fine after it's repaired. Hopefully, we won't see any problems with the other pillars of creation. If the core has a problem, it'll easily affect the other pillars of creation below, Yun Nuoxing said. If that's the case, shouldn't we speed up the process? Chu Yingzhan hurriedly waved her hand. These things hadn't been repaired or inspected for 70 years, but the realm of the gods was still able to survive until today. She had to admit that they were really lucky. Hurry up and fix it. Don't let it collapse when the time comes. I don't want to die with so many people in the realm of the gods. If I really die with everyone in the realm of the gods one day, we'll all die when we go to the Yellow Springs together. Everyone was shocked. That's a scary thought. Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. This crazy girl's train of thought couldn't be stopped. What was that golden light just now? Oh, those. Yun Nuoxing raised her head and thought for a moment. Then, she said, it's the energy that the pillar of creation has accumulated over the past 70 years. To be precise, it should be from the moment it started to malfunction, and the energy started to slowly clog up in the pillar. Yes, clog up, just like how the meridians are blocked. Then, the energy that was supposed to be fed back to the world remained in the pillar of creation. After countless years of precipitation, it formed energy similar to life essence. Won't it explode if it's blocked all the time? Chu Yingxian and Mei Mao's eyes flashed. Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath. You'll explode if your meridians are blocked all the time. The pillar of creation will be in a similar situation, but it won't explode. Instead, it will break. Just like the plug I mentioned earlier, the one that will break will be this world. Yin Nuoxing yawned for a long time. She only managed to stop when her jaw was almost dislocated. Then, she sat down cross-legged to recover. It didn't take long. She rested for about 10 minutes. Actually, she wanted to rest for a while more. This was what everyone else wanted as well. The aura of life in this place was very strong. The golden light still had some residual aura. It was very smooth and comfortable to take a breath. However, after 10 minutes, Chu Yingxian suddenly jumped up. She took out a token from her chest. It was an ordinary command medallion in the shape of a shield. There was nothing much to say about its shape, but at this moment, the command medallion was burning fiercely, and there was also an obscure soul strength passing through it. After sensing Chu Yingxian's existence, that soul strength stuck to her body, causing a light to light up between her eyebrows. The expression of this crazy girl who was usually noisy instantly changed, becoming incomparably solemn. "My house exploded," Chu Yingxian exclaimed. Everyone fell to the ground together. Their faces were filled with black lines. Was there something wrong with this girl's brain? Would people usually say something like this when something happened at home? "My house really exploded." Seeing everyone's strange and surprised gazes, Chu Yingxian became anxious. She began to dance. "We're surrounded. The enemy is at our gates. There are 4 or 5 major forces. Dummy, hurry up and send me back. My father is desperately calling for me. He's afraid that I'll be ambushed outside." However, after saying the last sentence, she couldn't help but laugh bitterly. She was probably the safest. Who could bypass Yin Nuoxing and kill her? "Do you need help?" Yuan Shi patted his white robe and stood up. Although the Yuan family's territory is in the western region of China, they still have some businesses in other large regions. It won't be a problem to gather some help temporarily. The Nightwalker Alliance is everywhere. I can also gather a lot of help in a short time. Nightmare said proudly with her nose in the air. The Qin family can help. Qin Yin was very quiet. She stood tall, and her black dress swayed. At this moment, she only said one sentence indifferently. Her words were light, but her feelings were deep. Among the group of people gathered here, once someone said that they were in trouble, they could put down everything and withdraw at any time. The relationship between the girls was also very good. Naturally, they wouldn't stand by and do nothing at this moment. "Ugh, I can't call anyone from the demon world. Sister Yingxian, you can't help this time." Yu puffed up her cheeks and muttered. Little Moon sighed in annoyance and pinched her cheeks. "You're already helping if you don't cause trouble." Yin Nuoxing muttered to herself for a moment. She shook her 2 amethyst earrings and said to Chu Yingxian, "If you need, you should be able to call over 40 to 50 Emperor God powerhouses and a god." Oh, Sister Shui went to another world. But 40 to 50 Emperor God powerhouses shouldn't be a problem. Then, Yuan Shi and the others smiled bitterly. The young hall master just opened her mouth and said 40 to 50 Emperor God powerhouses and a god. Chu Yingxian was also slightly taken aback. She suddenly quieted down, her beautiful eyes tightly looking at everyone as she sweetly smiled in an incomparably beautiful manner. "Let's go back and take a look first. If there's a need, we'll definitely ask. In any case, with Dumbo here, the worst-case scenario shouldn't occur." Hearing this, everyone chuckled and nodded. Yin Nuoxing scratched her head helplessly. Why was she treating him as a protective talisman? Was it to bring him along to ensure her safety? Because the Chu family seemed to have some kind of problem, everyone didn't delay. They immediately got up and rushed outside. A phoenix formed from energy appeared. This time, there was an additional strand of golden light in the phoenix's body. That was pure light element. Yin Nuoxing directly tore open the space and brought everyone into the void. Her speed could be said to be chasing the stars and the moon. In a flash, they appeared far away in the void. We'll be there in half a day. After dealing with the matters in the space, Yin Nuoxing sat down to catch her breath. She turned her head and saw Chu Yingjian's pretty face with a worried expression. She couldn't help but comfort her. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Chu Yingjian also smiled slightly. Her delicate body was slightly bent, and she hugged her knees with both hands. Although she appeared to be very calm, everyone could more or less feel the fluctuations in her state of mind. After being together for so long, there weren't many things that could calm this crazy girl down. She had always been crazy. They had never seen her so calm and worried. Zian and Ming sat down next to her and whispered to each other, comforting Chu Yingjian. They also took the time to throw a "don't worry" look at Yin Nuoxing. He couldn't help but smile. Bing Er quietly moved over from the side and sat down next to him. Her long blue and golden hair hung down behind her, overlapping with Yin Nuoxing's colorful hair. She tilted her head slightly. Her sapphire-like May Mouse stared at him in a daze, causing his heart to skip a beat. What's wrong? Bing Er blinked at May Mao, but didn't say anything. This made Yin Nuoxing feel a little awkward. He wanted to look away, but he still looked at her calmly. Bing Er rubbed her body and fell into Yin Nuoxing's arms. Half of her body lay on his lap, and her body curled up. You're already a big girl, but you're still acting like a child. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but chuckle. His gaze was gentle, and he reached out to rub her head. Perhaps the sudden incident with Chu Yingjian had inexplicably touched this girl. Bing Er snorted and whispered, I'm only 2 years old. Yin Nuoxing. Speaking of which, he was already used to Bing Er's beautiful appearance. He had forgotten that this girl was actually just born a few years ago. Yin Nuoxing spread his 6 wings and covered Bing Er's body. He lowered his head and looked at the side of this girl's face. His smile was gentle and doting, just like a father looking after his daughter who was usually cold and rarely softened. As soon as this thought came to his mind, his hand suddenly paused, and the expression on his face became a little stiff. However, before Bing Er noticed it, he recovered. Speaking of which, I've unknowingly entered the role of a father, Yin Nuoxing muttered in his heart. His cheeks trembled, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For the past 70 years, he had many beauties by his side in every life, but he had never had a wife or a child. Even now, he was still a virgin. Well, he didn't feel that there was anything shameful about it, nor did he feel embarrassed to say it out loud. At this time, he only had quarter moon's memories, and in those memories, he rarely thought about such things. It wouldn't be wrong to say that he was really a blockhead and a rock. He knew what kind of person he was. Now that he had skipped countless steps and entered the role of a father, he had mixed feelings, however. It seemed that he could not escape in this life. Yin Nuoxing's heart was filled with all sorts of emotions. He stealthily turned his head to look at that girl, Ziyan. She was currently pulling Qi Ming and Chu Yingjian to chat about girls' topics. He then looked at the egg in his soul and sighed. These 2 girls were much more formidable than Little Wang. They had secretly left an imprint in his heart. By the time he reacted, he was already unwilling to erase that imprint. That meant that he probably couldn't escape this life. While his thoughts were running wild, someone touched his wings lightly, and a fragrant breeze entered his nose. Then, he felt a soft body sitting down next to him. He hurriedly turned his gaze and saw Little Moon resting her head on his right shoulder. Her moon-like eyes were sparkling as she smiled playfully at him. Little Moon wrinkled her nose and pulled down a wing to cover herself. She smiled sweetly and snuggled into Yin Nuoxing's arms, just like how she used to hang on to her brother when she was young. She couldn't change this habit now, but the space in her brother's arms was usually occupied by someone else, so she could only snuggle into his arms when she was free. Looking at the 2 girls splitting him in half, Yin Nuoxing had a helpless smile on his face. No matter how old this girl was, she couldn't change this habit at all. No one spoke to break the silence. Yin Nuoxing turned into a statue and didn't dare to move, afraid that he would wake up the 2 girls who had fallen asleep at some point in time. Half a day passed in an instant. As the light of a teleportation formation flickered, a fiery red phoenix jumped out of the void and rushed into the space of the main realm. Thousands of miles high in the sky, a group of people stood up one after another. Below them, a huge city appeared. It was the scale of a real large-scale city, not smaller than the city in the center of the origin region. This city was decorated with a light green color. From the city walls to the floor tiles, they were all built with light green rocks. Moreover, they weren't ordinary rocks. With Yin Nuoxing's eyesight, he could naturally see that these were all made with a type of level 6 or level 7 rock material that covered the entire city. The people who built this city back then were either rich and imposing or had holes in their brains. Just the scale of this city alone was enough to make him wonder how many materials were used to build this city. From Yin Nuoxing's point of view, this city was still relatively young. There were only faint traces of the passing of time, and it hadn't experienced any great changes in the era. Hence, it wasn't tainted with the dense aura of time. However, from the point of view of Xian and the others, this city was already quite old. To them, the aura it exuded was extremely ancient. At the very least, it should have a history of a few epochs. The Azure Emperor city was built very early. It was built as early as 135 epochs ago. We are the latecomers. Chu Yingzhan pointed at the green-colored city below and said, the layout of the various buildings in the city had some subtle traces. Others might not be able to tell, but Yin Nuoxing was able to see through it with a single glance. And in the green-colored rocks that were used to build the city, he could even see traces of energy within them. After taking a closer look, he couldn't help but laugh. I initially thought that this city was built by a prodigal son. Who would have thought that there would be such a special purpose behind it? At this moment, this city was enveloped by a layer of green-colored energy barrier that enveloped an area of 100 miles around the Azure Emperor city. Although the barrier seemed thin and weak, it caused people to feel an immense pressure that originated from their souls. However, Yin Nuoxing and the others weren't affected at all. That gigantic energy barrier had something to do with the traces of energy contained within the construction materials of this city. It was as though the entire city was used as a location to set up a formation. This is a city-protecting grand formation. Back then, the person who built the Azure Emperor city was a demigod sovereign. In his later years, when he was nearing the end of his lifespan, he used all his strength to build this majestic city and left behind a city-protecting grand formation. It's said that this grand formation can withstand a full-powered attack from a god emperor without collapsing. Chu Yingzhan and Mei Mao's eyes flickered. She had a deep understanding of this city, and at this moment, upon seeing the city-protecting grand formation, her countenance grew even heavier. The clan of the original owner of the Azure Emperor city has already declined. My foolish father wandered the myriad gods' realm for a period of time and chose to settle down here. This way, we would have a place to settle down in the 8 origin realm. At the same time, we would also be able to lend a hand to the original owner of the Azure Emperor city, preventing him from being killed by others in the Azure Emperor city. Right now, the relationship between our two clans is extremely good. There's a hint of killing intent in the air. Oh, the people in the city seem to be in a hurry, as though they're preparing for war. It's just that we don't know where the enemy is. Yin Nuoxing sighed. The atmosphere was extremely heavy. Where's your clan? Let me guess, it should be that one. Yuan Shi pointed to a location. That location was the most majestic palace in the entire Azure Emperor city. Although it was the most majestic palace in the entire city, the scale of this palace paled in comparison to those that they had seen in the past. Chu Yingzhan smiled as she shook her head. Our clan isn't located in the surface of the Azure Emperor city. It's a world of its own. Yin Nuoxing spoke in a light voice. His gaze roamed around the city before fixing on a certain location. In the center of the Azure Emperor city, there was a lofty lake. Over there, an immense amount of spatial energy could be felt. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the lake as he spoke. It should be over there. The gazes of the crowd followed the direction he was pointing at and saw the lake as well. Chu Yingzhan's lips twitched as she glanced at him. You little fellow, there's no mystery in front of you. This tacit agreement caused Yin Nuoxing to chuckle as he scratched his head. It's too obvious. All the spatial energy in the entire Azure Emperor city is concentrated in that location. You guys might not be able to see it, but it's extremely conspicuous in my eyes. It's like a vortex of energy. The crowd exchanged mutual glances as they helplessly shrugged. This fellow's eyes were too sharp, they couldn't be compared to him. Let's go. Chu Yingxian unhappily rolled her eyes at him. Waving her hands, she led the crowd towards the entrance of the city. Let's go my clan first. Chapter 961. Comparing the Azure Emperor city to the other major cities, other than the unique construction materials, there wasn't much of a difference. Occasionally, in the smaller cities, there would be special events that even Yun Nuoxing had never seen or heard of before. For example, the Star Master ceremony she had seen before. The atmosphere in the city was somewhat heavy. That gigantic energy barrier didn't seem to be able to give everyone a sense of security. The passers-by on the streets no longer paid any attention to Yun Nuoxing and the others. They only glanced at them for a moment before shifting their gazes away. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable worry as they stared at the barrier, wanting to say something, yet sighing. In a large-scale war in the world of cultivators, the mortals who were affected by it were the most helpless. They could only manage their daily necessities and live their lives peacefully. If one day the heavens suddenly collapsed and the earth cracked apart, they wouldn't even be able to react. Not only that, it was a man-made disaster. At the edge of the lake in the Azure Emperor city, there was a group of experts clad in golden and silver armor, wielding sharp weapons in their hands. Their eyes were as sharp as the eyes of eagles as they surveyed the surroundings. Even if a fly were to fly past, it would be scanned tens of times. The security of this place was extremely tight during times of war. The appearance of Yun Nuo Planet's group immediately attracted the attention of the soldiers. A person wearing a special golden armor walked forward and held a spear in front of him. He stared at the crowd and said coldly, "Outsiders are not allowed to enter the curved boundary." "Uncle, it's me, I've returned." Chu Yingxian walked forward, looking at the golden-armored man as her voice was filled with agitation and anxiousness. "You, little fairy." That person was also greatly startled. He took off his helmet, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. Upon seeing that it was indeed the eldest princess of the Chu realm who had returned, he couldn't help but laugh. An instant later, he frowned and asked, "What is your father thinking? Now that we are in such a dangerous situation, it's useless to call you back." What if, before he finished speaking, the middle-aged man sighed heavily? If they lost this war, their Chu clan would be in danger. Even though the clan leader of the Chu clan had struggled to grow up, leading the Chu clan to a meteoric rise and was a god in the hearts of the Chu clan, even so, that god didn't have much confidence in this war. He might not be able to survive this crisis. No matter what, it's good that you're back. Let's head back first. A few other people who were also wearing golden armor strode over and took off their helmets. When they saw that the first princess of the Chu family was becoming more and more beautiful and powerful, they felt gratified. Then they turned around and saw Yun Nuoxing and the others. They frowned and asked, "Little fairy, these people are?" "Friends, they're all my friends. With them here, this crisis will definitely not be a problem." Chu Yingxian grinned and then whispered, "Quickly send a message back. There should be a lot of people in the music realm right now. Tell those noisy people who like to find trouble to scram to one side. This great god likes peace and quiet. Don't bother about those who only talk and help. With them around, even if the other side throws out more than 10 emperor gods, it won't be a problem." These words caused the expressions of those few people to be doubtful. They knew that this girl was usually very noisy and mischievous, but she would definitely not act recklessly when it came to important matters. Immediately, they did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly opened a path. After exchanging a few words with Chu Yingxian, the group finally squeezed through the human wall. A group of beginner-level gods, and how many demigods? The middle-aged man muttered in his heart. He didn't say anything inappropriate. After all, they were friends of the first princess of the music realm. He just asked someone to send a message back to the music realm. Chu Yingxian waved her hand and led the group into the lake. The wet and cold feeling that they expected didn't appear. Everyone only felt a flash in front of their eyes. Originally, they were still parallel to the surface of the lake, but at this moment, they were standing on solid ground. The sky was a boundless azure curtain, with clouds floating in the sky. Gusts of cold wind blew from afar, and the sea of trees in the mountains splashed with layers of emerald green waves. That lake is the dividing point between the music realm and the outside world. In the past, we would need a token from the Chu clan to enter. However, it seems that we are in a state of emergency now. There should be a large number of powers from the Azure Emperor City in the music realm. After all, the Azure Emperor City seems to be under the control of our clan. The declaration of war over there is a declaration of war against the entire city and not just against our Chu clan. Hence, I reckon that this time around, no one will be able to escape unscathed. Chu Yingzhan said, "The energy density seems to be higher than the outside world." Ming sniffled and said, there's a little, but it's definitely incomparable to the 9 divine halls. Chu Yingzhan laughed. The environment in the 9 divine halls had undergone countless years and tens of epochs of transformation. It had long transformed into a paradise of heavenly passages. Also, the 9 divine halls were all gathered together. The density of heaven and earth energy there was even more exaggerated. It could be said to be a divine realm. After leaving the entrance, they flew towards the depths of the music realm. Not long after, they saw numerous towering mountain peaks rising from the ground. On these mountain peaks, there were many gigantic pavilions and palaces. Within the pavilions, powerful auras could be felt. In this place that was near the center of the music realm, the density of energy was even denser, forming a mist of energy. This was a paradise of heavenly passages. The number of people seems to be a little lacking. Yuanqi surveyed the surroundings. The majority of the music realm was filled with mountains and forests. There was no one living there. Only in the center of the music realm would there be some heavenly pavilions. Most of the people in our family did not come up. Most of the people who came were some of Dad's close brothers and 2 mothers who cheated their daughters. Chu Yingzhan curled her lips and said, "Next is the power that Dad has been running all these years. However, he is a hands-off shopkeeper. Everything is handled by uncle and eldest uncle." After casually chatting for a while, everyone continued to look around curiously. Chu Yingzhan led the way in front. She did not head toward the most majestic palace in the center. Instead, she flew to the side. The atmosphere in the music realm was somewhat heavy. Even though no one could be seen, they could still feel the heavy atmosphere. There were also many messy energy detectors that swept across the group of people. When these energy detectors touched Chu Yingzhan, there would be some fluctuations. Fairy Girl is back. She has already advanced to the initial divine level. This speed, tisk-tisk, news spread rapidly among the pavilions and palaces. Suddenly, the news of Chu Yingzhan's return spread throughout the music realm. Yin Nuoxing hugged little purple soul tightly, who was struggling to jump down to take a look. She could not help but smile bitterly. Why was this girl suddenly so excited? Did she discover something? Chu Yingzhan led the group of people and landed in the depths of a mountain. There was only a small palace in this place. On the cliff beside the palace, there was a silent waterfall. The river water flowed from the mountain to the distance. On the grassy slope behind the palace, there was a sea of flowers planted. This place looked like a small valley, and there were traces of meticulous decorations everywhere. Chu Yingzhan smiled and said, "Phew, we're home. There's no need to be restrained. I'm the only one who lives here. Normally, no one will come here, and I reckon that even a fool wouldn't be interested in looking at other places." Yin Nuoxing nodded. The environment here was quiet and peaceful. He could feel the heavy atmosphere in the music realm. There were many people gathered in the palaces. He was too lazy to meet them. He was only here to help this crazy girl solve some problems. There was no need for meaningless meetings. As soon as they landed, little purple soul broke free from Yin Nuoxing's arms while he was in a daze. Then, she waved her hands and ran toward the sea of flowers behind the palace. In a flash, she was already there. You are. Go and watch that girl. Don't let her run too far. Yin Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could not watch that girl, so he had to let Little Moon and Little Purple Soul keep an eye on her. The group followed Chu Yingxian into the small palace. Although it was called a palace, it was just the outer shell of a palace. It was just a slightly larger pavilion. The interior and exterior were two completely different styles. Yuan Shi and Nightmare threw themselves on the sofa in the living room as if they were familiar with each other. They stretched and got up awkwardly under the cold and disdainful gazes of the girls. They straightened their faces and coughed dryly. Chu Yingxian ran over to find a tea set. She was a little flustered. It was the first time she had invited friends to her house, so she was a little nervous. Yin Nuoxing wanted to help her, but Xian pushed him onto the sofa. She gave him a playful smile and ran to help him. After a while, Yin Nuoxing picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and let out a sigh of relief. Then, under everyone's horrified gazes, he took out an unknown item that contained an extremely strong fairy aura and threw it into the teapot. The teapot immediately sparkled with a celestial light. Everyone who took a sniff would feel comfortable all over, as if they were about to ascend to heaven. Hey, is it really okay to use a fairy item to make tea? Chu Yingxian had a stomachache. This was too F***ing extravagant. Oh, the Ling Ling leaf is used to make tea. It can be drunk for a long time. Don't look at me. Drink tea, drink tea. Yin Nuoxing smiled at everyone. The aroma of the tea rose in spirals, accompanied by the qi of immortals, and spread far and wide. Even the three girls who were playing in the sea of flowers for a while smelled the aroma of the tea from afar. They hurriedly ran back, snatched Yin Nuoxing's teacup, took a sip, and slowly tasted it. Yin Nuoxing stared blankly at his suddenly empty hands. He sighed softly, took 2 more teacups, and poured tea. Everyone was drunk to the point of intoxication, and there was no one else here. Suddenly, strange expressions appeared one after another. Chu Yingxian's entire body was paralyzed on the sofa. Her eyes were rolled back, and she breathed out more than she breathed in, as if she was about to die. Yin Nuoxing was used to it. He had eaten many fairy items. The Ling Ling leaf could empty one's mind and heart. Under such circumstances, entering a state of enlightenment would definitely bring unexpected benefits. Everyone was in a half-awake state. Little Purple Soul was curled up in his arms, making sleep-talking sounds. Her little mouth was moving. Perhaps she was dreaming of something delicious. After a while, 2 energies suddenly approached from the outside, causing everyone to slowly wake up. They hurriedly tidied up their messy clothes from lying on the ground and sat up straight in all seriousness. They held their teacups under their noses and took a sip from time to time. They were just like old men who were tasting tea. Sister. Before anyone arrived, a voice was heard from outside the door. It was a very clear and pleasant voice, followed by a dry howl. Sister Xian, did you know that while you were away, Dad and the others, there were guests here? 2 figures stepped into the room. It was a man and a woman. They were very young and looked about the same age as them. The girl's beautiful face maintained a subtle indifference, while Mei Mao's voice was full of spirit. The young man had a frivolous smile on his face. The moment he saw that there were people in the hall, he immediately changed his tone. His temperament instantly became gentle, just like a gentleman. Oh, relax. They're a bunch of idiots. Don't mind them. What did you say about Dad and the others? Chu Yingxian waved her hand and pointed at the sofa beside her, gesturing for them to take a seat. The young man in white scratched his head. Under the curious gaze of Yuan Shi and the others, he ran to Chu Yingxian's side and sat down. Then, he opened his mouth and said, "Dad and Mom," puffed. Just as he said that, he jumped up as if he had seen a ghost. The girl who walked to his side was shocked. Following his gaze, she was also stunned. After a while, the 2 of them opened their mouths in shock and cried out, "Brother Yin," puffed. This time, it was Yin Nuoxing's turn to spit out a mouthful of tea. This mouthful of immortal tea made his face turn red. Xian and Ming hurriedly reached out and patted his back. Everyone was stunned when they heard this name. Chu Yingxian was about to introduce him, but the smile on her face froze. She turned around and quickly pulled the young man down. She hurriedly asked, "You know each other? When did this happen?" Yin Nuashing coughed for a long time before he raised his head. When he saw the people who came in, he was also stunned. He didn't turn his head just now. His back was facing the door. Only then did he recognize that the two people who had just entered were people he had met not long ago. Guchun, ancient fairy? Yin Nuashing looked at the young man and girl strangely. After a while, he seemed to understand something. He smiled faintly and said, "They should be called Chu Chun and Chu Xianling." Hearing this, Chu Xianling and her brother both laughed awkwardly. "What's going on? What's going on?" Chu Yingxian was confused. She looked at Yin Nuashing and hurriedly asked, "Idiot, when did you know my brother and sister?" "Not long ago." Yin Nuashing shrugged and told her what happened in the yin-yang world. In the end, he added, "I was wondering why they looked a little familiar. It turns out that they are your brother and sister." Chu Yingxian had mixed feelings when she heard this. She didn't expect that they were all in the yin-yang world at that time, and they even passed by each other. She didn't expect that such a dangerous thing would happen at that time. After a long time, Chu Yingxian rubbed her black hair, sighed, looked at Yin Nuashing, and said with a grin, "Well, I'm lucky to have met you this time. These two idiots are not smart enough, but they still go out and cause trouble all day long." Yin Nuashing looked at her with a faint smile and said, "You're quite capable of causing trouble yourself, aren't you? At least I can solve it myself." Chu Yingxian lightly snorted. Then her eyebrows furrowed as she glared at Chu Chun and Chu Yingxian. Her voice was slightly cold as she said, "And the two of you, why did you come to such a dangerous place to find the sunflame fruit? It's not like those bastards have been eyeing our family for a long time. When will you guys be smarter?" Chu Xianling and Chu Yingxian shrunk their necks and lowered their heads, not speaking. When Chu Yingxian shouted, she even shrank her body and closed her eyes in fright. Yuanshi couldn't bear to see the two trembling, so he quickly persuaded, Okay, just say a few words. It's fine as long as you're fine." Fortunately, Little Star was here this time. Otherwise, something might have happened. Hearing this, Chu Yingxian finally breathed a sigh of relief. She grabbed the teacup on the table and took a sip of immortal tea. Only then did she take a deep breath. "You haven't said anything yet. Why did you go to look for the yang fruit?" Chu Yingxian asked. "Andy, that." Chu Xianling lowered her head and clutched her skirt tightly, looking frightened. Chu Chun quickly coughed dryly and said, "It's an old problem. Sister Xian, you know it too. We had no choice but to go out. What's the use of the two of you going out for something that even my stupid father couldn't handle?" Chu Yingxian said in annoyance. Then she suddenly froze and quickly looked at Yin Nuashing and said, "Idiot, do me a favor." "Oh." Yin Nuashing nodded, then stood up and stretched. She shook her head and said concisely, "Let's go." Everyone also stood up. Chu Chun quickly waved his hand and said, "Auntie's condition has stabilized. She's almost recovered." Chu Yingxian was stunned and looked at him with distrust. "You two solve it just like that?" "Not us." Chu Xianling shook his head and said, "Auntie solved it herself. She's recovered a lot now." Chu Yingxian made an unclear sound from her throat. She furrowed her willowy eyebrows and thought for a bit. In the end, she still grabbed Yin Nuashing's arm and walked out. She said, "I'm worried. Idiot, let's go take a look." Hey, don't pull me. Don't rush." Seeing her pull Yin Nuashing out in a hurry, everyone looked at each other, shrugged, and quickly followed. Chu Xianling and Chu Chun, who were stunned in place, were also pushed by Yuan Shi. The latter smiled and said, "Just smile. Don't think too much. Just follow." He pulled Yin Nuashing and led a group of people to fly through the music world. They landed in an equally quiet courtyard. Then, he let go of Yin Nuashing's hand. The group of people landed slowly. As soon as they entered the courtyard, a figure rushed out and hugged Chu Yingxian in her arms. She smiled and said, "Xian you're back. Annie, I'm all grown up." Chu Yingxian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was hugged in front of so many people. Her pretty face immediately turned red. But would her Annie realize that she was all grown up? She hoped that she wouldn't be hugged by a bear every time she came back. It was a cold and elegant young woman. She was very young and beautiful. Her temperament was otherworldly. Her fair skin and exquisite figure were wrapped in a white dress. The faint coldness between her eyebrows melted because of Chu Yingxian's arrival. Her dimples were like flowers, and she was like a fairy. "You are Yong Chanshou. I'm also your auntie," the woman in white said softly. She reached out her hands and rubbed Yin Nuoxing's hair. Then, she raised her head and looked at the crowd. "Are these your friends?" "Ah." The sudden sound of astonishment stunned Chu Yingxian. She raised her head and asked in confusion, "Auntie?" The cold and elegant woman gently pushed Chu Yingxian away and looked at Yin Nuoxing in a daze. Yin Nuoxing also widened her eyes in astonishment. There couldn't be such a coincidence in this world. "Why are you here?" The cold and elegant woman was very surprised. That day, she saw a boy who looked like a girl under the strange tree. She thought that she would never see him again. Yin Nuoxing covered her face. Everyone's expressions suddenly became very strange. Chu Yingxian was even more horrified. "Auntie, how do you know this fool?" "Fool?" This unique address stunned the woman. She looked at Chu Yingxian thoughtfully, and then looked at Yin Nuoxing, who had a pained expression on her face. She couldn't help but chuckle and said, "He taught me the double-colored fruit that I took back some time ago in the yin-yang world. Speaking of which, my current situation is stable because of him." The yin-yang world again. Everyone gasped. They looked at Chu Yingxian, and then at Chu Chun and the others, who were dumbfounded. They couldn't help but ask, "Your family almost gathered in the yin-yang world. How could you pass by?" Chu Chun and Chu Xianling also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They were also in the woods that day. In that case, they really passed by. They didn't expect that their auntie was there at that time. They almost met. How small was this world? The group of people told the story at once. When the cold and elegant woman heard it, she couldn't help but be surprised. She covered her mouth and smiled. There are really coincidences in this world. Chu Yingxian patted Yin Nuoxing's shoulder gloomily and said, "You saved my family." Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly and pulled her long hair without saying a word. When Little Purple Soul saw this, she also helped to pull her long hair. Chapter 962. In the hall, everyone casually found a place to sit down. Some were lying down, some were paralyzed, and some were even lying on the high-backed chairs. Many pairs of eyes were looking at the hall, at Yin Nuoxing, who was busy controlling the golden ball of light. From time to time, they would turn their gazes and look at the cold and elegant woman in white, blinking their eyes and yawning. Yin Nuoxing controlled the Book of Epics. Although it was called a book, it was more like an omniscient detection device. It could detect everything from the current time to the composition of an entire world. He could not investigate its origins. He pushed his memories back to the beginning, which was the beginning of Quartermoon's memories. At that time, the Book of Epics already existed. He was very familiar with this thing, but he did not know how it came about. After researching it for his entire life, he could only figure out how to split it into two halves. Now, the two halves were combined again. Zero's part had already been retrieved. After a long time, Yin Nuoxing put away the Book of Epics. The information it gave back surged into his mind. He closed his eyes and muttered, "Idiot, how's the situation?" Chu Yingxian quickly asked. Chu Chun, Chu Xianling, and the cold woman also looked at him attentively. "Oh." Yin Nuoxing muttered to himself for a long time before opening his eyes. He looked at the woman in white with a strange gaze. He felt that there were still some fluctuations in her body, but it was much calmer compared to the first time he saw it. He could not help but sigh. "I have to say, you are really lucky." This sentence made the woman in white feel awkward. Chu Yingxian and the other two's expressions changed slightly. This sentence did not sound like a good sign. "Idiot. You have a way, right? You must have a way, right?" At this moment, Chu Yingxian was also very nervous. Her hand that grabbed Yin Nuoxing's arm trembled. Her knuckles turned white. Patting Yin Nuoxing's hand to signal her to calm down, Yin Nuoxing sighed and sat down on the sofa. She said, "The Seven Elements realm came here, but the energy conversion was not complete and the body's resistance was too strong. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen something like this. Although that fruit has improved your condition a lot, It can't solve the root of the problem. It can only suppress it. A kind of impure energy has been left in the body for too long. Even if it was originally the energy in your body, it will still be the same. Over time, the original energy will become a smelly stone stuck in the body. It can't be used or expelled. It will do you no good, and it will also cause a certain degree of distortion to your soul. Yin Nuashing sighed. If it weren't for the many spiritual objects of heaven and earth, there might have been a sign hanging in the morning hall. But even so, it won't last for too long. At most 10 years, and at least 4 or 5 years, it will be. Chu Xianling and Chu Chen's faces turned pale. The white-clothed woman's clenched hands also trembled. She looked at Yin Nuashing calmly. Chu Yingzhan, on the other hand, was not excited. She was very familiar with Yin Nuashing. She knew that there must be a follow-up. At this time, there was no need to waste her expression. By the way, this situation is not much different from a mortal terminal illness. Yin Nuashing helplessly spread her hands and shook her head. The body's energy was mixed with other impure substances and scattered all over the body. This situation was like being poisoned. The poison had spread to the whole body, but it had not acted up yet. This sentence caused the expressions of everyone in the hall to change. Chu Yingzhan could not keep her calm anymore. She quickly asked, "Is there a way?" Yin Nuashing looked conflicted. She slowly stood up and paced back and forth with her hands behind her back. Her colorful long hair and trench coat swayed behind her, shaking everyone's hearts. It was rare to see something that could make Little Star so conflicted. Even when the pillar of creation was constipated, he did not look troubled. Everyone watched her pacing back and forth. After more than 10 minutes, just when Chu Yingzhan was about to lose her patience, she finally stopped. She crossed her arms and leaned against the air as if she was leaning against the wall. After pondering for a moment, she stretched out 3 fingers. "There are 3 ways." Yin Nuashing scratched her head. Her clear voice made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Just now, they thought that there was no way at all. Now that they heard that there were 3 ways, it seemed that the situation was not too bad. The first way is to extract the soul, destroy the body, and twist the soul's form back to its original form to rebuild the body. The second way is to extract all of the soul's power and energy from the flesh and blood, including the soul origin. The distorted old soul origin will naturally be replaced with a new one. The third way is to destroy the soul and the body until the impure and distorted parts of the soul are completely destroyed. After the 3 ways were explained, the hall became dead silent. Xiao Xian and Little Magic hugged each other and trembled in fear. These 3 ways sounded very dangerous. If they were really executed, there was a high chance that they would die. Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Yin Nuashing sighed helplessly. The main problem is that there is a huge problem with the distortion of the soul. It is not that easy to reverse the mutation of the soul. Even a God-level expert would have a headache. Furthermore, it is even more difficult to twist the soul back instead of in a worse direction. If you bend a steel needle crooked, it is not that easy to straighten it again. It is the same logic. Idiot. Chu Yingzhan swallowed her saliva. Her pleasant voice trembled slightly. Is there a 4th way? Yin Nuashing glanced at her. For this crazy girl to be so attentive and concerned, this girl must have a high position in her heart. Yes. To everyone's surprise, Yin Nuashing gave a firm answer. Everyone was stunned. They had thought that these 3 ways were all there was to it. However, the other ways will only get worse. Do you want to hear them? Yin Nuashing asked calmly. Gently biting her red lips, Chu Yingzhan glanced at her aunt. When she saw the latter gently nod, she also nodded and said, "In any case, there isn't any good method. Let's hear it, and it won't delay things. Moreover, having another choice is also good." Seeing this, Yin Nuashing scratched his head in distress. He sighed and continued the 4th way. As he spoke, he took out a scroll. As if he wasn't very sure himself, he spread it open and took a look. Xian and the others also went over to take a look. However, they could only give up when they realized that it was all ancient characters. This is a godly art scroll. It is a very dangerous godly art. There are a total of 12 levels, which are equivalent to 12 levels of tests. In these 12 levels of tests, you will destroy your past self and be reborn into a brand new self, including your soul. Yin Nuashing rolled up the scroll and said, "Even I will avoid the dangers involved. It is one level more difficult than the 9 tribulations godly art." Chu Yingzhan and the others didn't think much of it. However, Chu Yingzhan and Xian were shocked. Even Little Star, who was addicted to risking his life, said that he didn't dare to try it. What kind of dangerous godly art was this? He was risking his life, wasn't he? The 5th way, there's a 5th way. Everyone's eyes widened. Was there an end to this? Yin Nuashing laughed dryly and nodded. He said, "I will give you a token. Go to the underworld. We will meet again in 10,000 years. Everyone, reincarnation? Is it reincarnation, brother?" Ming reacted. Yin Nuashing nodded and took out a token. It was black and the size of a palm. In the middle of the token, there was a golden word written in a flamboyant style. However, everyone only saw it for a moment before putting it away. The token of reincarnation. It was originally used by those who had regrets or flaws in their path of cultivation. They would enter the cycle of reincarnation and return to the realm of the gods after 10,000 years. They would be reborn with the memories of their previous life. Well, it's 10,000 years, but it's actually 10,000 years. Who knows? They might be resurrected in the next second. Yin Nuashing raised his head and sighed. It was originally reserved for them. Unfortunately, they didn't use it. They will never have the chance to use it. Xian and the others fell silent. They all knew who he was referring to. Idiot! Is there no safer way? Chu Yingzhan looked conflicted. These methods sounded more and more dangerous. She was afraid that her aunt wouldn't be able to take it. Yin Nuashing sighed deeply. Your aunt has already reached the threshold of the God Emperor realm. If she was only a low-level god, it would be over by now. If she was a mid-level god, I could still spend some time to deal with her. However, she's a high-level god and a mid-level god emperor at that. Look at this. Don't you know that many old problems only appear when one reaches the god emperor realm? The white-robed woman looked away awkwardly. She patted Chu Yingzhan's head and said, "Sienna, it's okay. If I can't beat her, I'll give it a try. There won't be any worse. At worst, I'll just die." Chu Yingzhan's pretty face was full of bitterness. She pursed her lips and wanted to say something. However, from the corner of her eye, she saw Yin Nuashing's very subtle smile. It was a little naughty. Chu Yingzhan narrowed her eyes when she saw that subtle smile. The smile only lasted for a moment. No one noticed it, but she saw it. She immediately rushed in front of Yin Nuashing. She pressed her hands on his shoulders and shook him with all her might. "Idiot! Are you playing with me again? Do you like to play with me that much?" Yin Nuashing was stunned. Didn't he just laugh secretly? Before he was shaken to death, he quickly reached out and pressed down on this crazy girl. He shook his dizzy head and rolled his eyes. "I'm not playing with you. These 5 methods are all feasible." Just as he said those words, he was unable to continue. He saw Chu Yingzhan's slightly reddened eyes and was startled for a moment. He also felt a great headache coming on. Why did this girl suddenly start crying for him? Although she hadn't cried out yet, from the looks of it, she was almost ready to cry. "Sai, don't look at me like that. You know that I'm not a selfless person. Sometimes when I help too much, I feel like I'm losing out. Moreover, this is a very troublesome method. It's troublesome for me in various ways." Although he really wanted to say this, in fact, these words were about to come out of his mouth. However, when he saw Mei Mao's misty eyes and her aggrieved look, he clenched his teeth tightly and didn't make sound. Even his cheeks were trembling a few times. "Sigh." After a long while, Yin Nuashing let out a heavy sigh. He scratched his head in distress. "Seriously? Fine, I'm scared of you. I'll help. I'll help, okay." "Really? When?" "Now." Chu Yingzhan's pretty face instantly had an incomparably bright smile. Mei Mao's eyes sparkled. She no longer looked like a flood that was about to erupt. Yin Nuashing's eyes widened at the speed of her change of expression. He glared at her. "You. Okay. I owe you a favor, okay?" Chu Yingzhan patted his shoulder casually and said, "You're a man. Don't be so petty. Moreover, you're Tion, right? Yin Nuashing was so angry that he laughed. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was deceived by that crazy girl again. If this continued, he would probably be driven crazy. Yin Nuashing gritted his teeth. To think that he was soft-hearted. In the end, this girl, when can you help? Chu Yingxian looked at him with a smile. She blinked her right eye and acted cute. Wait, there's no hurry now. Yin Nuashing turned around angrily. Chu Xianling, Chu Chun, and the girl in white didn't get involved in the conversation. They only reacted after the conversation was over. They looked at Chu Yingxian strangely. It seemed that this girl trusted this guy, who looked like a girl a lot. However, he did help him a lot. It was just that they didn't know where Chu Yingxian's trust came from. Sister Ling, Sister Xian can't be in love, right? Chu Qin suddenly thought of this and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Chu Xianling's cheeks trembled. Mei Mao sized up Yin Nuashing slightly. She glanced at her brother and said, "It doesn't seem like it. Who knows what sister is thinking? However, if it's brother Yin, it doesn't seem bad." Chu Qin chuckled. He admitted this. Yin Nuashing didn't know what they were thinking. She was busy looking for something in the pendant. After a while, she found it. She took out an emerald bracelet and used the power of the divine body to carve something on the bracelet. After she was done, she threw it to the girl in white and said, "Wear it on your wrist. It can temporarily suppress your unstable energy. As for what I said, do it later. Now isn't a good time to solve this problem. Just this little thing." The girl in white muttered softly. In the end, she saw Yin Nuashing's slightly tired and slightly indifferent gaze. She hurriedly put the bracelet on her wrist. She was suspicious because this problem had been with her for many years. If it could be suppressed so easily, she wouldn't have, Before she could finish her thought, she saw the bracelet on her wrist. Then, a burst of colorful light spread out from the bracelet and covered her body. The unstable energy in her body quickly calmed down under the comfort of the colorful light. Finally, her fluctuating aura gradually stabilized. The fluctuations became smaller and smaller. In just a few seconds, this great god expert who couldn't control her own energy returned to her normal great god state. It's really calmed down. After her energy returned to normal, the girl in white's pretty face was full of astonishment. She said something very surprising. After a while, she saw that Yin Nuashing was still staring at her. She even puffed up her cheeks like a child. She couldn't help but smile and show a grateful expression. She bowed slightly to him and said, "Thank you so much for this time. Is it okay if I call you Little Yin?" Yin Nuashing shuddered and hurriedly waved her hand and said, "As you wish. So, isn't it time to talk about something serious? That guy who was called back by lifesteal." As he said that, he looked at Chu Yingxian. This girl was in a daze at this moment. When she saw him looking at her, she was also stunned. Only then did she remember the reason why she was called back. She had already forgotten about it. "That's right. Battle." Chu Yingxian jumped up and said, "You suddenly sent me a message asking me to come back quickly. You said that there's going to be a battle. What's going on? Are those bastards from the Lingyan battle court causing trouble? You just remembered?" The girl in white laughed bitterly. She reached out to stroke the hair in front of her forehead and said, "The situation is similar to what you know. Didn't you say that there weren't many people in the Kuan Yuan region who dared to provoke your family? Why did someone come knocking on your door in the blink of an eye?" Yin Nuashing shot a glance at Chu Yingxian and asked, "After wandering around the deity world for so many years, it's inevitable that you will encounter some unavoidable things. Big Brother has been in the deity world for several 100,000 years and has quickly advanced from a heavenly deity to a late-stage god emperor. He has offended many people in this process." The girl in white shook her head helplessly. "It's not bad to become a god emperor in several 100,000 years. You should have broken through the seals several times." Yin Nuashing nodded. This wasn't a particularly difficult matter. There were many experts who became god emperors within 1,000,000 years. That long period of time was enough for them to find many ways to break through the seals on their bodies and continue cultivating. However, the path after that was difficult. Even if Chu Yingzhan's father had the capability to become a late-stage god emperor before 1 million years old, he might not be able to enter the late-stage god realm in the following 100 million years, one epoch, or even 3 epochs. This was a gap of an entire world. It was hard to cross. And then, I suddenly remembered. Yin Nuoxing's mind suddenly wandered as he thought of something. He looked at Chu Yingzhan and furrowed his brows, saying, "Your father is already several 100,000 years old, and you still haven't broken through 100? Why are your sister and brother still so young?" Chu Yingzhan was startled. After a moment, she jumped up and said, "I really haven't broken through 100 years old. I came to the deity world after my stupid father. More than 10 years later, I came here because of the energy conversion you just mentioned. Not long after, I passed out. My stupid father got a lot of extreme grade Shin crystals by chance, so he sealed me and kept me here until now. I only came out when I recovered." Yin Nuoxing had a strange look on her face. However, this was quite normal. When people from the lower realm came to the upper realm, the energy in their bodies would automatically be assimilated by the pure energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, the energy would be injected with the energy of the elements. The failure rate of this process was quite high. After all, no one wanted to see the energy that they had painstakingly cultivated for many years being replaced inexplicably. What's more, a new energy was injected into it. Subconsciously, they would resist. Once they resisted, a big problem would occur. The white-robed woman and Chu Yingzhan were already considered lucky. If the situation was worse, they would die on the spot. The energy of a superior grade Xian crystal could seal a complete person for tens of millions of years. Lan Xian, or had been sealed in a Xian crystal for almost 100 eras. However, she only had her soul. She had to consume a lot of energy to preserve her body. After a moment, he looked at Chu Xianling and Chu Yingzhan again. The two of them waved their hands and said with a wry smile, "We were born in the divine world more than 30 years ago." Everyone let out a long, "Oh." Yin Nuoxing shrugged. He was just curious and interrupted. Now, he said, "Okay, now that you have finished your curiosity, let's get down to business." Chapter 963. Then, let's get down to business. Yin Nuoxing pushed his long hair behind his head and put on an unfathomable expression. He smiled faintly, and his lips curled up slightly. His smile was evil and charming. "Although I don't know what's going on, I really want to kick you when I see you like this." Chu Yingzhan widened her eyes and sighed unhappily. She looked at the woman in white and said, "Auntie, why don't you tell us? I've been away from the music world for a while, so I don't know as much as you do." The woman in white nodded and sorted out her thoughts. Everyone sat down quietly and wiped their ears. Then, the woman in white began to speak softly. "The eastern part of the Kuan Yuan region, specifically, is the northeast region. The north borders the North Ice Realm, and the south extends all the way to the middle of the Kuan Yuan region. A quarter of the vast land of the Kuan Yuan region is also called the Kuan Yin land by the people of Kuan Yuan region. The other 3 parts of the Kuan Yuan region also have this name. The Kuan Yin land is divided into 36 regions, which are called 36 prefectures. Each prefecture contains millions of cities of various sizes, countless small gathering places, and large areas of uninhabited wilderness and forests." As soon as the woman finished speaking, Yin Nuoxing was stunned. "Huh? You're continuing to divide the regions again? You really have nothing better to do." Everyone was stunned. He continued, "Well, it's normal. The realm of the gods is too vast. If you don't divide the regions in detail, you won't even know where you are when you go to other large regions. In the end, you can only report the Kuan Yuan region and add the location at most. Then, you can only point at the map and say that it's roughly this place. In the end, you'll end up in all directions." The woman in white, Chu Xianling, and Chu Chun didn't feel anything when they heard this. However, Xian and Chu Yingzhan, who were in the know, finally understood. It seemed that the regions weren't divided so clearly in the remote antiquity age. "Well, little star, you just don't know. You don't pay much attention to this. Anyway, you flew here and there and crossed dozens of regions, but you still don't know. There are also detailed divisions in other large regions," Yuan, she said. Cough, cough. Seeing that the topic was about to deviate, the woman in white hurriedly coughed dryly. Yin Nuashing and Yuan, she sat upright and still, revealing an embarrassed smile. Rolling her eyes at the two of them, she continued, "The Azure Emperor City is located in the 10th prefecture of the Earth Cloud continent. In this prefecture, there are few major powers that could be considered first-rate in the myriad gods world. One of them is none other than the true boundary of our Azure Emperor City. As for the remaining ones, they are all from the Lingyun Battle Court. They are considered to be the strongest powers in this prefecture." "How does it compare to the Nine-God Shrine?" Nightmare suddenly asked with a playful smile. The woman in white was taken aback. When the Nine-God Shrine was mentioned, a hint of fear and respect could be seen in her eyes. After thinking for a while, she shook her head and said, "I'm not too sure about the details of the Nine-God Shrine. I only know that they are very strong. Legend has it that as long as a shrine possesses all of its strength, it would be enough to overthrow an entire origin region. Only the 8 ancient great clans and the 12-star palaces would be able to barely resist it. Fortunately, the Nine-God Shrine has no intention of occupying a piece of land. If the Nine-God Shrine were to announce that they wanted a piece of land, many people would feel uneasy." "Oh!" Everyone let out a long oh. After that, they all said in unison in their hearts, "So the Nine-God Shrine is actually like this in the eyes of others." "Don't interrupt." Yin Nuashing glared at everyone. Looking at the woman in white, she laughed dryly and said, This elder sister, please continue." That sweet form of address made the woman in white smile gently. When the cold beauty smiled, it was as if a warm sun had descended upon this place. It was incomparably bright. Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes. Was this guy used to calling her elder sister or something? He was an old man who had lived for 70 years. How could he call someone elder sister? "A few years ago, when my brother was roaming the god's realm, he had a conflict with a holy son of the Lingyun Battle Court. That holy son died in my brother's hands, and that was how the grudge was formed. Then, because of the Lingyun Battle Court, a few of the forces under it also had conflict with my brother. Until now, ever since the Chu Jie was established, it has been constantly at war with the Lingyun Battle Court. We also have forces that are on good terms with us, but they are too far away. Some of them are very far away from the 10th state. As for the neighboring 3 states, 4 states, 9 states, 11 states, and so on, there are no people that we are familiar with. But the Lingyun Battle Court." The white-robed woman wanted to continue speaking, but Yinhuashing suddenly extended her hand to stop her. "There's no need to talk about these general matters. I want to know the specific combat strength of those participating in the battle. You don't have to mention those below the high-level gods." The white-robed woman was stunned. She tilted her head. Mei Mao looked at Chu Yingzhan strangely. The latter could only stick out her tongue, indicating for her to continue speaking. Only then did she nod. "Over at the Lingyun Battle Court, there are about 8 to 9 God Emperors. 2 of them are late-stage God Emperors, and one of them might be a late-stage or mid-stage God Emperor. It has been a long time since they appeared, so I'm not sure. As for the remaining ones, there are about 20 Underworld Emperors and about 40 to 50 Underworld Kings. Does this include the forces under them?" Yin Nuashing asked again. The white-robed woman nodded. She pondered for a moment before continuing. "As for the Chu world, or the Azure Emperor City, there are only 5 God Emperors, including me. As for those at the level of the Underworld Emperors and Underworld Kings, they are lacking in combat strength. 8 to 9. Huh? If we count more seriously, there are 15 God Emperors, all of whom are late-stage God Emperors. There are even God Emperors who have stepped into the 1,000-layered 100 Revolutions realm." Yin Nuashing murmured. The words she said caused everyone to feel fear. 8 and 15? Furthermore, they were all late-stage God Emperors. Wasn't this a little too serious? What about divine weapons? Is there anyone with a special physique? Is there any specific information on the strengths of the various God Emperors? Also, are there any special high-level gods? For example, those who can fight across 2 to 3 major realms? Yin Nuashing raised her head and looked at the white-robed woman. The white-robed woman started as an awkward expression appeared on her face. She shook her head lightly. I'm not too sure about all these. Maybe I have to ask my elder brother to know. Chu Yingxian stared at Yin Nuoxing in astonishment. She had never seen such a serious expression on his face before. For what she knew, this violent fellow was someone who could push through all obstacles. She didn't expect that he would also have a time when he was thinking about strategy. Strategy? When Chu Yingxian couldn't help but blurt it out, Yin Nuoxing started. He cast a strange glance at her before shaking his head. What strategy? I'm calculating the degree of resistance of my opponents. Those with thicker skin would have to use more strength. I'm calculating what methods to use. Everyone, Chu Yingxian almost slid under the table. Her face twitched as she got up from the sofa. She looked at Yin Nuoxing speechlessly and said, I knew it. I couldn't trust you, no, but calculating the combat power of the enemy and then choosing the way to fight and the means to fight can also be considered type of strategy. Chu Chun gritted his teeth as he tried to smooth things over for Yin Nuoxing. Estimating the strength of the enemy and making preparations for a contingency plan. It's very rigorous, Chu Xianling quickly added. Chu Yingxian widened her eyes and looked at Chu Xianling and Chu Yingxian with a strange expression. Yin Nuoxing thought for a while and suddenly stood up. He looked at her and said, Is your father free now? Let's talk to him. I need more accurate information. No matter what, the deciding factor of this battle was still the battle between the Emperor Gods. Although he said that he could kill the Emperor Gods, he had to be careful when facing a group of Emperor Gods. After all, he had to use his full strength to deal with such experts. It would be good if he could deal 1 or 2 attacks. He had to think about what to do if the enemy still had the ability to fight after 1 or 2 attacks. Of course, it would be best if he could deal with them in one go, dummy weight. Are you planning to deal with them yourself? Chu Yingxian quickly asked in his soul. Yes. Sister Shui and the others went to the other realms connected to the Myriad Realm book 2 or 3 days ago. Although I can still call for many experts from the 9-deity temple, it's better not to trouble them. They have their own things to do. Yin Nuoxing nodded in response. Oh, by the way, I haven't asked when the battle will start. Just as he was about to walk out, Yin Nuoxing stopped and asked. The white-robed woman said, There are still 3 days. It has been 4 days since the battle notice was sent. Originally, I didn't plan to call Sienna back. But yesterday, a few young disciples from the Chu domain went out with the young people from the other powers in the Azure Emperor City and were all killed outside the Azure Emperor City. Only then did Big Brother feel the danger and hurriedly called Sienna back. Although we have already been ambushed a few times in the Yin-Yang world. Chu Chun shrugged and sighed. Big Brother and the others are still discussing with the other powers in the Azure Emperor City. It's not good for us to go over now. Let's wait first, the white-robed woman said. Compared to Yin Nuoxing, he didn't have any objections. There were still 3 days. He only wanted to ask about some small matters. As long as they didn't tell him at the last moment that there was a god on the other side, everything was easy to handle. Little Purple Soul saw that his brother was still talking to others. He swung his legs in boredom. After a while, he finally couldn't sit still and slipped out. Little Moon and Yor saw this and hurriedly followed, running around the courtyard and the valley. Because there was nothing special to mention, after a simple conversation, Yin Nuoxing sat down to rest and raised his head in a daze. Xian and Ming also imitated him and were in a daze. Chu Yingxian was pulled to the side by the white-robed woman. The others also walked around the room. Xian, tell me honestly, is little Yin the son-in-law you brought back for your father? The white-robed woman whispered. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yingxian instantly exploded. Her beautiful face flushed red as she jumped up and down on the spot. Auntie, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I fall into the hands of that perverted siscon, shameless idiot harem boy? Such a huge commotion caused the white-robed woman to laugh. She knew her niece's personality very well. If it really wasn't her niece, why would she have such a big reaction? This girl was so shy that she wanted to die. In the past, when this topic was brought up, she would only say in disdain that this fairy didn't like anyone. But now, The white-robed woman, Mei Mao, turned around and suddenly laughed. She kept sizing up Chu Yingxian, causing the latter's hair to stand on end. She quickly hugged her arms and shook her head with all her might. I'll definitely. Even if I'm single for the rest of my life, I'll definitely not fall in the hands of that idiot harem boy. Hearing this, the white-robed woman couldn't help but laugh. This is the first time I've heard you call a boy an idiot. She couldn't help but secretly laugh. Such an intimate nickname. Without waiting for Chu Yingxian to explode and retort, the white-robed woman waved at Chu Xianling. The latter, who was in a daze, only reacted after a while. She bounced in front of her. Auntie, you're looking for me? I see that you're quite interested in little Yin. The white-robed woman, Mei Mao, had a sly glint in her eyes as she stared at Chu Xianling. Seeing her eyes move slightly, she couldn't help but laugh. What? Do you two like each other? Before Chu Xianling could answer, Chu Yingxian pulled her into her arms with all her might. Her deep voice was somewhat cold. Little girl, listen to me. Even if you find a repulsive man, you definitely can't find that idiot. Do you hear me? After being yelled at by her sister for no reason, Chu Xianling shrunk her neck and looked at her suspiciously. She felt that it was strange and couldn't help but mutter. Are you my biological sister? How can an elder sister ask her younger sister to find a... Besides, are you referring to Brother Yun with that string of adjectives? At this point, Chu Xianling suddenly saw the white-robed woman winking at her with all her might. She was stunned and subconsciously looked at her sister, who was entangled with her. For a moment, she didn't understand the former's meaning and only continued. I think Brother Yun is quite good. He's handsome. No, I should say beautiful. He doesn't speak any flowery words. Unlike other men who look at women with shifty eyes, as if they haven't seen a woman for tens of millions of years. Furthermore, he's strong. Chu Xianling's Mei Mao sparkled, and a strange light flashed across her eyes. She suddenly laughed and broke free from Chu Yingxian's embrace. She ran to the white-robed woman's side and pulled her arm, shaking it. Aunt, what do you think of Yun? I'll take care of father myself. Can you help me observe him? I'm a little embarrassed. The white-robed woman smiled and agreed repeatedly. As for Chu Yingxian, her entire body turned gray as if she had been petrified. Her eyes were dull and her mouth was wide open, but she couldn't squeeze out a single syllable. It wasn't until the white-robed woman walked lightly towards Yun Nuoxing that Chu Yingxian let out a strange cry and came back to her senses. Aunt, wait a moment. Pulling the white-robed woman back, Chu Yingxian pulled Chu Xianling to the side and slapped her against the wall. She glared at her. You silly girl, listen carefully. That bastard has a daughter. No, there are many people who like him. You can't compete with those people around him. Furthermore, he is... Chu Yingxian shuddered and quickly shut her mouth. She looked like she was in a difficult position, which made the white-robed woman a little interested. This girl didn't mention the child's identity or even his name. She only said that his surname was Yun, and the child didn't seem to want to say his name either. It seemed that he had something he couldn't say. But Chu Xianling raised her eyebrows slightly. Chu Yingxian gritted her teeth and took a deep breath to calm herself down. She said lightly, It's a piece of 10,000-year-old wood. Oh, then it's difficult. The white-robed woman covered her mouth and smiled. It was unknown what she meant by difficult. Chu Xianling was also surprised. She subtly glanced at Yun Nuoxing, who wasn't far away, and then looked at Xian and Ming, who were beside him. She felt a little helpless. There were indeed many girls around this guy, and each of them had their own temperament. There was almost no repetition. Even the white-robed woman felt that this was very impressive in all aspects. That's what it is. Chu Yingxian crossed her arms and looked up at her sister. She said, Stupid sister, give up. That bastard is a heartless person. Chu Xianling shrunk her neck and lowered her head. Chu Yingxian, I said, sister is an idiot. Chu Xianling turned her head, and her face returned to a slightly indifferent look. Mei Mao still glanced at Yun Nuoxing from time to time. They didn't have to wait very long. When Yun Nuoxing and the others were all sleeping soundly, the hall was covered with corpses, and the sky was dark. A figure quietly appeared at the door. She couldn't help but be stunned when she saw a group of people sleeping miserably on the table, sofa, and even the sofa and the ceiling. Wow, why are there so many corpses in this place? That person took a step back in shock. She was even more surprised when she saw Chu Yingjian and her sister leaning against each other on the sofa, and the woman in white being used as a pillow by the two sisters. Then, she saw Yun Nuoshing as a pillow for 4 people, with a white fat ball hanging on her head and a fox wrapped around her chest. She was so shocked that her mouth fell open. Was this a moving fortress? Xian is back. This group of people, are they Xian friends? They're very strange. She could only think of the word strange after thinking for a while. The person who appeared was a man wearing casual home clothes. His face was very delicate and handsome, and there was a hint of laziness on his face. His facial features were somewhat similar to the woman in white, and he had shoulder-length black hair with faint curls. He had the temperament of a big brother next door. The man tiptoed behind the woman in white, reached out his hand, and patted her head gently. Then, he ruffled her hair and said softly, "Chongping, wake up." However, this soft call caused everyone in the room to suddenly open their eyes. Light shot out from over 10 pairs of eyes, causing the space to tremble. The devil nightmare that was hanging on the ceiling also fell to the ground with a bang. That muffled sound caused everyone to become a little more awake. Yin Nuoshing also woke up. She lowered her head, and little magic rolled down with her head. Just as she was about to hit the ground, he reached out with both hands and clamped her into the shape of a gourd. Little magic also cried out in shock. This time, everyone was completely awake. Everyone's awake. The man scratched his head blankly. He lowered his head to look at the sleepy Chu Yingjian and couldn't help but sigh. He felt a little disappointed. He originally wanted to give this girl a hug that he hadn't seen in a long time, but in the end, there were so many people here that it wasn't appropriate for him to reach out. Elder brother, the white-robed woman, Chu Zhangping, turned her head. She was slightly startled when she saw the newcomers. An instant later, she laughed lightly. After getting familiar with everyone here, the coldness on her face lessened by quite a bit. She stretched her hand out to the crowd and said, "They are all Xian Er's friends. Have you guys finished your discussion? Oh, friends of Xian Er, welcome to the music realm to play. Just be natural. Please forgive us for the lack of hospitality. As you can see, we're slightly busy now." The man smiled gently at Yin Nuoshing and the others, nodding his head. After which, he sighed and said to Chu Zhangping, "What else can we do? We can only fight. If I was alone in the past, I might be able to settle this debt in the future. But now I can't run away. No matter what, I have to protect the Azure Emperor's city, protect the music realm." "Stupid father, where are mother and the others?" Chu Yingjian stretched her hand out and patted the stomach of the man. It was a greeting to them that she hadn't returned home for a long time. Now, she didn't have the time to say anything special to them. Shuang, and the others are still in closed-door seclusion. It's impossible for them to come out in a short period of time. But even if they did, there would only be 2 more initial stage God Emperors. It wouldn't have a huge impact on the battle situation. The man sighed, his brows furrowed with worry and fatigue. Chu Xianling and the other 2 squeezed out a seat and pulled him to sit down. They then passed him a cup of immortal tea. This tea caused everyone in the room to fall asleep. It should be able to help him relax a little. The man smiled and stretched out his hand to ruffle Chu Xianling's hair. He took the cup and drank it in a single gulp. The energy of the immortal tea was released in an instant, causing him to feel extremely comfortable. His entire body trembled as he muttered, "This is an item from the fairy realm." During these years of roaming the myriad deities realm, he had seen some items from the fairy realm. Such a miraculous heavenly treasure had a unique aura. It was impossible for him to be mistaken. Now that he regained his senses, he discovered that the entire room was filled with this fragrance. It was just that he was too preoccupied with his thoughts earlier and didn't pay much attention to it. Only after drinking the immortal tea did he realize what it was. "Ah, stupid father, you don't have to worry." Chu Yingjian grinned. She stretched out her hand and patted his shoulder. "This time, I've returned with a huge amount of help. This man, who had the aura of an elder brother next door, tilted his head in astonishment. He stared at Yin Nuashing and the others. Was this devilish brat talking about them? Chapter 964. In the Azure Emperor's city, there were many people who had been moving about in the shadows. At this moment, they were stealthily entering the city. The streets and alleys were filled with their silhouettes, silently exchanging information with each other. A person dressed in ordinary coarse hemp robes silently appeared at the rooftop of a pavilion, hiding in the shadows. His eyes flashed with a bright light as he stared at the lake in the middle of the Azure Emperor's city. After a long period of time, another pair of eyes appeared from the shadows, also staring at the lake in the Chu realm. The place was still heavily guarded, and it had already been a few days, with no signs of laxity. Situation: the Chu realm has already been sealed for 4 days. During this period, other than people from the other major powers of the Azure Emperor's city, there was also a group of initial stage deities that entered. There were no traces of them in the Azure Emperor's city. For safety's sake, we also searched for the more famous powers in the 10th prefecture. However, among those powers that had the qualifications to enter the Chu realm, there were no traces of them. From the shadows, 2 low voices drifted over. Even the sunlight had no way to penetrate this strange darkness. Initial stage deities, there's no need to worry. Other than the Chu realm, there are no other powers in the Azure Emperor's city that are worth guarding against. There's only 5 to 6 god emperors, and the number of experts at the other cultivation levels is also lesser than us. It's just that the formation left behind by the demigod sovereign back then is somewhat troublesome. The Azure Emperor Manor's defenses are lax. In the shadows, 2 fluctuations of energy fluctuated rapidly. A few minutes later, everything returned to normal. Silently, another person appeared on the streets below. He glanced to his left and right before leisurely walking towards the city gates. His footsteps didn't even cause the slightest bit of sound. It wasn't intentional. It was more like it had already become a habit. The Azure Emperor's city was in a state of combat readiness. The security was extremely tight. Every person who wanted to pass through the city gates would be constantly scanned by over 10 guards. That man dressed in coarse hemp robes curled his lips as he was inspected thoroughly. After a long period of time, he was finally allowed to pass. After that, he followed the main road and walked towards the north slowly. After walking for a full 2 hours, he climbed over a small mountain before speeding off into the distance. After passing through several mountain ranges, he walked for tens of thousands of miles before a vast plain appeared. A gigantic energy barrier descended from the skies, enveloping this area with a radius of 100 miles. Within the barrier, rows of neatly arranged military camps could be seen. Rows of tents were so densely packed that one couldn't even see the end of them. Some of them seemed extremely unique. This was a gigantic military camp. Soldiers clad in silver armor were stationed here. The tents of ordinary soldiers were extremely quiet, exuding an austere aura. There were also some tents with strange insignia that radiated powerful energy fluctuations. These were the energy fluctuations of mid-tier or even high-tier deities. The soldiers didn't dare to go near them. There were also many tents at the borders of the military camp. However, the people here were all dressed in the same uniform, and their auras varied from strong to weak. At this moment, they were still casually conversing with one another. Their gazes were filled with reverence when they glanced at the tents that radiated powerful energy fluctuations. They were all disciples of the major powers. Although they were strong, they didn't reek of blood when compared to the ordinary soldiers. They had never experienced life and death battles on the battlefield before. Even so, they were still a force to be reckoned with. That figure dressed in coarse hemp robes rapidly entered the energy barrier, rushing to the largest tent as he spoke to the guards at the entrance. 2 of the guards hurriedly entered the tent to report his arrival. An instant later, they came out and welcomed the figure into the tent. Within the tent, there were over 10 people. They had no aura fluctuations at all, but this didn't mean that they were ordinary people. It was just that their strength had already reached an extremely terrifying degree, causing others to be unable to sense them. Battle Spirit King, Your subordinate has returned. That young man entered the tent and knelt down on one knee. He respectfully clasped his hands towards the handsome young man seated in the main seat. The Battle Spirit King casually nodded his head and waved his hands lightly. That young man nodded as well. His tone was calm as he swiftly told the Battle Spirit King all the information he obtained in the Azure Emperor city. I got it. You can leave now. The Battle Spirit King nodded. With a wave of his hand, the figure dressed in coarse hemp robes respectfully clasped his hands and left the tent. In the entire Azure Emperor city, there are only 6 to 7 heavenly emperors. There's nothing to be afraid of. Why don't we attack first and crush them all in one fell swoop? A skinny figure dressed in armor stood up and spoke in a stern voice. The Battle Spirit King glanced at him and didn't reply immediately. He lightly rubbed his hands together. Be it the Chu world or the Azure Emperor's city, he wasn't afraid of them. The Soaring Cloud Battle Court had been established in the Kuan region for many years. Countless new and old powers had replaced them, but their Soaring Cloud Battle Court had never fallen. According to his intelligence, the Chu world didn't have any relations with the other prefectures. As a new power that was established less than 1,000,000 years ago, the Chu world was relatively famous in the 10th prefecture, especially that Chu Shun. His original name was Chu Yeong. In just a few 100,000 years, he went against the current from a heavenly deity to a late-stage heavenly emperor. During these years, the Battle Spirit King had heard many things about him. At the start, the Soaring Cloud Battle Court only had some small conflicts with Chu Shun. Who would have thought that the conflict would escalate to the point where they had no choice but to face off against each other? The speed of Chu Shun's growth was too fast, causing the Battle Spirit King to feel apprehensive in his heart. Why don't they seize the opportunity now before the Chu world stabilized and take over the Azure Emperor city in one fell swoop? The former #1 genius of the immortal origin world, who would have thought that he would grow to this extent in just a few 100,000 years? The Battle Spirit King laughed inexplicably, causing everyone to turn silent. In the northeast region of the Kuan origin region, all the young geniuses would enter a special place called the Immortal Origin World to cultivate. That Chu Shan was the #1 genius of that generation, regardless of talent or strength. At their level, even though the Immortal Origin ranking of the Immortal Origin World wasn't that important to them, they wouldn't blindly underestimate their enemy. Any action of underestimating their enemy was equivalent to courting death. The #1 genius of the Immortal Origin ranking of the Immortal Origin World had grown to this extent in just a few 100,000 years. Naturally, it wasn't because of luck or coincidence. Does the Battle Spirit King have some misgivings about Chu Yeong? Someone asked. He's a young man that can't be underestimated. The Battle Spirit King smiled faintly. It would be a lie if he said that he wasn't surprised. He reached the same height as us in just a few 100,000 years. Buddy, we're already close to 100 million years old. Ah, yes, 100 million. But because of the seal, we've been waiting at this stage. The seal-breaking effect of the fairy's item isn't that obvious. The person who spoke just now sighed and nodded. That brat is indeed a character. His fighting strength is much stronger than his cultivation realm. Maybe he can reach that level. The Battle Spirit King smiled faintly. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect him to give such a high evaluation. The Battle Spirit King smiled for a while. Then his expression suddenly became serious. His handsome face was covered with coldness. Because of this, we can't let an enemy that has reached that level continue to grow. Get ready. There's still 3 days. When the time comes, we'll attack with all our might. Don't underestimate the enemy. The 30,000 array masters are ready. There's no problem in combining the arrays. With an early stage god emperor controlling them, nothing major will happen. Someone laughed. The Battle Spirit King was silent for a while. He frowned slightly as he felt uneasy. His intuition told him that he should retreat and act as if nothing had happened. It was a very sudden feeling that he couldn't shake off. This sudden intuition made him laugh at himself. Am I really getting old? I'm scared before it even starts. The difference in strength between both parties was obvious. The intelligence wasn't wrong. Chu Jie should only have the fighting strength that they understood. If that was the case, they would definitely win this battle. Wow, are you joking? When Chu Shun and Chu Yang heard Yin Nuoxing and the others say that they wanted to help on the battlefield, they instinctively thought that they were going to join the battle between demigods and early-stage gods. Seeing their determined gazes and Chu Yingzhan's words, they agreed. However, Chu Yang didn't expect that Yin Nuoxing and the others weren't referring to the battle between early-stage gods, but the battle between god emperors. I don't have time to joke around. Yin Nuoxing spread her hands and sighed. To be exact, I'm going alone. Well, they'll be supporting me from behind. Xian, Chu Yingzhan, and the others nodded at the same time. After all, among them, only Yin Nuoxing could use moves that could cause great damage to god emperors. Although she would be exhausted after every battle, it was their turn to fight. Just like a support group, they would also provide their own strength when necessary. Even if they could only provide a little help, it would be fine. Seeing that the crowd did not seem to be joking, Chu Yang pinched his cheeks in astonishment. When he realized that the pain was not a dream, he looked at the woman in white in astonishment. She also had a blank expression on her face, especially when his family's mischievous and precious eldest princess was among the people who spoke. In an instant, both of them were at a loss. Sister Xian, are you joking? No matter how strong Brother Yun is, it's impossible for him to participate in a battle between god emperors, right? Chu Chen's cheeks twitched. He risked being knocked on the head as he spoke to Chu Yingzhan. In his opinion, letting Yin Nuoxing, a demigod, participate in a battle between god emperors was the same as sending her to her death. In a battle of that level, she would die easily. Aya, don't worry so much. Just leave everything to this idiot. We'll just take care of the aftermath, Chu Yingzhan said with a wave of her hand. Yin Nuoxing stumbled and fell to the side. Is it really okay for you to say this in front of me? This is your battle, right? If I make a mistake, won't you take action? So we'll take care of the aftermath. If you mess up, we'll help you clean it up, Chu Yingzhan said casually as she patted her shoulder. Okay. Up to you. Then it's settled. Chu Yingzhan smiled sweetly. Then, she looked at Chu Yang and said with a smile, Stupid father, you heard it too. Hurry up and prepare a reward for him. Take out your family heirloom or something. You won't be interested in ordinary things. Chu Yang and the woman in white looked at each other strangely. They looked at each other, then looked at Chu Yingzhan strangely. Then, they looked at Yin Nuoxing, who looked indifferent. They were a little confused. That brat seemed to trust the latter. If it was any other time, they would let her do whatever she wanted as long as nothing happened. However, this time, it was not a joke. It was not that they looked down on Yin Nuoxing or anything like that. It was just that they did not think that a demigod could interfere in a battle between high-level gods. Instead, she would be putting herself in danger. They had also been at the demigod level, so they naturally knew the strength of this level. Chu Yang had once fought with a supreme god when he was at the demigod level and won. This was already the top level of combat power. When he stepped into the demigod level, he could even fight a supreme god without losing. Chu Yingzhan seemed to have felt something. She turned around and saw him and the woman in white looking at her. She could not help but wrinkle her nose. She stretched out her hand and patted her father's stomach, saying, Hey, stupid father, your situation is different from his. You always tell me that people are outsiders and people are out of this world. Why don't you dare to believe it now? Have you become short-sighted? This stupid idiot can beat you down. Chu Yingzhan quickly changed the way she addressed him. She waved her fist at him. Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. Why was there another way to address him? Are you kidding? Chu Yang's cheeks twitched. A demigod level and a supreme god level expert? This difference was not just a few small realms or a few big realms. It was a difference of a whole different concept. No one would believe it, right? Chu Yang took a deep breath and frowned, saying, Little girl, although I don't know where your confidence comes from, this is not a joke. There must be a limit to fooling around. If you mess around on the battlefield, you will lose your life. Well, I knew that an idiot like you wouldn't believe it. Well, those who believe it casually don't have brains. Chu Yingzhan sighed. The last sentence was said very softly, so no one heard it. She looked at Yin Nuashing and said, "Idiot, why don't you show a little? I know you don't want to reveal your identity. Just show a little to scare this idiot. Do you want me to blow up the music realm?" Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. What was the point of showing a little? If he showed a full release of energy, he wouldn't be able to take it back. It wouldn't be fun if he blew up the music realm. Yin Nuashing also felt her father's strange and questioning gaze. He couldn't help but sigh. He scratched his head and said to Chu Yingjian, "Forget it. Just tell your father and the others honestly. Otherwise, they will say that I'm not a good person. Anyway, they are your family. There's no problem." After that, he thought for a while and said in his soul, "There's no need to talk about the 9 divine temples." When she heard that he could reveal his identity, Chu Yingjian couldn't help but grin. Her eyes were full of excitement. She stood up immediately and looked very excited. When she talked about Yin Nuashing's battle achievements, she was so excited that her face was red. It was as if she was introducing herself. Yin Nuashing also took out a dozen divine weapons as evidence. The first to react was Chu Chun. When he heard that Yin Nuashing was the divine physique of spiritual reception, he suddenly became excited. He rushed in front of Yin Nuashing like a fierce tiger, pouncing on its prey. The cynical look on his face was replaced by solemnity and reverence. He knew about the yin-yang world. A long time ago, he had a sense of worship for the divine physique of spiritual reception, who he had never met. Later, there was the matter of the divine physique of spiritual reception slaughtering the younger generation gathered in the yin-yang world. He had some worship in his heart. What's more, when the divine physique of spiritual reception appeared in front of him, his eyes became starry. "Big brother Yun, teach me." Chu Chun grabbed Yin Nuashing's hands excitedly and half knelt in front of him. His tone was very excited. Yin Nuashing was stunned and did not react for a moment. After a while, he smiled bitterly and patted him on the shoulder, indicating that he should not be so excited. "Teach you? It's okay if you want me to beat you up, but it's a little difficult to teach you. I don't have much experience in teaching others." Divine physique of spiritual reception. Chu Yang was also a little surprised. He did not expect the divine physique of spiritual reception to be his child's friend. Moreover, the three of them knew each other. He did not know much about this legendary physique, but he knew that the divine physique of spiritual reception had stirred up some chaos in the divine world. Many things happened back then, and the aftermath of the divine world had not completely dissipated. He did not expect that he would be lucky enough to meet the divine physique of spiritual reception. "It's you, little guy. If it's you, then it's true." Chu Yang nodded. Just the fact that the 3 eternal weapons had been shattered was enough to make countless people tremble in fear. The power of the eternal weapons was beyond everyone's imagination. However, under the joint attack of the 3 eternal weapons, not only did they fail to kill Yin Nuashing, but they were also destroyed. From this, it could be seen that the power of the divine body was even more terrifying. Although he did not know that it was actually the power of primal chaos. Well, that's the situation. Yin Nuashing waved his hand and pointed at Chu Yingjian with his chin. He said, "This girl said that the house was blown up, so we came to take a look." Chu Yang glanced at the girl indifferently. The latter pretended to be innocent and looked up at the sky, pretending to be serious. Chu Yang watched for a while and didn't see any other reaction from the girl. He could only sigh. In any case, it wasn't the first or second day that this girl had tricked her father. This brat had been tricking her father ever since she was born. "Yin Nuashing, right? What plans do you have, little brother?" Chu Yang nodded and said. The moment the words "little brother" came out, Yin Nuashing shuddered. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I'll change the way I address you. I don't have any plans now. I have to listen to the information first. You should know very well about the combat power of the Ling Yin battle court. Oh, there's no need to talk about those who are not high-level gods. There's also no need to talk about ordinary high-level gods. Specifically, tell me about the god emperors and some who have grasped special powers." Before he spoke, Yin Nuashing added another sentence. Chu Yang nodded. He sorted out the information and told him in detail. Generally, it was not much different from what the white robe girl had said. It was just that there were more details. The Battle Spirit King is in the same realm as me. We're both late-stage God Emperors. To be more specific, he's a 9th Revolution God Emperor, while I'm an 8th Revolution God Emperor. I haven't entered the realm of 1,000 revolutions yet. I've grasped the elements of earth, metal, and lightning. The deity technique he cultivates is inclined towards heavy power. He's also very good at defense. In addition, he can also use lightning to attack. Chu Yiyang said slowly. He looked up and glanced at Chu Yingjian, who was playing with a few girls. He continued, however, these are only the powers on the surface. I've never seen the battle court master before. These are just the rumors. As for the specific powers, including willpower and the power of laws, I'm not too sure. Yin Nuoxing nodded. A thick and heavy tortoise shell, including the combined attack formation and the combined formation. If there is an upper rank 3 divine emperor controlling the formation, it will be even more troublesome. Of the 9 great realms of the initial God realm, each realm was further divided into 9 revolutions. However, in these great realms, the realms weren't very important because of the restriction period. It was fine to slowly grind away unless there was a gap of 1 or 2 great realms. What was more important was the improvement of one's combat power. It was also because of this reason that the initial stage, middle stage, and late stage were used to replace the lower 3 revolutions, middle 3 revolutions, and upper 3 revolutions. Late stage God Emperor? He hasn't entered the realm of 1,000 revolutions yet. At this time, Yin Nuoxing had a rough estimate of the strength of the top-notch forces in the Kuan-Yuan region. At least, she had a definite estimate of the top-notch forces in the northeast region. In a high-cloud battle court, the strongest person was only a 9th Revolution God Emperor. However, in the 9 Deities Palace, there were at least 300 experts who had entered the realm of 1,000 revolutions. This didn't include the Great Elder and other top-notch experts. Sister Jean and the others have crossed 40% and 50% of the 1,000 revolutions. However, this is only on the surface. The Hall Master and the others are already at the last threshold of the 1,000 revolutions. If it weren't for the law of heaven and earth, they would have crossed that threshold and entered the lower god realm long ago. Yin Nuoxing thought. The Golden Empress and the others were trying to reach a higher realm. Normally, they would use a secret technique to seal their strength. It wasn't quite right to call a seal. It was more like they were cultivating again. Their realms were suppressed to the level when they had just entered the realm of 1,000 revolutions. At this time, if they cultivated to 40% of the 1,000 revolutions, when the seal was removed, they would be able to quickly recover to 70% of the 1,000 revolutions realm. As for Ning Qianxue, she wasn't worth considering. Characters who had entered the lower god realm could do whatever they wanted in the divine world. Because of the law of heaven and earth, it was much more difficult to enter the lower god realm than one would imagine. The 9 Hall Masters of the 9 Deities Palace were also stuck at this level for this reason. Thinking of this, Yin Nuoxing suddenly thought of something incredible. In the Light God Palace, everyone was an Emperor God expert. There were only a few dozen people, but there were dozens of Emperor Gods. Of course, Yao Hua was excluded. The people of the Light God Palace cultivated very quickly. It was said that it was because of the inheritance. He didn't know much about it. Who knew what had happened in the past 70 years? The 9 Deities Palace was not like the one he had built back then. It was very unfamiliar. Seeing Yin Nuoxing lowering her head and pondering, Chu Yang didn't know what to say. Moreover, he had already told her everything he knew. After a long time, Yin Nuoxing came back to her senses. She smiled at him and said, "All right, leave this to me." Chapter 965. Leave it to me. When Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and said those words, Ziyin and the others believed that there was already a conclusion. This matter would be settled perfectly by him, and there would not be any accidents. The Lingyun Battle Court has 12 God Emperors, and a few of them are late-stage God Emperors. Chu Yang looked at him deeply and said, "We don't have much confidence. Although you have the spiritual godly body, you're only a demigod. Can you really deal with them alone?" "Stupid father, didn't I say it clearly enough? What if I am chased away by you?" Chu Yingjian was anxious. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and smiled. He would not be chased away by a few words. After all, it was that crazy girl who asked him to help. Even if I can't get rid of all the God Emperors in one go, I can at least make those late-stage God Emperors go to hell together. As for the rest, even if they can survive, their vitality will be greatly damaged. At that time, Chu Yang understood immediately and nodded heavily. At that time, leave the rest to us, if you can really damage the vitality of their God Emperors. Spreading his hands, Yin Nuoxing leaned on the sofa and sighed. The other side has God Emperors who specialize in defense. Their tortoise shell is very troublesome, but it's not a big problem. Leave it to me. As for the results, I can't say. Anyway, I'll leave the rest to you. Originally, a battle between God Emperors wouldn't have reached the final battle so quickly through a letter of challenge. Chu Yang scratched his head and said, "The Lingyun battle court saw that our Chu realm had not been established for a long time, and there were fewer God Emperors. They had a crushing advantage over us, so they planned to destroy us in one go. Under normal circumstances, the battle would have lasted for a long time. The battle line would have stretched very far, and there would even be a few important battle points to divide the battlefield." Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and immediately understood what the reason was. "You're quite the target of jealousy." Chu Yang smiled helplessly. The Lingyun battle court had decided to kill him before he reached that stage. Otherwise, they would not have attacked him so openly. They were afraid that when he grew to the point where he was not afraid of them, they would eliminate the Lingyun battle court. Then it's settled. The battle will begin in 3 days. Before that, let's rest and prepare. Chu Yang twisted his wrist and nodded to everyone. "I still have some things to do. I'll go and prepare." Watching him walk out of the room, the others also stretched and relaxed. In this place filled with immortal qi, it was not easy to maintain a serious expression for a long time. "Idiot, my father," Chu Yang said. "Chu Yang, Chu Yang, Chu Yus." Chu Yingxian walked behind Yin Nuoxing and hugged the little magic on his head. Mei Mao glanced at him and said, "Am I that petty?" Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Chu Yingxian thought for a while. After a while, she unexpectedly shook her head. "All right, you can be quite generous sometimes. Yes, the kind that is heartless." Yin Nuoxing choked and almost couldn't breathe. He raised his head and glared at her. Then he sighed. "Don't worry. Since I promised you that I would come and help, I won't leave so easily. Unless your family chases me away with a broom. I won't do that." Chu Yingxian patted his head in annoyance. "So why are you free now?" "In a pavilion in the Tsang Emperor City." Even though the battle between the soaring cloud battle court and the Chu realm was known to everyone in the city, it didn't completely affect the activities of other people. The business of the restaurant was booming as usual. The blacksmith shop was also bustling with sparks, and the medicine shop was also filled with the fragrance of medicine. To be honest, no matter who won the battle between the Chu realm and the Lingyun battle court, they would only have a new leader. Everyone was nervous about the upcoming battle. However, there was an unwritten rule in the cultivation world that mortals couldn't be involved in the battle. Although the mortals and low-level cultivators in the city were nervous about the battle, they still had to live their lives. They couldn't stop living just because the godlike figures above them were fighting. Therefore, the battle between the two factions didn't affect the activities in the city at all. The people on the streets were more or less frowning, but they only showed it on their faces. At this moment, Yin Nuoxing and the others were leisurely sitting in the pavilion, drinking tea and chatting. Originally, Yin Nuoxing was an important strategic figure, so no one felt nervous from him. It was as if the upcoming battle wasn't worth mentioning. Only now did everyone remember that this guy was a heavenly god and had seen many big scenes. What was there to be nervous about in a battle between godly emperors? Relax, buddy. It's true that the battle is coming, but we still have to live day by day. Drink tea when you need to drink tea, cultivate when you need to cultivate, and sleep when you're tired. At this moment, it's better to be casual and relaxed than to be nervous. Yin Nuoxing poured a cup of tea for the people around him and sat down leisurely. His tone was very relaxed. Even if the sky falls, there's a tall one to hold it up. There's no hurry. Big brother Yin is right. Chu Chun took a sip of tea and the frivolous temperament appeared on his face again. Chu Yingxian looked at him and wrinkled her nose. Then she said to Yin Nuoxing, "Don't lead my brother astray." "Aya, he won't be led astray. This kid has always been like this." Yin Nuoxing held a cup of tea with one hand and shook it gently with the other. "Yes, yes." Chu Xianling nodded in agreement. Chu Yingxian was amused. These two guys used to be quite clingy with her. The first time she met Yin Nuoxing was when they were being hunted down, and both of them had a good impression of him. Now, they were both siding with an outsider, especially her younger sister. She seemed to have a special liking for that blockhead. In the past, she had never seen Chu Xianling pay attention to a man. Now, whenever she had time, she would ask about that blockhead. Was she possessed? This place is not bad. It's quite lively. Yuanshi stretched his back and looked down from the middle of the floor. There were many young and beautiful women dancing on the stage in the middle. Their voluptuous figures and snake-like waists attracted the attention of most of the men in the pavilion. You said that you wanted to come to the best tea house, so I thought that this was the only place. However, the blockhead might not like this place. Chu Yingxian shrugged and sighed unhappily. Yes, it's quite noisy. Yin Nuoxing glanced down and put down her teacup. Her eyelids drooped slightly. I don't like the atmosphere here. There are all kinds of gazes sweeping over me and judging me. It's as though I'm in prison and I'm being stared at coldly by the soldiers. It's disgusting. Everyone felt a little helpless. Ever since Yin Nuoxing retrieved Quarter Moon's identity and memories, her personality had become even frilier. She was very ethereal, as though she would ascend to heaven at any time. She also preferred silence and was about to enter the state of old age. The army of the Lingyun battle court is already ready. That letter of challenge is just a death sentence. It's so that they can all return to the shrinking domain and be wiped out in one fell swoop. However, that didn't seem to be the case. After all, the voices coming from the lower floor were indeed a little noisy. Everyone turned their gazes over. Chu Yingxian and Mei Mao were ice cold. They wanted to see who said such words. The immortal origin rankings of the immortal origin world only changes once every few years. The person from the shrinking domain was lucky enough to obtain the first position in his generation. After that, he turned the Kuan Yuan region upside down and was chased by the Lingyun battle court to the point that he had nowhere to go. He had no choice but to flee to other regions. When he matured, he returned to this place and established the shrinking domain, becoming the sole power in the Azure Emperor City. It's a pity that the old powers and the new powers would never stop fighting. It's common for one to swallow the other. As for the new powers, unless they're lucky, they'll always be swallowed up by the old powers. It's said that the owner of the shrinking domain isn't someone from the 8 origin world. He came from the lower floor, probably from the 7 origin world. Oh, there's such a thing? In the past, there were also people from the other primordial realms who established themselves in the 8 origin world. Those self-proclaimed geniuses who gave themselves the title of emperors. Everyone knows what happened to them in the end. They still dared to give themselves the title of emperors, claiming that they're the children of heaven. They can't even leave the city. What a joke. People from the other primordial realms should have a heart of reverence when they come to the 8 origin world. They should just tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves. Yet, they still dared to establish a power so brazenly. Aren't they looking down on the 8 origin world too much? This place isn't the small and weak world they came from. Being able to come here and see different sceneries and different worlds, they should feel gratitude in their hearts and live on humbly. The people in the pavilion all had strange expressions on their faces. Some of them were from the Azure Emperor City and had a good impression of the shrinking domain. Because of the existence of the shrinking domain, this place was able to maintain peace for a long period of time. Now that they were being ridiculed like this, they felt extremely puzzled in their hearts. They wanted to rebut, but they didn't dare to open their mouths. Because those who ridiculed the shrinking domain were all people from the major powers that had a friendly relationship with the Lingyun battle court. If the two of them fought, it was obvious which side they would stand on. Chu Yingxian clenched her fists so tightly that the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The wine cup in her hand shattered into pieces as the wine dripped onto the table. Her jade-like hands were trembling, yet there was no expression on her face. Pooh! A burst of laughter abruptly rang out, causing the gazes of the people in the pavilion to shift upwards. On the fourth level, there was a large group of people sitting by the railings. Their auras varied from strong to weak. That laughter originated from the mouth of a handsome young man in white. His body was trembling uncontrollably because of his laughter. "This brother, do you feel that I've said something wrong?" Among that group of people, there was a fair-skinned young man in luxurious robes who inclined his head. His eyes flashed with sharpness as he spoke. "Wrong? Of course you're wrong. Why don't you say that you've been wrong from the start to the end? You've made a grave mistake and are beyond redemption." Yuanshi stopped laughing. His tone turned indifferent as he continued. "In the myriad divine realms, strength is the most important thing. The origin of heroes doesn't matter. Chu Shan didn't have the help of any other major powers and relied solely on his own strength. He used several 100,000 years to step into the late-stage God-Emperor realm and was close to comprehending the 1,000-layered 100 revolutions domain. He then opened up a world of his own, the shrinking domain, and recruited disciples. Chu Shan relied on his strength to obtain this title. Could it be that all of you are merely talking gods, relying on your mouths to ascend to godhood?" Yuanshi's soft voice contained a thick sense of sarcasm. He couldn't even be bothered to conceal it. This group of initial-stage deities were so weak that it was pitiful. Little Moon and Ewer would be able to catch up to them in a short period of time. Yet, they were still loudly discussing how powerful a God-Emperor realm expert was. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen people who were arrogant to such an extent. Many people in the pavilion heaved a sigh of relief as they nodded their heads silently. They were all residents of the Azure Emperor City and were protected by the shrinking domain. At this moment, when they heard that there was someone who dared to be so arrogant and disrespectful to the people protecting them, they didn't dare to say anything because of the strength of the other party. But now that they saw someone standing up for the shrinking domain and Chu Shan, they were naturally extremely happy. "Who are you?" That person narrowed his eyes and coldly spoke. But just as he spoke, a silver-white figure suddenly arced through the air, landing on their table. "Ha!" The crisp sound of something shattering resounded through the entire pavilion. Even the table trembled from the impact of that figure. The fragments of the wine cup flew in all directions. Although the fragments weren't enough to cause any harm to them, it was enough to force them to react. After the group of people dodged, that figure glanced at them with a cold gaze. Nightmare stretched his neck. His right hand was still in the posture of throwing the wine cup. When he saw the cold gazes of those people, he sneered in his heart. After that, he emotionlessly spoke. "Shut up. You are disturbing this daddy's peaceful morning. Think carefully before you speak." Yuanshi took out a new teacup and poured tea for Nightmare. He smiled faintly. There are people dying every moment in the myriad gods world. Some people don't even know how they died. Don't let yourself become the next one because of your mouth. Even if you die in such a situation, no one will pay attention to a nameless person like you. Indeed, your words make sense. Let's not talk about nameless people. Even if a major power was annihilated one day, they wouldn't even know. That person in luxurious robes nodded. He poured himself a cup of tea and coldly laughed. Just like the music world of today. He didn't know who these people were, but he knew that they should have some relationship with the music world. Because they couldn't bear to listen to the music world's nonsense, they decided to speak up to defend the music world. The others were also quietly watching this scene. The people gathered here were all young people from the Azure Emperor City or the Kuan Origin region. Some of them had extraordinary statuses, while some had no backing but were extremely powerful. Right now, all of them were spectators, waiting to see how this matter would develop. As for those who resided in the Azure Emperor City, they all hoped that Yuanshi and the others would be able to ruthlessly teach that fellow who spoke rudely a lesson. This music world's overlord doesn't know what's good for him. Don't you think so? A mere person from the lower world, it's his honor to be able to ascend to the myriad gods realm. Regardless of what they were in the past, whether they were tigers or dragons, they would have to tuck their tails between their legs. To think that he actually dares to be so arrogant, establishing his own world. Ha! That person stood up and surveyed the surroundings. He then raised his arms and asked the crowd, "What do you all think?" Many people coldly laughed, but didn't reply. They continued drinking their tea. Yuan Shi and the others frowned. They could tell that this fellow was born and bred in the myriad gods realm. He was extremely arrogant and looked down on visitors from the lower worlds, feeling that he was a cut above them. They didn't know where this fellow's arrogance came from. They would never look down on visitors from the lower worlds. Hence, they couldn't understand why this fellow was so arrogant. You are a human, but the people from the 7 origin realms aren't humans. It's just that their innate environment is slightly better. What do you have to be arrogant about? For trash like you, if you throw away the false halo bestowed upon you by others, you are nothing. Nightmare coldly laughed. Your arrogance isn't any less than mine, the luxurious person calmly said. The luxuriously dressed man said calmly. He waved his hand and pointed at the pavilion. The people gathered here are all the young elites of the 10th state. Many of them came from the immortal origin realm and are much stronger than the two of you. However, none of them are as arrogant and ignorant as you are. You're really noisy. A cold and indifferent voice that seemed to have emerged from the 9th level of hell interrupted that person's words. It carried a coldness that was enough to freeze the air, causing everyone in the pavilion to shiver. The hot tea in the teacups had unknowingly turned into ice cubes. That person's pupils shrank slightly. His gaze shifted slightly and landed on the figure with long, colorful hair. He slowly stood up and turned around. A pair of colorful eyes stared at him emotionlessly, as if he was staring at a weed on the side of the road. Apologize. Apologize to Deity Chu and all the people from the lower realms. I'll spare your life. Otherwise, Yin Nuashing narrowed her eyes. Her eyes were filled with colorful light. That person's expression trembled, and he was extremely shocked. He had seen high-level gods before, but their gazes weren't as frightening as this person's. He actually felt an irresistible pressure from a demigod. How dare you? That person shouted coldly. He dispelled the feeling that he was imagining things. He was somewhat surprised by Yun Nuashing's beauty. He coldly laughed. If you personally come down and dance for me, I can forgive your ignorant disrespect. A mere demigod dares to stand up for me. I'm afraid you'll become someone else's. Boom. An irresistible pressure suddenly descended from the sky, cutting off the last trace of sound. That luxurious person and the people beside him suddenly paled. Their legs directly fell to the ground. Their upper bodies were prostrated on the ground. Their faces were pressed against the ground, and their noses were crushed. Creak! A huge gravitational force pressed on them. Even a beginner god couldn't withstand such a huge gravitational force. The bones in their bodies made strange sounds as if they were about to be deformed. The group of people knelt on the ground in a very humiliating position. Their faces were flushed, and the veins on their hands were bulging. They wanted to resist with all their might, but it was difficult for them to do anything. I am from Taihua Mountain. That person raised his head firmly. He could only see Yin Nuashing's godlike figure. Billowing black gas faintly appeared from his body. His eyes were frighteningly cold. I don't mind seeing Taihua Mountain's team in the army 2 days later. Come if you have the ability. Yin Nuashing's eyes were filled with cold light. He never liked to talk too much. If someone didn't listen or submit, then he would beat them until they were obedient. He would beat them until they were convinced. Chapter 966. The large pavilion was completely silent. The group of people from Taihua Mountain at the entrance supported each other as they staggered away. The luxuriously dressed man's face was drained of blood, and his aura was so weak that it was undetectable. He had been directly crippled, and he had fallen from a beginner god to a mortal. His life source had also been cut by more than half. He had aged a lot in an instant, and his black hair had lost its color, turning into a deathly pale color. Everyone in the pavilion was horrified. They retracted their trembling hands from that group of people and looked at the center of the pavilion. There was a huge icicle. The icicle pierced straight into the sky from the center of the ice, like a blossoming ice flower. Its edges and corners were releasing shocking cold air. The cold air released by the black ice could even freeze one's meridians. Their gazes paused on the black icicle for a while. Then they turned their gazes to the rainbow-haired woman upstairs, whose gaze was still cold. They felt a little confused. There was a god and underworld expert in the group of people from Tai Hua Mountain, but he was still crippled by a mere demigod. She didn't even put in much effort. It was just a snap of her fingers. No one could see what happened in that instant. They didn't even feel the fluctuation of energy, and the attack had already been completed. Those who seek death have their own way of dying. Tai Hua Mountain, you think too highly of yourselves. You should feel honored to have our boss personally take action. Kneel down and lick my feet with satisfaction, worm. Nightmare glanced at the group of people at the entrance and sneered. The luxuriously dressed man trembled. The intense pain from his entire body made his eyes red, and his face aged a few decades. He stared at them with a venomous gaze, and his voice came out from between his teeth. Just you wait. You will die very miserably, very boom. An extremely bright golden flame pillar shot into the sky. The holy light cut through the haze in the sky, sprinkling a patch of blazing sun and golden ashes. The group of people from Tai Hua Mountain was directly hit by this golden flame pillar and flew hundreds of thousands of meters into the sky. It was estimated that there would be hundreds of landing points. Yin Nuoxing looked at the charred floor by the door, then turned her head to look at Ming helplessly. She sighed and said, "You stupid angel. I asked them to go back and report this so that we wouldn't have to do it again. Why did you split it into a few hundred portions? It's too noisy. It's not a problem to let someone else handle such a small matter." Ming stuck out her tongue, then looked down at the crowd and said, "Who here is familiar with Tai Hua Mountain? Go back and tell them that the music domain has declared war on them. Let's have the final battle the day after tomorrow." Those few informants have been divided into hundreds of groups and are floating in the sky 100,000 miles away. We have to find someone familiar to talk to. Everyone's expression was horrified, their faces turning green. This girl's face was incomparably beautiful, incomparably sacred, making one's heart calm down with a single glance, unable to have any thoughts of sullying her. However, how could this face speak such terrifying words? How could it be divided into several hundred pieces? By the way, those who don't come are grandsons, Yuan, she said again. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand to make the dark ice dissipate. She sat down and drank a mouthful of tea, as if nothing had happened. Chu Xianling looked at her with extraordinary splendor, while Chu Chun looked at her with even more admiration. It could only be said that they had not been frightened by Yin Nuoxing. Perhaps in 2 days, they would be able to see her most frightening side. At that time, they might have a different view of her. Chu Yingjian looked at her in a daze. Mei Mao's expression was complicated, but she was also somewhat touched. She did not expect that Yin Nuoxing and Yuan she would go to such an extent for her, although Chu Yingjian reached out and grabbed Yin Nuoxing's arm. She rolled her eyes and muttered, "You did this because you thought it was fun, right? You even attracted a force for me? Are you really okay with that?" Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. She laughed dryly and nodded, admitting that she did this because she was bored and had nothing to do. However, it was more or less because she wanted to vent her anger for this girl. "You're the one who's holding it in. Your face turned red just now." Chu Yingjian was stunned. "Is it very obvious? It's all on your face." Everyone sighed and nodded. What she was thinking just now was all on her face. Otherwise, Yin Nuoxing would not have stood up for her. If it were any other time, he would not have cared about this. Moreover, you've only dealt with the Lingyun battle court. You have other plans, right? It's rare that you've dealt with such a big enemy. You'll definitely take this opportunity to expand your forces. If your father has some ideas, he'll make the Chu Jie an impregnable place. He'll make the Chu Jie a powerful force that can protect his family, Yin Nuoxing said. When the time comes, we will change our official name. With the Azure Emperor City as the center, the surrounding regions and cities will be our territory. We will gradually expand our territory and become the overlord of the 10th prefecture of the Earth Cloud continent. We will then develop our subordinate forces. Yuanshi nodded and said, as we develop, we will become famous. Suddenly one day, some famous forces and the envoys of a 9 shrine will suddenly come. Nightmare waved his hands and grinned. Congratulations, congratulations. Little Moon nodded. You guys. Chu Yingxian looked at everyone in a daze. She did not think so much at all. Her eyelids drooped slightly. You guys just thought of it, right? Just thought of it. Yes, I just thought of it. Yin Nuoxing, Yuan Shi, and Mo Yin all calmly nodded their heads and straightforwardly agreed, causing her to not know whether to laugh or cry. These 3 fellows, she was very touched. In the face of an unprecedented crisis, at least for them, this group of friends that she had met by chance had never said anything about giving up or retreating. They had even planned for the future. Although she was certain that these 3 fellows wanted a tease. Ahem, they wanted to toy with the battle court of Soaring Cloud. After all, no matter how powerful the 10 districts in the northeast of Kuan-Yuan were, they wouldn't be able to put any pressure on these 3 fellows. After all, the forces behind these 3 fellows were transcendent existences that stood tall on the big stage of the divine world. As for who would be left after being played by that guy, she did not know. However, he did not hold back when he attacked. She guessed that not even a speck of dust would be left. What is this immortal origin world? Yin Nuoxing suddenly asked. He had heard about this so-called immortal origin world a few times. It was something new that he had only heard about after coming to the Earth Cloud continent. I remember that it is a cultivation treasure land in the Earth Cloud continent. It is a naturally formed hidden space that is about the size of 2 or 3 medium-sized cities. It is filled with fake fairy chi. I can only say that it is fake. Compared to the fairy chi in your bodies, it is much weaker. Yuan Shi pointed at Yin Nuoxing and Xian and said, however, the power there is precious to others. The fairy chi has the miraculous effect of improving one's body and soul. As Yin Nuoxing spoke, he lifted little purple soul, who was sitting in his arms, and said, look at this girl. Her soul is filled with fairy chi. In a sense, her life is eternal in concept. Little purple soul blinked. Mei Mao looked at everyone. Although she did not understand what Yin Nuoxing was saying, she knew that he was saying that she was amazing. The little girl immediately became happy. She hugged Yin Nuoxing's head and acted coquettishly. At the same time, it can also change one's temperament and appearance. You will become more beautiful. Yuan Shi coughed dryly. He opened his right eye and glanced at Yin Nuoxing. Everyone nodded and focused their attention on Yin Nuoxing. The latter was also stunned. Then his cheeks twitched crazily. If you want to say that I have become neither a man nor a woman, just say it. It is not my fault that I have become beautiful. No, little Star has directly become a girl. Xian smiled and reached out to pinch his nose. Yin Nuoxing was speechless. In short, that place is where the younger generation of the Kuan-Yuan region will go. Moreover, no one of the major classes will meet there. The minimum requirement to enter is to be at the immortal level. The maximum requirement cannot be higher than a heavenly god. In other words, only high-level gods cannot enter, Chu Yingxian said. Chu Chen raised his hand and said helplessly, the immortal origin ranking of the immortal origin realm is a ranking list that evaluates one's talent and combat power. It is said that the person who occupies the first position will receive a mysterious reward. Although Dad has been first before, he has never told us what the reward is. He only said that if we want to know, we can go up and take a look. After sitting for another 15 minutes, everyone stood up and flew towards the immortal lake. They entered it and returned to the Chu Yuan realm. Xian, your father's looking for you. Come to the Great Hall and ask your friends to come as well. Chu Zhongping's voice rang out in the ears of everyone, causing them to raise their heads and exchange glances with each other. You guys can come as well. Chu Yingxian spoke to Yin Nuoxing and the others. Everyone waved their hands. In any case, they had nothing to do now, so there was no harm in making a trip there. In the central mountain range of the Chu Yuan realm, the most majestic palace was extremely lively. Streams of people walked in and out. All of them had hurried expressions on their faces. Those who entered and exited this place were all carrying the highest orders from the Chu Yuan realm. They were all nervously preparing for the great battle that would happen 2 days later. In the central great hall of the palace, powerful auras could be faintly sensed. In the great hall, Chu Yang, Chu Zhangping, and the other experts all had solemn expressions on their faces as they stared at the map on the table. This was a gigantic map that clearly depicted the terrain of the Azure Emperor city, as well as the surrounding million miles. There were 2 red dots on the map. One was located far away in the mountain range, while the other was located in the Azure Emperor city. Naturally, these represented the 2 major powers. There were many other red dots on the map, but as for what they represented, other than the person who drew them, no one knew. Everyone was discussing in low voices. These people with powerful auras were all peak stage deities and were all core members of the Azure Emperor city. At this moment, Chu Yang's ears were buzzing as he listened to the conversations of the people around him. He felt a headache coming on. Waving his hands, he wanted them to quieten down. However, a beautiful woman whose looks could topple empires stealthily walked over and spoke. "Yang, that group of children is here." Chu Yang regained his senses. He coughed lightly, indicating for everyone to quieten down. A moment later, a creaking sound could be heard as the door was pushed open. After that, Yin Nuoxing and the others slowly walked in under the gazes of many young people outside the great hall. They even closed the door behind them, causing the group of young people to feel extremely curious. For such a solemn meeting, the people gathered here were all the leaders of the Chu Yuan realm and the other major powers of the Azure Emperor city. Yet now, a group of young people suddenly walked in, causing them to feel extremely curious. The other people in the great hall also turned their gazes over in puzzlement. "Oh, they are here. You guys' second brother, third uncle, move aside slightly and let them squeeze in." Chu Yang waved his hands to Yin Nuoxing and the others as he pointed to a spot beside him. Those few young men nodded in understanding and walked to the back of Chu Yang, creating an empty space. After that, Yin Nuoxing and the others squeezed into the empty space, allowing Yin Nuoxing to stand in the center. Deity Chu, these children are?" Someone asked in puzzlement. This was a meeting place. Wouldn't it be breaking the rules if a group of initial stage demigods barged in? "Don't worry about it." Chu Yang waved his hands and smiled at Chu Yingzhan, who was winking at him. After that, he cast a deep glance at Yin Nuoxing and pointed to the map. "This is the current map. The Azure Emperor city is here, and the army of the Lingyun battle court is in the mountains. As for their numbers, we aren't too sure." "I know. I can already see them," Yin Nuoxing calmly replied. "You can see the situation inside?" Everyone was stunned. Chu Yang also looked at him in astonishment. The place where the army was stationed was blocked by a barrier. They only knew that there was a large army hidden there, but they couldn't see what was inside. Chu Yingzhan and the others were also curious. They didn't know when this fellow had investigated. Yin Nuoxing looked at everyone and nodded. He said, 13 emperor gods, 50 emperors of the underworld, 103 kings of the underworld, a total of 13,025 mid-level gods, and 100,000 low-level gods. After that, there are no more. As for the low-level gods, I can't count them anymore. What I can be sure of is that the low-level gods are consumables, and once they are used up, they can be thrown away. The army camp is filled with low-level gods, and their status is about the same as the soldiers. Previously, everyone thought that he was just messing around. Now that he had revealed such specific data, everyone was shocked. First, they were shocked at the strength of the other party. In fact, they were shocked at how this guy knew so clearly. It was as if he had stayed on the other side for a period of time and knew everything. Among the 13 god emperors, one initial stage god emperor is a magic array master. I don't know the details, but based on the strength of his soul power, he should be at the level of an 8th stage god master. That war spirit king is also among them. If your description is correct, that person should be him. Yin Nuoxing continued. Everyone was silent for a moment. A magic array master at the level of a great master couldn't be underestimated. If it was handled well, he alone could turn the situation around. There are so many gods, and War Spirit King, is also leading the army personally. He must have used 80% of the combat power of the battle court of Lingyun. He must be determined to win this battle and completely crush them, someone said in a low voice. Yin Nuoxing stared at the map with his colorful eyes. There was a blue light circulating in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at Chu Yeyang. He said, "What about all your combat power?" The person who walked to Chu Yeyang's side was probably the second brother that he had mentioned just now. When he heard Yin Nuoxing's words, he couldn't help but reply, "Primary level gods." Before he could say anything, Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and interrupted him. He said, "Just tell me about the high-level gods." Chu Yeyang's second brother was slightly stunned. He looked at his younger brother in confusion. When he saw him nod, he also nodded and said, "There are only 6 god emperors that can be sent. There are 30 emperor of the underworld and 66 king of the underworld. By the way, all the important people are here." "Oh." After getting the specific answer, Yin Nuoxing nodded. He propped himself up on the table and stared at the map. The light in his eyes was a little strange. No one could guess what he was thinking. Chu Yingxian pulled on Xian's sleeve. The latter turned around and saw her winking at him. He thought for a while and shook his head, indicating that he didn't know what Yin Nuoxing was thinking. He's probably thinking about how to get rid of them all in one go. Xian hesitated and guessed. Ming and the others agreed with this answer. A certain someone who hated trouble was probably looking for a place to start. Everyone in the hall looked at each other. Many high-level gods had some opinions about these little fellows who had suddenly barged in. The meeting hall was such a serious place. They couldn't be serious when a group of little fellows suddenly appeared. However, when they saw that Chu Shan didn't say anything and was even looking forward to it, they couldn't say anything. They could only hold it in. Yin Nuoxing muttered to himself for a long time. After about 15 minutes, some people in the hall who were more impatient than him couldn't hold it in anymore. They couldn't help but say, "Little fellow, do you see anything?" This person's words made Yin Nuoxing raise his head and look at him. He then turned to Chu Shan, nodded, and said, "Pen." Chu Shan was stunned. He subconsciously handed over the feather pen on the table. Yin Nuoxing took it. Under the gaze of dozens of people, he gently drew a huge circle around the red dot on the mountain range. According to the ratio, the diameter of the circle was about 100,000 miles. Circle. Everyone was dumbfounded. What did this circle represent? Are there any spies or other things in this circle? Yin Nuoxing asked. Chu Yang's second brother scratched his head and said helplessly, "Some people have been arranged in the forest to investigate the background of the Lingyun battle court. Unfortunately, that place has been blocked. Maybe it's the work of the magic formation master you mentioned." "Retreat. Don't leave anyone there," Yin Nuoxing said. Xian and the others instantly understood that this fellow was going to open up a huge hole in the Kuan Yuan region again. He wanted the people from the Chu Jie to retreat in advance so that they wouldn't be accidentally injured. Under such an indiscriminate attack, even his own people wouldn't be spared. "Let's do it tonight. Prepare all your forces. We'll decide the outcome in a short time," Yin Nuoxing said. Everyone was confused. Even Chu Shan didn't know what to do. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Sneak attack? Sneak attack at night?" Of course not. With that magic formation master around, all kinds of sneak attacks are useless. Instead, we'll fall into the enemy's territory and fall into a disadvantageous situation. "Oh, right." As Yin Nuoxing spoke, she thought of something. She grabbed the feather pen and pondered for a while. Then, she drew another circle between the Lingyun battle court's army and the Tsang Emperor city. This circle was closer to the Tsang Emperor city. "Here, you can set up magic formations and traps here. Just in case, don't make too big of a commotion. It won't be good if we disturb the enemy." Chu Shan touched his chin and pondered for a while. He said, "You want to lure them out and defeat them one by one?" No. It's very troublesome to explain. Anyway, tonight, Yin Nuoxing waved her hand and was stunned for a moment. She looked at Chu Shan and said seriously, "Let me ask you in advance. If the 13 god emperors are weakened by 60%, can you deal with them?" Everyone was a loss again. This guy spoke in chunks, and at this time, he said something that no one could understand. "Will it work?" 13 god emperors with 40% of their strength. Can't you kill them with a few thousand people? Yin Nuoxing urged them to come back to their senses. Chu Shen thought for a while and nodded. He said, if they are only at 40% of their strength, then the Battle Spirit King and the other God Emperors are not a threat. We can deal with them. The others nodded. If the 13 God Emperors were only at 40% of their strength, they would definitely be beaten to death. However, then let's do it this way. Knowing what everyone was thinking, Yin Nuoxing waved her hand and didn't explain. She smiled and said, tonight, when the 2 moons are in the sky, it will be time to act. Chapter 9, 67. In the conference hall, after Yin Nuoxing said those words, he walked towards the door in a confident and at ease manner. Ziyin and the others hurriedly followed after him. However, Chu Yingxian stayed behind. She still had some things to say. Before Yin Nuoxing and the others left, she had already said that they would go to her place first. After Yin Nuoxing and his group slowly left, everyone regained their senses. They looked at each other and frowned. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a girl and seemed to be acquainted with Chu Shun, someone would have chased her out a long time ago. Chu Shun, can this person's words be trusted? If the other party really mobilized so many forces, I'm afraid it would be difficult for us to resist. Someone couldn't help but ask. No matter how true Yin Nuoxing's words were, he was still just a demigod. It was normal for people to not believe his words. Moreover, many people treated him as a girl. That's a great god that I invited with great difficulty. This time, he gave me face and didn't mention any requests or fees. I beg you, please don't say such insulting words in front of him. If you anger him and make him leave, I'll cry for you to see. Chu Yingxian exploded in an instant. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone present was quite familiar with Chu Yingxian. After all, she was the eldest princess of the Chu clan. She was a little devil who caused trouble in the Chu clan's Azure Emperor city all day long. It was impossible for them not to be familiar with her. Niece Yingxian, this isn't a question of whether to invite him or not. Besides, what can he do when he's only a demigod? A middle-aged man frowned and couldn't help but ask, if you dare to say it in front of him, I'll pull out all the flowers in your house tomorrow. Chu Yingxian gnashed her teeth. That man's entire body trembled. His cheeks trembled as he shook his head with a bitter smile. All right. I won't say it in front of him. Then why don't you tell us who that little girl is? Uffed. Chu Yingxian had just drank a mouthful of water. At this moment, she was so shocked that she spat it out. Her charming face trembled as she couldn't help but sigh. Didn't you guys sense his aura? He's a man. At this moment, everyone in the conference hall burst into laughter. His background is a little complicated, and he doesn't allow me to reveal it. With his status, a casual word from him could change the entire Kuan Yuan region tomorrow. It's because he's worried about this that he chose to do it himself. You don't have to worry about anything. Just listen to him and gather all our forces tonight. I have a rough idea of what that lunatic wants to do. Grumbling, Chu Yingxian patted Chu Shan's shoulder and said, I'm leaving first. If I don't go back, those guys will tear my house down. After she finished speaking, her delicate figure flashed and disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a group of people staring at each other. Third brother, what do you think? You make a decision. I'm a little confused now. Chu Yang's second brother walked forward with a wry smile, patted his younger brother's shoulder, and asked. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was still up to Chu Shan to decide what to do. If he nodded, everyone would be ready tonight. If he shook his head, they would just wait for the fight to the death 2 days later. From the looks of it, they would have to fight eventually. This battle was unavoidable. Chu Shen's heart was also in a mess. Chu Yingxian didn't reveal Yin Nuoxing's identity, but he at least knew that guy's superficial identity. Based on what he had done in the past, it was possible that he could really lead them to reverse the situation. This might be an opportunity. Chu Yingxian was very clear about Yin Nuoxing's power, so she was very relieved. However, if she didn't say it, no one would know. Moreover, if she just said it, no one would believe her, so she was too lazy to say it. This caused the situation to be a little awkward. On one hand, Chu Shun believed that his daughter wouldn't act recklessly at this critical moment. He also believed that the words spiritual divine body could bring about a miracle. However, this was a matter of life and death for the entire music world, so he didn't dare to gamble. Scratching his black hair, Chu Shun sighed and looked at the old man who had been sitting at the side without saying a word. He said, "Old man, what do you think?" The old man in a white robe suddenly became the focus of attention. Everyone looked at him. From the beginning to the end, he hadn't said a word. Now that he was called by Chu Shun, he opened his pale eyes and glanced at the map. After pondering for a long time, he raised his head and looked at Chu Shun. He said, "Follow your heart and choose." "I can't see through that child." Chu Shin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This ball was kicked to him again, which made him very confused. After hesitating for a long time, a touch of determination flashed across his eyes. He took a deep breath and nodded. He said, "Tonight, let's prepare." Everyone also relaxed. Then, their expressions became serious. They looked at each other and nodded. It was decided. "Then, let's start preparing now. Let's see what kind of miracle that little guy can bring to them." After giving some orders, Chu Shun gave some instructions to his second brother and third uncle. In a flash, he left the place. Chu Zhangping also left with him. In Chu Yingzhan's small palace, a group of people were lying on the sofa. Their faces were full of laziness, and there was no sense of nervousness about the upcoming battle. Chu Yingzhan looked at this group of lazy people and sighed heavily. "Can't you be more serious? What's there to be serious about? You should not care about your appearance at home and be more casual," Yin Nuoxing said lazily. Chu Yingzhan was furious. "This is my home. I didn't say it was my home. I don't have a home," Yin Nuoxing snorted. Her body tilted, and she rested her head on Xian's soft thighs. She let out a long sigh of relief. That unintentional sentence made everyone's expression freeze. They looked at each other. Chu Yingzhan also shut up. Her expression was a little unnatural. She felt that she had said something wrong. Only Chu Chun and Chu Xianling were still a little confused. However, they felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, so they didn't say anything. They just kept quiet. Now that he thought about it, other than Yin Nuoxing, Ming, Little Purple Soul, and Bing Er, everyone else had a place that was like home. Only the four of them. The three little girls treated Yin Nuoxing's place as their home. The person closest to them in their lives was him, but he himself. Chu Yingzhan quickly shook her head and said, "What do you plan to do? Blow up the area that you've encircled?" Yin Nuoxing straightened up, glanced at her, and said lazily, "Haven't you already guessed it?" Then her body tilted again. This time, she rested her head on Ming's thighs. She even snuggled a little, making the angel girl blush. All right. I knew it. Then what are you doing now? You've made the entire music world busy with just one sentence. Do you need to prepare anything in advance?" Chu Yingzhan waved her hand in annoyance. She pushed Chu Xianling to the side and sat down next to her. She looked at Yin Nuoxing, who was squinting her eyes and breathing weakly. "Oh, for the night, to accumulate strength to rest," Yin Nuoxing murmured. She seemed to be about to fall asleep. Chu Yingzhan's expression became very funny. After a long time, she glared at him. Just as she was about to open her mouth to say something, Ming raised a finger in front of her red lips and shushed her softly. "Chill. Big brother is asleep." Xian quickly took out a thin blanket from her space storage device and covered him with it. And Little Moon hurriedly removed Little Magic and Xiao Xian from his body and moved his legs to the sofa. Bing Air quickly released cold air to lower the temperature in the room. Yin Nuoxing liked cool temperatures. Chu Yingzhan stared blankly at the girl's coordinated actions. Her eyes were dull. "You're all used to this. Used to it, right?" "Yes." Little Star started from the moment he retrieved a small part of Feng Yueying's memories. That eternal nightmare followed. From then on, he could no longer sleep. If he wanted to sleep, he had to have fairy or divine power by his side, which is our power. It's very rare for him to be able to rest. Although he used the 1,000 Dreams Sutra to enter a non-sleep state, he occasionally fell asleep. We wanted to have a good sleep. Xian nodded. Chu Yingzhan was speechless. She felt a toothache. "You two should hurry up and get married." Xian's pretty face turned red. This Little Star doesn't seem to have that intention. At this point, everyone sighed. She wanted this guy to get married? They would probably have to tie him up and forcefully send him over. Light flickered in the air, causing everyone to look over. Then, they saw Chu Yiyang and the cold woman appear. However, as soon as they arrived, the coldness on Chu Zhongping's face quickly melted. Chu Yiyang wanted to say something, but when he saw the person sleeping on the sofa, he was stunned. He subconsciously lowered his voice. Did we come the wrong time? Ming thought for a moment. She reached out her hand and waved it beside Yin Nuoxing's ear, covering it with a soundproof barrier. Then, she looked up and said, "You can speak now." Chu Yiyang smiled bitterly and shook his head. "No, I wanted to ask this little guy what he planned to do tonight, and if he needed any help. But seeing that he was asleep, I didn't want to disturb him." Chu Yingzhan thought for a moment. "Dad, take out some nourishing things. This guy will be very weak after he finishes cultivating." Hearing this, Chu Yiyang was stunned. Just as he was about to nod, he saw her pretending to be fierce. It was as if she would pounce on him and bite him if he shook his head. He couldn't help but smile and nod. "Don't worry. Dad isn't such a stingy person. If this little guy really has the ability to help, I'll give him everything I have. Money is just a worldly possession. What's the use of it if it can't protect you?" TCH, Chu Yingzhan curled her lips. She didn't feel touched at all. She even rolled her eyes at him. "I forgot that this fool has a lot of good things on him. I don't think he'll like anything in our family." Chu Yiyang's face was bitter. He sniffed and lamented. "Chongping, why does Siener dislike me so much now? You don't want Dad anymore after having a little lover. Wah, you can talk nonsense, but you can't eat nonsense. This bastard idiot has nothing to do with me." Chu Yingzhan's beautiful face flushed red. She spoke incoherently and fiercely jumped up. Baring her fangs and brandishing her claws, she pounced towards Chu Yiyang. The latter happily caught this little kitten whose fur had exploded. Seeing the father and son suddenly playing around, Chu Zhongping sighed helplessly. "You two can also relax so quickly. There's no use in being nervous. When something is about to happen, if you can't change anything, it's better to calmly welcome it." Ming's lily-white hand gently stroked Yin Nuoxing's colorful hair. Her soft voice was heard. The golden Meimao turned and added, "Brother said so." Everyone chuckled. This sentence was really his style. Chu Yiyang hugged his daughter, who was acting spoiled in his arms. He sighed in his heart. Yes, there was nothing to worry about. What he could do was already the limit. It was originally a dead end. Now he was just gambling. He was gambling on a possible future. Maybe that little guy could lead them out of this dead end. I've always felt that declaring war is not bad from a strategic point of view. Once we declare war, as long as the other party resists, we can basically wipe them out in one fell swoop. But from a fundamental point of view, not only does it give the enemy time to prepare, it also gives the enemy time to react. This increases the possibility of problems occurring. What if the other party doesn't resist and directly leaves? Night. This place was a mountain range outside the Azure Emperor's city. At the peak of the mountain, this mountain peak was sliced horizontally by a saber. The surface of the cut was smooth, and there was an additional platform. It was an extremely huge platform. It wouldn't be a problem for tens of thousands of people to sit on it. At this moment, there were thousands of people gathered here. From their auras, they were all mid-stage and high-stage deities. The blue and red moon slowly moved towards the peak. In this season, the moon couldn't reach the peak. That sentence was merely describing the time. The mysterious purple moonlight illuminated the entire world, illuminating a group of people at the very front of the platform. One of them had colorful hair that fluttered in the wind. It was Yin Nuoxing. He looked very spirited. His eyes were shining brightly. Under the moonlight, he appeared even more mysterious. Reputation is all a lie. I'm a person who values life above all else. I can't be bothered with reputation. If there's anyone who disagrees with me, I'll just send them flying with a punch. If I can't defeat them after declaring war, I'll just run away. In this world, survival is the way of the king. Well, although I say so, sometimes I have to give up my life for certain things. Chu Yingzhan glanced at him and said indifferently, "Aren't you talking nonsense?" But some people don't think so. I'm just flirting. No matter what, once the matter starts, there won't be time for flirting. After the yin-yang world, I've only rested for a few days. After this matter, if I don't sleep in for a few days, I'll be letting myself down." Yin Nuoshing stretched his body and heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone rolled their eyes at him in annoyance. "Uncle Chu, are you sure that everyone has retreated? Is there really no one in that area?" Yin Nuoshing tilted his head and looked at Chu Yeyong. "No problem. By the way, we're also prepared. If something happens, the 6 Emperor gods will be able to support us for a while." Chu Xin smiled at him. Yin Nuoshing nodded. His colorful eyes reflected a blue light in the void. Chu Yingxian almost drooled when she saw it. The eye of the ocean, she really wanted one. The Lingyuan Battle Courts team hasn't made any moves. The straight line distance is about 80,000 miles. If an Emperor God moves at full speed, they can come over in the blink of an eye. It's equivalent to close combat. Unfortunately, the attack range of an ordinary Emperor God is not so large. No matter how close combat they are, they have to fly over this distance to use their attack. Yin Nuoshing mumbled. Then, he chuckled and said, "The distance is long enough. If we get any closer, we might be affected. When we make our move." A Emperor God looked at Chu Shun and asked, "Wait, when the moon is at the top of the sky and the power of the stars is at its strongest, the moment when it can touch the earth?" Yin Nuoshing pointed at the 2 gigantic moons in the sky and chuckled. Everyone raised their heads and muttered to themselves, "The power of the stars?" Yin Nuoshing knelt on the ground, his colorful long hair spread out on the ground, flickering with sparkling starlight. When the power of the stars overflowed, he was like a firefly, releasing a bright light in the night sky. Moreover, it was the bright light of the stars, the light that shone on the god realm from billions of years ago, and the purple moonlight sprinkled on his body, making him look very mysterious. In this quiet night, no one thought about the battle that might happen in the next second. They just want to take advantage of the current situation to enjoy a little more peace. Xian and the others were also adjusting their condition. They might need to use their strength later. Although their strength was insignificant in such a battle, as long as Yin Nuoshing asked for it, they would do their best to contribute their strength. A gentle breeze, moonlight, the Azure Emperor City could be faintly seen in the distance. The lights in the city flickered as the night sky became brighter and brighter. The night was mesmerizing. One could feel the flow of time. This tranquil time only lasted for a short 2 hours. When the 2 moons hung high up in the sky, Yin Nuoshing's body flickered with astral light. The pair of colorful eyes that had been closed for 2 hours slowly opened as a soft voice rang out. Void enchantment, lockdown. Purplish-black runes drilled out from the cracks in space, connecting together. There was no sound when space was shattered. Numerous cracks appeared as the purplish-black runes unceasingly gushed out, forming a circle around the mountain peak. After that, the purplish-black runes silently sealed the space. This was the power of the void. It blocked all probing and probing from the outside world. "It's time." Glancing at the sparkling astral energy on his body, Yin Nuoshing glanced at the other parts of his body. The divine inscriptions on his body all emitted a bright radiance, as though they had sensed his next move. A boundless surge of energy flowed through the heavens and earth. He could clearly feel the throbbing of the energy. Has it begun? Seeing Qin Wentian standing up, Chu Shun and the others slowly turned their gazes over as they drew in a deep breath. Let's see how big of a surprise this little fellow would bring them. Xian and the others glanced at each other before nodding. After that, they hurriedly retreated. One of them carried Little Magic and Little Immortal, while the other carried Little Moon and Yuer as they turned and ran. It wasn't fun to watch that fellow unleash his full strength. With a wave of his hand, Yin Nuoshing took out the sun god bow. He lowered his head and stared at the 8-meter-long bow as he couldn't help but laugh. "Buddy, I'll be depending on you today." Buzz buzz. The sun god bow flashed twice as if it had a mind of its own as a response. This made Yin Nuoshing a little surprised. Although the sun god bow was a divine, level 9 divine artifact, it hadn't reached the level of having a mind of its own. However, after thinking about it carefully, he understood. The sun god, Bao, had been brewing in his body for a long time, and its grade had unintentionally increased a little. Now that he could sense it, it was almost at the level of a level 10 eternal divine artifact. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath as his body floated into the air. He took off the soul stabilizing bracelet and floated beside him. His long hair spread out and fluttered even though there was no wind. External energy circuit open. Not all weapons had this kind of external energy circuit. This kind of method was similar to a rare secret technique, and not many people knew about it. However, Yin Nuashing felt lucky that all the weapons he had this kind of external energy circuit. It was a small design that allowed the divine artifact to borrow the external power of the world to unleash its original power. However, this would overload the divine artifact, and it couldn't be used again for a period of time after it was used. It could only be used with its own power, and it couldn't be used with its full power. Otherwise, it would destroy the divine artifact, and the power of the divine artifact itself would be affected. However, this time, he wanted to open both types of energy circuits at the same time. That was to say, when he opened the external energy circuit, he would also pour all his energy into it. It was as if he was toying with the divine artifact to death. The attack range of the Netherworld ruins sword wasn't enough. Large-scale energy attacks like magic circles would be noticed by the magic circle grandmaster the moment they gathered energy. If he let him defend with all his strength, it would consume part of his power, and then the result wouldn't be what he wanted to see. Only the sun god, Bao, could kill the enemy from tens of thousands of miles away without leaving a trace. Full power, release. Boom! The soul anchoring bracelet shattered in an instant. The energy that had accumulated for countless days was completely released at this moment, all of it surging into the sun god Bao. Yin Nuashing roared, and all of the energy in his body surged out like an ocean. The violent power of the stars condensed into giant stars outside his body, orbiting around him in an orderly manner. In the sky, thousands of stars converged, as if the Milky Way was falling. The brilliant silver light illuminated his tall body, making his starry eyes shine even more brilliantly. His 6 wings spread out, spanning 100 feet. All of the energy in the world seemed to be sucked in by a black hole, constantly falling towards him. The violent transfer of energy created a violent energy storm in the world. The flickering starlight formed thousands of illusory stars, revolving around the giant energy vortex in the air. The violent energy swept across the sky, tearing open a 1,000-foot-wide spatial crack. The power of the space that came out of the crack suddenly paused, then was sucked in by the chaotic energy vortex in an instant. There was a Tao-Tai beast that devoured energy, and all of the energy in the world couldn't escape. Rumble! The trembling of the space made everyone's expression tremble. Their slightly dazed faces recovered, and when they saw the violent scene, they were stunned again. In the name of Yun Nuashing, the divine body that receives souls, a voice came out of the energy vortex. It reverberated in the space, and it was full of unconcealable majesty. A roar of the world gradually appeared. The moment the voice fell, the night sky suddenly collapsed, and the void boundary fluctuated. The power of the world, the elemental power, the power of space, the power of time, the power of the rules, the power of the stars, and even the power of the primordial realm. All of the energy that could be used surged madly in that direction. Under the guidance of the crazy energy, the space formed an energy vacuum, and it was almost sucked dry. Everyone even felt that the energy in their bodies was about to burst out of their bodies. They hurriedly controlled the boiling energy in their bodies and stared blankly at the person floating in the air. Damn it! Is this the aura of a demigod? They must be dreaming. It's coming, it's coming. While everyone was stunned, only Chu Yingzhan's face was flushed red, and Mei Mao was smiling. She was smiling very happily, as if the person who looked like a god or a demon was her.